Chapter 77. 10 Years. Sirius Black's POV. He watched as Haggard roared away with Harry on the motorbike, the engine's thunder fading into the distance. Tightening the blanket wrapped around baby Hugh, Sirius slipped quickly into the shadows before Muggles or other wizards could arrive. Voldemort was dead, but there could still be unhinged Death Eaters lurking nearby. In the chaos of their master's sudden downfall, there was no telling what madness they might unleash. Sirius stumbled forward, barely holding himself together. If not for the fragile, breathing bundle in his arms, he might have collapsed then and there. Take Hugh to St. Mungo's, and then finish it with that traitor once and for all. The thought hammered at his skull, over and over, until his lips moved soundlessly, whispering things he himself could no longer make sense of. After what felt like an endless walk, the sound of the child's breathing grew fainter, pulling Sirius back into sharp awareness. He bent down and pressed a cold, trembling kiss to the boy's cheek. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." His voice was barely more than a murmur. He glanced around, no one was near. The air was bitter with cold. "What do I do? Hugh won't last much longer. The bike. I gave it to Haggard, right? I can apparate, yes, apparition. No, Hugh's too weak, he won't survive it. Hey mate, need a hand?" A motorcycle screeched to a stop beside him. The rider pulled off his helmet, revealing a young, cheerful face. He was a lad from the nearby village, someone Sirius had chatted with before, once even dazzling him with a bit of sleight of hand. They'd gotten along well enough. But now, in Sirius's eyes, the world was nothing but a bleak, grey wasteland of grief and despair. He didn't even register who the young man was. What caught his attention was the sound of the brakes, a sound that stirred instinct. Without a word, Sirius yanked the youth off the bike, clutched Hugh tighter, and swung himself into the seat. His mind was a fog, but his body moved on pure reflex, kicking the machine into motion. "Oi, what's going on? What happened?" the young man shouted after him. His only answer was a trail of dust. "No, not fast enough. Something's wrong." He rode for a long while before the realization struck him. This was nothing like before. Grief and fury gnawed away at his thoughts, dulling his mind, and it took him minutes to understand this bike couldn't fly. Sirius pulled the motorcycle to a halt and fumbled for his wand, fingers trembling so badly he could hardly grip it. He lowered his gaze again, pressing another kiss to the child's face. The boy's pale, pupil-less eyes stared unblinking up at him. Sirius's vision swam. He couldn't make out the look in Hugh's eyes, only wondered hazily why did the child's eyes look like two pale moons. But the softness of his skin, fragile and warm, seemed to give Sirius strength and clarity. At last he managed to draw his wand and tapped it against the motorcycle. It wasn't true magic to turn it into a flying bike, but it would give the machine the power to lift into the air at least for a while, before the spell wore off. Sirius loved flying more than anyone else, and his research into it went further than most could imagine. Take this, for example. A spell that could keep a heavy motorcycle carrying two people aloft for hours. Even Dumbledore himself might not know such a thing. Not that Dumbledore needed it, he had the best means of travel in the world, his phoenix. The crimson motorbike roared like thunder, its tailpipe spurting white smoke as it shot up from the ground, soaring hundreds of feet into the air. The chill of the heights seemed to bring Sirius' mind into sharper focus. He unfastened his jacket and tucked the pale, shivering Hugh against his chest, squinting down toward central London. Then his gaze froze, sharpening like the edge of a blade. Him. Even from this height, even though he couldn't possibly make out the figures on the street below, instinct screamed at Sirius his enemy was down there. Without hesitation, he yanked the handlebars, sending the bike into a steep dive. That traitor had always hidden behind them, basking in their protection, in the admiration of others. His magic was pitiful. It would only take a moment, just a moment, to finish it. Then he could get Hugh to St. Mungo's, and after that perhaps Azkaban was where he truly belonged. No lifetime could repay the debt of his sins. Sirius set the child down beneath a large parasol on a short bench, tucking the blanket tightly around him. He crouched, kissed the boy's tear-streaked face. "Stay here, sweetheart. I'll be right back." The baby's translucent, pale cheeks were wet with fine trails of tears. His cries were soft, frail, like a newborn kitten's mew. Yet with what little strength he had, he still struggled to reach out from the blanket and clutch Sirius' collar. But how much strength could a 1-year-old truly have? Gently, Sirius pried the tiny hand free and tucked it back under the blanket. The fury that had been building ever since he first laid eyes on the ruins of the potter's home now boiled in his blood, pounding through his veins, impossible to suppress. And he had no intention of holding it back. He rose to his feet, wand gripped tight as if it were a blade honed to lethal sharpness. He strode forward, eyes blazing with madness and hatred, toward the short, panicked man who had already spotted him, but seemed too frozen even to run. It was a bustling commercial street. Even in the dead of night, muggles still wandered the sidewalks. In moments, Sirius and Hugh were lost to each other's sight, the crowd shifting between them. Hugh waited in despair, sensing what was about to come. Then came Pettigrew's shrill wail. "Betraying James and Lily to the Dark Lord Sirius, how could you?" Sirius' rage strangled his voice, and what escaped was the sound of a beast cornered, roaring in anguish and fury. Bang! A massive explosion ripped through the air, and the crowd erupted into piercing screams and cries, the early morning streets instantly thrown into chaos. Almost at the same moment as the blast, oars from the Ministry of Magic arrived. One after another, loud, echoing explosions rang out, and soon the oars had pieced together the truth from nearby muggles. The sounds of a new battle erupted, fiercer than the previous one and lasting longer. Amid the cacophony of spells and agonized cries, Sirius's voice barely broke through before being drowned out. "I can go with you to Azkaban, but first, I need to take Hush to St. Mungo's. Just give me a little time." "It's Peter Pettigrew. He's the traitor. Bastard. If this keeps up, Hush is going to die." The Aurors, who had been ignoring his words until now, finally hesitated. Most didn't even know who this Hush was, but hearing this, they assumed Sirius was holding a hostage. One Auror who had connections with the Potters shouted in fury, "Shut your mouth, you traitor! You could betray James and now you think you'd spare his child? Hush is probably already thrown into the sea by you." Then the battle roared back to life, even more intense and reckless. Sirius's words shifted from protest to shouting, from shouting to pleading, and then abruptly fell silent, replaced by the continuous, gunshot-like apparition sounds. The Ministry oars moved in to deal with the aftermath, but no one noticed the small baby sitting on a low stool under a sunshade by the roadside. By the time Dumbledore learned the full details of Sirius's capture, 2 days had passed. He mobilized the members of the Order of the Phoenix to search for Hush from the Potter home all the way to London, but the search area was so vast that, even with the power of the wizarding world and even if they'd involved Muggle society, it would have been nearly impossible to find the child. Moreover, the Minister of Magic at the time, Meecine Barno, was a timid centrist who had risen during the struggle between Dumbledore and Voldemort. No one realized how fiercely ambitious he truly was. The moment Voldemort disappeared, he began systematically undermining Dumbledore's influence in the wizarding world. When Dumbledore requested action to disturb the Muggle world in order to save a likely already dead infant, Barno flatly refused. Their clash was intense and ended in bitter disagreement. The Ministry refused to contact the Muggle authorities, and by law, only the Ministry had that power. In truth, contacting Muggles would have been inconsequential for Barno, but it was a test of Dumbledore and the public, a declaration of his own power and domain. That was why he stubbornly refused Dumbledore's request. During his 9-year tenure, Barno worked relentlessly to erode Dumbledore's prestige and influence. Though he never fully succeeded, he laid the groundwork for his successor, Cornelius Fudge. But that is another story. After Voldemort's disappearance, the Order of the Phoenix was largely defunct. The public was absorbed in praising the boy who lived, enjoying the fragile peace they had won, and mourning those lost in the war. Compared to that, searching for a doomed, obscure infant seemed trivial. Most people verbally agreed to Dumbledore's request, but did so only perfunctorily. Only a few Dumbledore, Snape, Lupin, and the like persisted. After a year of fruitless searching, even they had begun to lose hope. In truth, the moment they first heard the news, a faint hope had already begun to die within them. Their so-called search was nothing more than clinging to a 1-in-a-million chance. The result was only deeper despair and exhaustion. But of course, the owner of that parasol quickly discovered the baby left on her stool. The parasol belonged to a middle-aged woman who sold roasted sweet potatoes at the market. She was a Muggle, so naturally she dealt with the matter in a Muggle way. She handed the infant over to the police. With his pale eyes, sickly complexion, and faint, uneven breathing, Hugh looked every bit like an abandoned child. The police rushed the seemingly dying infant to the hospital. Magical ailments, however, cannot be detected by ordinary Muggle instruments. After examinations, the conclusion was simply that the child was frail, but otherwise unharmed. Even Hugh's repeated fainting spells, brought on by brief episodes of suffocation, were dismissed by the doctors as nothing more than bouts of deep sleep. The authorities, unable to trace his parents, followed standard procedure and placed the child in an orphanage. This institution was under the charge of one McGinnis, a director known for running a tight ship, and for his stinginess he could scrape meat from a mosquito's leg. He never wasted money on expensive things like formula for the infants placed in his care. Especially in those years, Britain was still reeling from the economic crisis of the early 80s. By May 1981 it had hit rock bottom, and even in November the country remained in deep recession. People clutched every penny in fear. So the shrewd McGinnis concocted gruel from dandelion leaves, plentiful and free, to feed the wailing babies. No one could have foreseen that this miserly choice would save the life of Hugh Potter, already hovering at death's door. Those humble dandelions miraculously neutralized the poison within him, maintaining a fragile balance. Day after day, the child whom McGinnis expected to perish before each dawn continued to cling to life, growing stronger bit by bit. Each night, though his little hands and feet turned icy beneath the thin blanket, his face burned with fever as if he might slip away at any moment. Yet he did not die. What no one knew at the time was that the constant fevers left their mark. Hugh's brain was damaged, and with it, his memories erased. He lost the greatest shield he had ever possessed. To the world's eyes, however, he seemed nothing short of miraculous. This fragile child endured relentless fevers and cold, displaying a will to live fiercer than that of many grown men. His survival became a small wonder spoken of in whispers. Gradually, his nearly translucent skin gained color. The snow-white hair turned a soft, lustrous red. His once pale pupils shifted into silver, shimmering like liquid light whenever he blinked. The nameless child, given only the casual name Jack, grew into a figure of rare beauty and charm. Naturally, many wished to adopt him. But each time, the child was soon returned. For even at a very young age, Jack revealed astonishing magical talent. As his health improved, the manifestations grew stronger whenever he was angry, hungry, frightened, or delighted, even sometimes in his sleep. Strange phenomena, incomprehensible to muggles, would follow. Terrified, they sent him rushing back to the orphanage every time. Very soon, everyone knew. This was a devil's child. Look at his eyes, who had ever seen such a color? Look at his hair, wasn't it the shade of fresh blood? Look at how he had survived an illness that should have killed him. How could any ordinary person do that? He was a devil's child. The evidence was plain. And when a lie is told 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. Little Jack, memoryless Jack, came to believe it too. Even when he later learned to control his magic, nothing could undo the impression carved deep into everyone's hearts. Insults didn't matter. Beatings didn't matter. Even being shunned didn't matter. What truly hurt were the eyes, those looks of fear, disgust, hatred, and contempt. They clung to him like rain. Soaked, reeking socks plastered to his feet, suffocating him, making him feel like some loathsome slug. At last, one storm-lashed night, little Jack ran away from the orphanage. He wandered the streets in a daze, starving, every cell in his body crying out in exhaustion, yet his numb legs carried him forward without stopping. Until he collapsed, and was picked up by Neil. Neil was a thief, a petty criminal who scuttled about society's underbelly like a sewer rat. Once, caught mid-theft, his hand had been hacked off. Since then, he devoted himself to training orphans to steal in his place. Jack lived under his teaching for more than half a year. Do well, and he'd be beaten. Do poorly, and he'd still be beaten. The older children could kick him whenever they liked or snatch away his food. Yet Jack was happy, because here no one knew he was the devil's child. And for the first time in his life, he had a friend, Alan. Even though they were paired only under Neil's orders, even though Alan often stole whatever Jack managed to pilfer, even though Alan shoved him forward whenever a theft went wrong, Jack cherished it. For the first time ever, someone wanted to be with him. Half a year later, Kanata came to Pipe Alley. Kanata had just broken out of prison. He had killed, robbed banks, spent 5 years behind bars, and now sought to lie low. After his escape, he turned to an old acquaintance from the slums, Neil, and joined up with him. But Kanata scoffed at Neil's scheme of training child pickpockets. He preferred to select the prettiest children, cripple them, and set them to beg in the chaos of the city. On busy streets, they might earn more, though there was always the risk of some bleeding heart citizen calling the authorities. Of all the children, little Jack was the most appealing. Kanata chose him. Neil offered only the faintest protest before giving in. They didn't even bother to hide their discussion from Jack, who seemed too weak to resist. But when Kanata dragged him down to the cellar, Jack fought with all his strength. At the flash of the knife, just as it neared his arm, a surge of raw magic burst from him like never before. The lights went out at once, cracks split the cellar walls, and every piece of furniture shattered into dust. Kanata collapsed, knocked unconscious on the spot. Little Jack lay groaning on the floor, blood seeping across his body. The pain burned like knives, and fire tearing through his flesh, yet he barely noticed, because in that same moment, his memories began to return. The silver of his eyes shifted from numb despair to a cold, furious clarity. Fire and ice intertwined within them, fathomless and filled with a hatred that made the air shiver. The child, small and frail, endured the agony ripping through his body and pushed himself upright. Step by step, he walked toward Kanata's unconscious form, his gaze flashing with a merciless, icy light. Summoning every ounce of his strength, he raised the kitchen knife. Slowly, deliberately, he drew the blade across Kanata's throat. When the blood sprayed across him, Mo Yan tilted his head and smiled sweetly, almost innocently. Suddenly, light spilled in from the doorway, illuminating the scene. Neil, having come down to investigate the noise, froze at the sight. His mouth gaped in horror. He couldn't even find the breath to scream. Mo Yan flicked his fingers, and a pebble shot forward like a dart, striking the back of Neil's head and knocking him out cold. He then dragged himself upstairs, locked the basement door, and finally allowed his battered body to collapse in Kanata's room, a room no one dared enter without Kanata's permission, not even Neil. Days later, Mo Yan's injuries from the magical outburst had healed enough for him to move. With makeshift tools of his own design, he returned to the orphanage. One by one, he sent every abuser who had ever tormented him straight to hell. Only a handful survived, those whose cruelty had not cut as deep. Among them was Mrs. Mackins, the greedy, cold-hearted old woman who ran the place. He altered their memories and the orphanage records using hypnotic techniques he had mastered in his previous life. Thus, the orphanage was said to have suffered an outbreak of a non-existent influenza. And suddenly, there was one more child on its rolls. Mo Yan Evans, an orphan who, conveniently, had left the place more than a month before the epidemic struck. Afterward, Mo Yan returned to Neil's small yard. With the same hypnotic skill, he rewrote the memories of the half-starved Neil, making him believe that Kanata, unable to endure such a life, had left of his own accord. Mo Yan disliked Neil and his lot, but compared to the rigid rules, childish pettiness, and heartless coldness of the orphanage, he found this environment more tolerable. So Mo Yan stayed. He resumed martial training long neglected, studied the new magic he had gained, and recalled the long-forgotten details of the Harry Potter story, laying plans for the future. As for the errands Neil assigned, Mo Yan could complete them with barely a flick of his fingers. Day by day, he poured himself into training, searching for the gateway into the magical world. In moments of uncertainty, in nights of loneliness, when homesickness gnawed at his chest, he thought of Harry. Harry was the first life he had encountered after his death, the thread binding him to this world, the only family he had across two lives. The only one he could trust to love him. Because Mo Yan had known, long ago, what kind of person his brother truly was, how deeply kind. Despite the cruelty of fate, the endless injustices and trials he endured, the deaths of loved ones and mentors, the crushing burdens laid upon his shoulders, even walking, at just 17, toward the death orchestrated by the one he trusted most, Harry's heart had never been stained with darkness. Even Malfoy, his lifelong rival, who betrayed his parents and condemned his godfather to years of persecution and exile until the dead worm's tale, the one who had killed the headmaster he trusted and revered, and Severus, who had always done everything in his power to make things difficult for him, though he later learned Severus had actually been innocent. He had tried to save them both when they were on the brink of death. If he could feel such concern for his enemies, how much more for his own brother? So, long before they had even met, Mo Yan had placed complete, unwavering trust in Harry. As for the others, though Mo Yan enjoyed reading about them, he never assumed that how they treated Harry would be how they treated him. A heart so pure and untainted was something he had never possessed. If, in the past, there had been anyone who held a special place in his heart, it had been Sirius Black. To Mo Yan, he was, apart from Harry and his mother, the person he admired most, more even than his father, James Potter. But after waking from his confusion, he hated him. He hated his gullibility, his arrogance, his reckless impulsiveness. Over time, Mo Yan's intense resentment gradually softened, turning into worry and sorrow for Sirius's torment in Azkaban, yet an indelible mark remained in his heart. Sometimes he would climb to the highest rooftops, watching the clouds drift and fold, the stars appear and vanish, feeling that life was endlessly dark and uncertain. Until his 11th birthday came, until Hagrid came barreling through the small courtyard door. When he saw the half-giant striding in, each step shaking the ground a little, Mo Yan squinted against the blazing noon sun, the light sparkling through his eyelashes, and smiled faintly. Chapter 78 Care of Magical Creatures. The next day after lunch, Mo Yan went to the first class with Draco and the others. "I can't believe it," Draco said bitterly, shoving his book of monsters into his bag. The book was tightly bound with a rope, growling softly as if it weren't a book at all but a wild creature trapped in a cage. "Hagrid is actually teaching this class. If I had known, I wouldn't have chosen it." "You should have figured it out when you got the book list," Blaise said with a smile. "Who else would make us use a book that bites?" "You knew all along?" Draco shot him a sidelong glance. "And what did you tell me when you got bitten buying books over the summer?" He pinched his throat and made a high, sharp voice. "Professor Grampian is insane. Letting us use a book like this for class. She's completely lost it. I just wish Dumbledore would assign us a slightly more sensible professor." Mo Yan, Goyle, and Crabbe laughed loudly, while Blaise coughed, bent over to rearrange his books, revealing only the tips of his red ears to the others. "By the way, Moyen," Blaise puffed, struggling to close his book bag, "Barrow asked at lunch today why you didn't sit with Slytherin." "Didn't feel like it," Moyen replied absently. He had gone to bed late the night before and felt sluggish all day. "The food here doesn't agree with me. I cook for myself now." "You cook?" Draco exclaimed in astonishment. "You used to eat in the Great Hall like everyone else," Blaise scolded sharply. "Unless you're planning to feed us too, this deception is unforgivable. Wait, how did you open that?" A copy of the Monster Book of Monsters lay perfectly tame in Moyen's hands, silent and docile. "It's easy." Moyen lifted the book to show them. "Just stroke the spine and it settles down. Same trick as with Leia." But he flipped through the pages and frowned. The first chapter's on sphinxes. Hagrid wouldn't start with that in the very first lesson, would he? "Of course not." Blaise craned his neck to see. "First lessons are usually Grindylows or gnomes. 5 years ago, Professor Kettleburn started us with Diracal's fun creatures, but harmless." "Don't forget," Draco sneered. "This year it's not the doddering Kettleburn anymore, it's that gamekeeper. What won't he do? He even kept a 3-headed dog." Blaise went pale, looking ready to bolt back to the dormitory at any moment. The three of them made their way down the slope toward Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Yesterday's rain had cleared, leaving the sky bright, the grass soft and damp underfoot, the air fresh with the earthy scent of wet soil. "I can't believe you actually buy into this nonsense. Utterly ridiculous." A sharp female voice rang out from behind them. They turned to see Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville not far off. Hermione was frowning at Neville, Ron glaring furiously at her, Neville wringing his hands with worry, while Harry walked beside them in silence. "Then, what about Neville's teacup?" Ron shouted. "Professor Trelawney said he'd smash it, and before he even touched it, it shattered." "Pure coincidence," Hermione said scornfully. "Professor McGonagall has already said she's not to be trusted. In my opinion," she lifted her chin proudly, brimming with superiority, "compared to arithmancy, divination is utter rubbish." "Oh, come off it. You just can't stand failing at a subject," Ron snapped back. "You hate that Professor Trelawney said your ability to open yourself to the future is poor." Hermione flushed red with anger. After 2 sharp breaths, she retorted icily, "Ronald, do you actually want Neville to die this year, just as she predicted?" Ron blanched, his face quickly turning scarlet. "I only said Trelawney might not be completely wrong. The omen in that teacup was plain as day. My uncle Bilius saw one just like it, and 24 hours later he was dead." That isn't true, is it, Ron?" Neville stammered, white as a sheet. Ron gave him a guilty look. "Sorry, Neville, it's true." "Coincidence," Hermione said loftily. "Do you really think seeing an omen makes you decide, 'Oh well, I suppose I'd better drop dead now'?" "That's twisting words," Ren shot back furiously. Moyen and his companions listened for a while, quickly grasping the situation, and burst into laughter. "So Trelawney predicted Neville Longbottom would die this year?" Blaise snickered. That'll save the school a fortune in cauldrons. Maybe the headmaster will toast the news with a glass of oak-matured mead, Draco said dryly. Sure, if Professor Snape believed a word of Trelawney's nonsense, he might, Moyen drawled. In Slytherin, no one had signed up for divination. Everyone knew Trelawney was a fraud, and even the half-blood students were steered away from her course during enrollment. Ahead, Hagrid stood waiting outside his hut, clad in his moleskin coat. At his feet sat Fang, his massive black boarhound, tail twitching anxiously as though eager to set off. The dog looked fierce but was in truth gentle and more than a little cowardly. The moment they approached, Fang bounded over, barking and slobbering, and bowled Draco to the ground, licking at his ears. Back when they had taken care of little Norbert, Draco had gotten on well with Fang, but he hadn't set foot in Hagrid's hut since second year. It had been an entire year since they'd last seen each other. Get off! Get off! Draco struggled desperately, shoving at Fang while his companions looked on with smirks. Fang, thinking it was all a game, shoved his massive head between Draco's hands, wriggling with delight. Before long, Draco realized with despair that the front of his robes was drenched with dog slobber. Montague and Blaise burst out laughing. Goyle and Crabbe ducked their heads, shoulders shaking with muffled chuckles. Just before a few Gryffindors came into view, Draco finally managed to wrestle himself free from the boarhound, furiously brushing at the stains on his robes. If Hagrid hadn't been standing right there, and if he weren't already there, Professor Montague was sure Draco would have hexed Fang for ruining his dignity. All right, is everyone here? Hagrid called out in his booming voice, like he'd cast a sonorous charm. Got some at good lined up for ye today. It's gonna be a brilliant class. Now, come on over here, all of ye, by the fence. He led them to a clearing at the edge of the forbidden forest. A circle of fencing enclosed a patch of nothing. Stand where ye can see, Hagrid instructed. Now, first thing, open your books. How do you open them? Asked a Hufflepuff boy, struggling to keep his book clamped shut. He'd fastened it with a great big clip, but when he pulled it out of his bag, it had already snapped halfway open. The book writhed furiously, threatening to burst free. No one's managed to open 'em? Hagrid looked around. Montague's book was hidden behind Goyle. Draco and Blaise, who had been about to undo theirs, stopped at once and yanked Crabbe and Goyle back with them. They all grinned at Hagrid, amused by his crestfallen look. Every student had their book restrained, clamped, tied, or stuffed into a bag and forcibly held down. Ye have got ter stroke 'em, Hagrid said, as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Look! He took Hermione's book, tore off the wrapping that bound it shut. The book snapped at him, but Hagrid simply ran a thick finger down its spine. Instantly it shuddered, then relaxed, falling open and docile in his hands. Oh, how clever we were! Draco sneered. We should have stroked the books. Blaise, why didn't it occur to you when yours was about to bite your fingers off? Perhaps because it was sitting there with jaws wide open, waiting for me. Blaise replied mockingly. I thought maybe I shouldn't hand it my hand as a snack. Shut it, Malfoy, Harry cut in. I reckon they're funny little creatures, Hagrid muttered uncertainly to Hermione. Yes, they are rather amusing, Hermione said, not sounding convinced. Draco overheard and jeered loudly. Oh yes, absolutely hilarious. Provided you know how to open them, Montague interrupted smoothly, then turned to Hagrid. Professor, what are we learning today? Draco gave a disdainful snort, but said nothing more. Hagrid tugged nervously at his beard, looking flustered. Right. Good point. So ye have got your book. So well, now we need the creature's eye. I'll fetch him. Wait here. And with that, he abandoned his students and strode into the forest, soon vanishing among the trees. What was that about you two? Montague turned to Draco and Blaise. He'd noticed, of course, that they were deliberately making things harder for Hagrid. Normally, Draco had been on decent terms with him at least since Norbert, so it made little sense. Don't look at me, Blaise said with an innocent shrug. I was only following the commanding officer's lead. Montague rolled his eyes at him, then turned to Draco. Do I need a reason? Draco sniffed coldly. With teaching this stupid, if I told my father, he caught Montague's frown, faltered, and then muttered, defeated. I just remembered the last time he dragged us into the forest. I didn't like it. That was Professor McGonagall's decision, Moyan said, though in his heart he added, most likely Dumbledore's idea, with their ever-protective head of house carrying it out. Oh, you're telling me to go pick a fight with McGonagall then? Draco shot him a look that said plainly, are you an idiot? Harry and Ron, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, exchanged a glance proud that even Slytherins didn't dare cross their head of house, yet indignant that Draco was taking his frustrations out on Hagrid instead. "Uo, uo!" a Gryffindor girl suddenly shrieked, pointing toward the far side of the paddock. 12 strange creatures were striding quickly toward them. They had sharp, steel, gray beaks and wide, bright orange eyes. Their forelegs, wings, and heads were that of eagles, while their bodies, hind legs and tails were unmistakably equine. Their talons were half a foot long and sharpened to deadly points. Each beast's neck was bound with a heavy chain, the ends clutched tightly in Hagrid's hands. "Hippogriffs," Moyan breathed, awestruck. He had glimpsed a sculpture of one outside the headmaster's office, but no carving could compare to the living creature. At first sight they looked bizarre, but on closer inspection their grace, their proud gaze, the sheer power of their wings carried a striking, untamed majesty. "Beautiful," he murmured under his breath. He admired animals like these, full of strength and wildness, with a freedom no tamed beast could ever possess. When Hagrid asked for a student volunteer to approach them, Moyan stepped forward without hesitation. A ripple of fearful gasps rose from behind him. Hagrid unclasped the collar of a hippogriff named Buckbeak. Unhooking the chain, Buckbeak tossed his head angrily, wings beating the air, his sharp beak snapping as his great golden eyes fixed on Moyan, the closest figure before him. Moyan didn't blink, didn't flinch. He met the hippogriff's stare, open admiration in his eyes. The creature glared for a long moment, then slowly, the hostility in its gaze began to ease. Moyan ignored Hagrid's urgent instructions to bow. He wasn't someone who blindly followed orders, least of all exposing his throat to a creature that had, just seconds ago, bristled with aggression. Standoff stretched on. Every student held their breath. All right, Hagrid said anxiously. "If you won't bow, then back away. Easy now." Evans stepped back slowly. But Moyan stayed where he was, gaze locked on Buckbeak. At last, the hippogriff bent its scaled forelegs and lowered its body unmistakably in a bow. "Merlin's beard? Did I really see that?" Hagrid muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Moyan allowed himself a triumphant smile, dipped a slight bow in return, and stepped forward to stroke the creature's beak. Buckbeak closed his eyes, rubbing against his palm in clear delight. The students erupted into applause. Well, splendid," Hagrid said, nearly bursting with joy as he hurried over. He helped Moyan climb onto Buckbeak's back, but raised his voice to the class. "Don't go thinking you should copy this. Hippogriffs are proud, and it's easy to offend them. Never try what Evans just did, you'll regret it. Not everyone will walk away in one piece without bowing first." Moyan patted Buckbeak's neck. The creature spread its vast 12-foot wings, launching into the sky with a blast of wind. Moyan settled himself comfortably against its feathers as they circled above. But when Buckbeak dipped toward the ground after one loop, Moyan gave it a pat, urging it higher. Around and around they soared. From below, students gawked, bowing cautiously to other hippogriffs, some lucky enough to take brief rides before being brought down. Soon, complaints rang out, pointing at Moyan still enjoying himself high above, while Hagrid looked helpless. "It's Buckbeak misbehaving," Moyan muttered slyly. "Not my fault. It's not like I can control a hippogriff, right?" And so, guilt-free, he let Buckbeak carry him further, circling all of Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest, the Black Lake. If not for the wards keeping them from flying beyond the grounds, he would have gladly wandered further afield. Buckbeak could take the blame. Squinting against the wind, he glimpsed a black dog skulking through the trees below, meeting up with a squashed-faced ginger cat. The sight tugged at the memories that had kept his chest aching through half the night before. He gave a languid yawn, shut his eyes, and let the wind carry him. Chapter 79. New Term, New Classes. It wasn't until the end of class that Moyan and Buckbeak finally touched down. The hippogriff's unevenly proportioned fore and hind legs made it pitch forward when landing. Moyan felt a heavy jolt, but, fortunately, he had been prepared. He had firmly gripped the joint of Buckbeak's wing, so unlike a few careless classmates, he didn't slide off, and was able to straighten himself again. He patted Buckbeak's neck affectionately and hopped to the ground. "I couldn't help it," he shrugged at Hagrid. "Kept flying, and you didn't tell me how to make it land." Hagrid glared at him with his beetle-like black eyes, clearly annoyed, but in the end said nothing. He just fed the sweaty, exhausted Buckbeak some ferret meat with a look of concern. "Cool." Draco nudged Moyan's shoulder and whispered. Moyan grinned. "How was it for you?" "Blaze and I are fine." Draco shoved his book still tied up with a rope back into his bag, trying to look nonchalant, but Moyan could tell he was secretly proud. But Mok didn't bow to Goyle and almost killed Crab. What happened? Mo Yan asked the two listless followers. Oh, Crab said Mok was just a harmless beast, and that Hagrid was exaggerating or something. Draco said casually, while Crab blushes behind him. Then Mok went berserk and grabbed Crab by the neck with his claws, but that giant idiot was right behind him and saved his life. Crab mumbled something, as if dismissing being saved by a fool. So, Mo Yan thought for a moment. He remembered seeing a fleeting sadness on Hagrid's usually cheerful face. He heard what Crab said. Maybe. Who knows? Draco shrugged, unconcerned. He rubbed his stomach. I'm a bit hungry. Perfect timing, my mom sent me the newest chocolate flavors this morning. Let's go try some. No. Mo Yan glanced at Crab and Goyle, who were already drooling. Eating with them would ruin his appetite no matter how hungry he was. I got some house notes yesterday. I want to see what Salazar Slytherin left behind in books. All right then. Draco wasn't surprised by his answer. I'll save you some chocolate if you get back early enough. Goodbye. But Mo Yan never made it to the library. He ran into Harry, who was waiting for him outside. Maybe it was from flying on the hippogriff, or maybe from his own constant self-exhaustion, but Harry's hair was even messier than usual, like a pile of tangled straw. He paced in front of the library, frowning, lost in thought. Harry! Mo Yan called. Mo Yan. Harry looked up, surprised and happy. You finally came. You were waiting for me? Mo Yan asked, puzzled. Why didn't you just send me an owl? I forgot, Harry said, running a hand through his hair in frustration. But I knew you'd come here. Mo Yan. Let's go to the lake, Mo Yan interrupted, giving a small apologetic smile to a girl they blocked at the library door, then pulled Harry along. What's wrong, Harry? Is it about Neville Longbottom and that prophecy? After all, that was probably the only thing troubling him right now. No, Harry shook his head unexpectedly. You said Professor Trelawney's death prophecies never actually came true, and listening to them, I also think divination class is a bit muddled. I wanted to talk to you about. Harry hesitated, then continued, the Dementors. Dementors? Mo Yan frowned, puzzled. On the train, Harry, you didn't seem badly hurt at all. Yes, Harry admitted with a nod. His face twisted with disgust and shame, as though he'd swallowed a dead fly in front of everyone. You don't know, Mo Yan. He drew a deep breath. That day on the train, when the Dementor came and I blacked out, just for a moment. Mo Yan's brows furrowed. I didn't know that. No one does. Harry's gaze fixed on the glimmering lake, his throat tight. It was only a few seconds. I came to as I was falling, just as I lost my balance. Ginny thought I'd only slipped off my seat. I'm sorry, Mo Yan said quietly after a pause. I didn't notice. It wasn't your fault, Mo Yan, Harry replied, then fell silent. But Mo Yan sensed he hadn't spoken the real weight on his mind, so he tilted his head and waited. After a while, Harry continued. When we passed through the gates, the Dementors were stationed there. It felt like they were sucking something out of the air more than air. He thought for a moment. Warmth, maybe. I felt frozen to the bone, like I was standing in an ice cellar. That cold. He pressed a hand against his chest, creasing the black robe under his palm. It pierced right through my skin, all the way into my heart. But Ron and the others weren't like that. Harry lowered his voice, embarrassed. It just felt a bit chilled. Only me, I was terrified. It was like I heard voices. Harry, Mo Yan asked suddenly, do you remember what Dementors really are? Harry nodded. They guard Azkaban. Soul-sucking creatures. Not only that, Mo Yan said gravely. Dementors are among the most evil beings in the world. They gather in the foulest, darkest places, draining joy, hope, and peace from the very air. Muggles can't see them, but they still feel the effects. If they can, Dementors will feed on a person for years, until the victim becomes just like them, corrupted, hollow. And their kiss can suck out a soul, leaving nothing but a walking corpse. Harry went pale. How can such monsters even exist? And the Ministry puts them in charge of Azkaban, and now posts them at Hogwarts. Mo Yan finished with a bitter laugh. Utterly foolish. If Dementors don't betray their keepers, it'll be a miracle of Merlin. Azkaban must be dreadful, Harry muttered. Mo Yan gave a grim nod. But still, Harry hesitated. Why do they affect me so badly? Ron and Hermione only felt awful. Even Ginny just. Harry, Mo Yan cut him off, unwilling to let him belittle himself. Think about it. Dementors drain away every happy moment you've ever had. What's left behind? Only the worst memories. If they affect you more than others, it only means what you've endured is far more terrible than what most have faced. And you? Harry asked suddenly. Me? Moyen gave a wry smile. The first time I faced a Boggart that took the form of a Dementor, I fainted on the spot. Harry's mouth fell open, then guilt spread across his face. Sorry, Moyen, I shouldn't have. It's nothing, Harry. Moyen waved him off. That's the past. Now I can face them, can't I? You can. On the train, you even drove one back, Harry said. And then Moyen understood why Harry had sought him out. That spell against Dementors, the Patronus charm, Harry said earnestly. Will you teach me? Moyen studied Harry's steady expression and realized, somewhere along the way, Harry had grown enough to face challenges head on. When confronted with fear, his first thought wasn't to run or complain, but to learn how to fight back. Very well. After a pause, Moyen nodded. When are you free during the week? My schedule's flexible. But, Harry asked hesitantly, aren't you playing Quidditch this year? Quidditch? Moyen froze. He had completely forgotten about it. Of course you're playing, Draco said, as though the very question was idiotic. You're the best keeper we've got. Even if Flint's head were stuffed full of dungbums, he'd still never drop you. I was expelled from the team last year, Moyen said flatly. Trust me, no one in Slytherin wanted that. When Flint had to sign the notice, he was practically in tears. Seeing such a hulking brute with that sniveling face, I'll treasure that memory forever, just so I can laugh at him for the rest of my life. Draco spoke as if he had been right there enjoying the show. It to the point. Fine. Draco pulled a box of chocolates from the cabinet, the ones left for Moyen, and handed them over. Try one. They're fun. He popped one shaped like a flame into his own mouth, and instantly red fire spurted from his mouth, nostrils and ears. Moyen narrowed his eyes and glared at him. Draco rubbed his nose, gave a sheepish grin, and under the weight of that stare sat down awkwardly. You know about last year, he said. It was really all my father and some of the 7th years. Our family, the Marches, and the man's 3 powerful houses, all of them. Together they put a lot of pressure on the school. Hardly any student could resist that. This year's different. Mark March and Nettie Mann have both graduated. And then Sirius Black broke out of Azkaban. That's got everyone too busy to bother with little school feuds. Some people even suspect he had outside help escaping. Our families used to follow the Dark Lord, and just a couple of months before the breakout, my father took my mother to Azkaban to visit Aunt Lestrange. She's a Death Eater, been locked up there for more than 10 years. He had to donate piles of gold to the ministry just to get one visit a year. Naturally, that makes us prime suspects. So, he's in a bit of trouble. You're not worried? Moyen asked, wincing as he clapped his hands over his ears, which were still belching smoke and whistling like a train engine. Draco looked unbothered. Father says it's fine. Draco shrugged. The whole business with Sirius Black's arrest was always suspicious. He was never a follower of the Dark Lord, probably framed. He hadn't had contact with our family or the Lestranges for years before they caught him. It'll be easy enough to clear up. If it's so easy to clear up, how is it trouble? Moyen thought, watching Draco gingerly try a rooster-shaped chocolate. Looking at this boy so clueless of the world, so carefully shielded by his parents, Moyen felt a pang of envy, mixed with a sigh. So, Draco said, his face bright red after a long, high-pitched crow, shoving the rest of the chocolates toward Moyen with lingering terror, this year you'll have no problem getting back on the Quidditch team. As far as I know, Flint hasn't even planned to recruit another keeper. Moyen opened his mouth, ready to say he didn't care about Quidditch anyway, but the words stuck. Too false. He snapped his mouth shut again. Because whenever Quidditch came up, he couldn't help but think of one of Harry's golden treasures, the firebolt. Over the summer, just before leaving Diagon Alley, he and Harry had stopped by the Quidditch shop window, staring at that stunning, gleaming broom. Moyen had thought about buying one. Then he saw the price, slunk away with his pockets burning. Even now, though he could call himself comfortably wealthy, he could never afford a firebolt. Harry, on the other hand, could, but there was no chance he'd spend his parents' Gringotts savings all on a broom. The next morning, first period was Moyen's other elective ancient runes. The classroom was on the 8th floor. He had been there once in first year, when it was only a dusty, unused room. He hadn't thought much of it then. This time, stepping inside, he sensed powerful illusion wards woven into the space. Quietly, he cast Revelio Phantasmatis on his eyes, but saw nothing, only the faint sense that behind a blank wall, another space was hidden away. Ring. At the same instant, the bell rang, a loud bang erupted beside him. Moyen snatched up his quill and inkwell before they could topple, then turned to see a bushy tangle of hair. Hermione dropped into the seat next to him, panting, a fine sheen of sweat on her face. A silver pocket watch dangled out of her collar. Mo-Yan's pupils contracted. Hermione noticed his gaze and hastily shoved the watch back under her robes. Forcing a casual tone, she said, "Hi, Mo-Yan. What did you cover in herbology?" Mo-Yan asked, pretending to sound casual. "Zinnias," Professor Sprout said. Hermione suddenly stopped, eyes widening in alarm as she clapped a hand over her mouth and stared at Mo-Yan. That morning's first lesson for Gryffindor had also been herbology. "A time turner?" Mo-Yan asked in a low voice. Hermione's eyes went round. "Don't forget, I've suspected it for a while," Mo-Yan said. "All I needed was to know your schedule. From that, it wasn't hard to guess. Only Harry and Ron are too careless to notice. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Hermione hesitated. Though still uneasy, she relaxed a little. She suddenly gasped softly, staring at what should have been the blackboard wall. Mo-Yan turned, and the sight made him suck in a sharp breath, his mouth falling open in surprise. Chapter 80. Digby's Elway. Their new professor stepped out from a space concealed by illusion behind the wall, much the way Professor Binns appeared in class, except Binns was a ghost. Now, seeing a living person walk straight out of a wall, the students were stunned. That wasn't what silenced them all. True shock came from the professor's appearance. Pointed ears, narrow eyes, and hair the color of emerald silk flowing all the way to his ankles. Tall, graceful, with a beauty so striking it was hard to say if he was male or female, he was unmistakably one of the legendary elves. The class gaped as the elf emerged fully, raised his hands in a few elegant gestures, and instantly the empty classroom transformed. The ceiling melted away into a night sky, a silver moon hanging high above, flooding the room with cold, clear light. The floor was carpeted in soft grass that reached up to their knees, desks and chairs replaced by stone blocks and wooden stumps. Around them rose towering trees, their lush branches weaving together overhead like a canopy. "Greetings," the elf said politely yet reservedly, his voice deep and melodious, unmistakably male. "Welcome to Ancient Runes. I am your Professor Digby's Elway." "Professor, you're an elf, aren't you?" a Hufflepuff boy asked, voicing the obvious. "Yes," Professor Elway replied calmly. "What kind of elf?" Hermione asked eagerly. "A Kaldare elf," Elway said curtly. "Listen carefully. You are here to learn ancient runes, not to investigate your professor. Ancient runes is one of the most profound and difficult fields of study. In past years, out of all the students who chose this subject, only 2 or 3 at most managed to pass the OWLS. And even passing doesn't mean you truly understand the language, only that the examiners, human members of the Wisengamot who themselves studied for mere decades, can test you on simple, introductory material." Most students looked daunted, some even frightened. Only Hermione sat up straighter, leaning forward as though desperate to prove she would be one of the rare few to succeed. "Soon you'll discover," Elway went on, folding his arms and leaning against a tree, "that this course is unlike anything else you've studied. It cannot be mastered through rote memorization or diligent practice alone. It demands a mind capable of broad, original thought, a will to probe the unknown. Only the truly wise will excel here. The foolish, the clumsy, and those with nothing but petty cleverness leave now, before you waste your time." Several students shifted uncomfortably. The professor's bluntness was jarring, yet no one dared to rise who would willingly admit they lacked wisdom. Still, more than a few already regretted signing up. The thrill of seeing an elf had been utterly swept away by his unforgiving words. Mo-Yan, though disliking Elway's harsh manner, had to admit the professor was right. With most spells, once you knew the principle, incantation and method, you could cast them. At worst, by studying their effects and history, you could grasp most of it. Even advanced charms like the Patronus, Disillusionment, or Animagus, Transformation, Mo-Yan had mastered after months of focused research. But Ancient Runes was different. Countless books existed, yet they contradicted each other. Even after reading them hundreds of times, he might understand every word individually, yet still fail to comprehend their meaning when strung together. Even a beginner's guide to ancient runes, the simplest of texts, had left him puzzled despite long study. In short, this was a discipline that required a master's guidance. Then Professor Elway demonstrated the power of ancient runes. He wrote a hidden rune on a leaf, and it vanished before everyone's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a fresh green leaf landed on each student's desk, and they began learning to write their first rune. But by the end of class, no one had succeeded. Hermione was deeply frustrated, though Professor Elway seemed unsurprised. Your homework is to learn to write hidden by the next class, Professor Elway said, flipping through the roster. Mo Yan Evans. Yes, Professor. Mo Yan, just about to leave, turned back to respond. You'll stay behind, the others may go. Hermione gave him a sympathetic glance, packed her bag quickly and left. Once the classroom was empty, Professor Elway said to Mo Yan, "Give me your leaf." Mo Yan wanted to say he had already dropped it to the floor. He had seen several others do the same, but the professor's clear, piercing gaze made it impossible to hide. Reluctantly, he extended his hand, revealing the leaf clenched tightly in his palm. It could hardly be called a leaf anymore. Frost edged the surface, and a quiet blue flame burned at its center, roughly twice the size of what Professor Elway had given them. The leaf had lost its green color, now a pale violet, and holding it gave a faint, stinging sensation. Ice, fire, extend, illusion, transform, attack, sharp. Professor Elway read aloud the runes Mo Yan had just attempted, one by one. Cold sweat ran down Mo Yan's back. When the professor had taught them to write hidden, he had covered basic principles. Though introductory, they had opened the door to real rune mastery for Mo Yan, like learning Pinyin before reading Chinese characters. Excited, he had tested some of the fundamental runes he remembered on that small leaf. Fire, illusion, extend had marginal effect. Transform, spirit, speech failed completely. The rest only left faint traces, Professor Elway said calmly. His gaze wasn't sharp, yet Mo Yan felt he couldn't meet it. I believe I warned you before class. Stacking runes you cannot fully control is extremely dangerous. It could produce results we do not understand, even warp space and time. Yet you paid no heed. I thought. Mo Yan licked his lips, his voice dry. My runes aren't very strong yet. It shouldn't matter. I've never succeeded before. You greatly underestimate yourself, Mr. Evans, Professor Elway said, his voice slow and gentle, but the gentleness only made Mo Yan feel heavier. This single leaf could be enough for you to pass your OWLS, but if your spirit had succeeded, or the ice rune been slightly stronger, the entire classroom could have been blown to dust by conflicting rune energies, us included. A burning, stinging shame spread through Mo Yan's body. He lowered his head, feeling the blood rush to it. Of course he would be punished, but if it were detention? Mo Yan sadly realized every evening that week was already booked. If he missed Quidditch practice because of it, Flint, confident in winning the cup, would be furious. If it conflicted with other times, it would disrupt the rare practice slots he and Harry had carved out. The Gryffindor and Slytherin teams each practiced 3 times a week, sharing the pitch, leaving only one evening and Sunday afternoon for learning the Patronus charm. Or it would interfere with his study of the Slytherin restricted books, where he had recently made progress after a long pause in magical item research. He didn't want delays. As punishment, Mo Yan's heart jumped to his throat. He focused all his attention on his ears, fearing the worst. Slytherin will lose 10 points. Detention, Friday evenings, 6 to 8, for 3 consecutive weeks. Well, missing 1 Quidditch practice per week was the best outcome he could hope for, he told himself. There's more. There's more, Mo Yan repeated stiffly. This time, a faint smile appeared on Professor Elway's face. As the first student to successfully use a rune in my very first lesson, I will give Slytherin 20 points. I hope this doesn't encourage your recklessness. No, Professor Moyen said brightly, grinning. I already know I was wrong. Moyen considered detention to be an unpleasant punishment, but he hardly thought himself an authority on the matter. He had only experienced it once, when Norbert had to be smuggled away. Losing 50 house points and being dragged into the Forbidden Forest to face a Dark Lord was hardly a normal reference point. Harry and Ron had been punished far more often, but their detentions usually involved helping a professor with some task, tending patients for Madame Pomfrey, or cleaning the castle under Filch's watch. Moyen wasn't sure if, when faced with scrubbing something like Ron had, he could resist the temptation to let Dobby do it in his place. What? Detention on Friday night? When Moyen broke the news, Slytherin's Quidditch captain Flint erupted, nearly leaping forward to wring his neck and force him to take it back. Why didn't you tell him we had Quidditch practice? Itis snapped angrily. Or try to move it to another time? Right, Moyen said idly, fiddling with his fingers. Clearly I don't have the team's best interests at heart. I've forgotten the sacred principle of sacrificing everything, even offending a professor, for the sake of practice. In that case, go ahead and expel me again. It's not like it'd be the first time. The words dropped like stones. A heavy silence fell, and both Idas and Flint flushed scarlet. "I'll go to the head of house," Flint muttered. "He can talk to Professor Elway. This is my last year. Slytherin must win the cup. The head will surely persuade Elway to change the time." Moyen slung his bag over his shoulder, heading off for defense against the dark arts, secretly flashing a little V sign to himself in triumph. The matter was neatly solved. For Moyen, however, defense against the dark arts was hardly a pleasant class. Professor Lupin, shabby and threadbare, was despised by all of Slytherin. Snape's open loathing only made things worse, and the Slytherins unanimously branded him an enemy, peppering him with trick questions, slacking off, or talking loudly in class. Lupin's skill earned the Ravenclaw's respect, and he kept Slytherins in line with steady deductions, but it only made the atmosphere more explosive. Moyen himself didn't care much. He had little fondness for kind-hearted Lupin. During the war, when danger loomed at its worst, Lupin had been willing to abandon his pregnant wife to rush headlong into peril. To Moyen, such irresponsibility toward one's own blood was unforgivable. Still, standing in line and watching the Ravenclaws confront the Boggart made Moyen squirm with discomfort, as though his skin were crawling. Every so often Lupin would cast him a look gentle, searching, tinged with sorrowful nostalgia. It made Moyen's skin crawl. Distracted, when it was his turn to face the Boggart, he lost control. Out popped a vision of Lupin dressed as a middle-aged matron. The Slytherins howled with laughter. They all knew what had happened during Gryffindor's defense class on Thursday, and assumed Moyen was avenging Snape. Their laughter shook the room. Mortified, Moyen quickly transformed the matronly Lupin into a pink pig with a hasty ridiculous, then fled to the back of the line, not daring to meet Lupin's stiffened face. Students clapped him on the shoulder, praising him as brilliant, but Moyen could only force a bitter smile. Speaking of which, tonight he was supposed to teach Harry the Patronus charm. Moyen rubbed his chin, trying to remember where he had stashed the shrunken Boggart chest. Chapter 81. Practicing the Patronus charm. At 6 o'clock sharp, Moyen arrived in the 5th floor corridor. Harry was already waiting, running his hands along the bare wall, knocking here and there. "I've never understood," Harry said, looking baffled when he saw him. "Why can only you open this door? I brought Ron and Hermione once, but they couldn't find it. They thought I'd misremembered the spot. But aren't we here to learn the Patronus charm? Why are we meeting in the potions practice room?" He ignored the muttering portrait of Barnabas and looked at Moyen curiously. "Potions practice room?" Moyen stared. "You think this is the potions practice room?" "Isn't it?" Harry's expression was identical to his. "We always brew here." Moyen slapped his forehead, realizing he had made a mistake. "No, Harry, this isn't a potions practice room," Moyen sighed. "This is the room of requirement, the one from Hogwarts legend. I thought I told you." "No, you didn't." Harry's eyes widened. He stared at the wall, as though trying to find some hidden sign. "It really grants whatever you ask for. I mean anything you want." "Not entirely." Moyen stepped up beside him. "It can't go beyond the laws of elemental transfiguration, Gamp's law, for instance. Food is out of the question." "That's still brilliant." Harry's voice was full of awe, as he gazed at the blank wall. He turned eagerly to Moyen. "So how do we do it?" Moyen explained the method, and before long a smooth door of mountain ash appeared. Harry grabbed the bronze handle, pulled it open and stepped inside. It was a spacious chamber, torchlit like an underground classroom. Along the walls stood wooden bookshelves lined with hundreds of volumes on defense against the dark arts. Instead of chairs, satin cushions were scattered across the floor. Around the room stood practice dummies and magical training tools. "Wow," Harry breathed, looking all around. "This is amazing." Moyen reached into his pocket, drew out a wooden chest he had gone to great lengths to acquire, and set it in the center of the room. Enlarged, it caught Harry's immediate attention. "What's that?" Harry asked, trying to lift the lid only for Moyen to stop him. "A Boggart," Moyen said, patting the chest, which thudded and rattled inside. "We can make it take the shape of a Dementor for practicing the Patronus charm. But not yet. First, you need to learn the spell." "All right." Harry spoke quickly, nervous but determined. "This morning in defense class, Professor Lupin wouldn't let me face the Boggart. When Ron's spider rolled near my feet, Lupin blocked it. I think he believed I couldn't handle it." "How's that possible?" Moyen chuckled. "Even Neville managed to turn his into Snape dressed as his grandmother. Of course you could have done it." Harry frowned slightly. He didn't like Moyen calling Neville an idiot, but hearing the dissatisfaction in Moyen's tone, he let it slide. "Then why wouldn't he let me?" I thought it was obvious, Harry. Mo Yan set aside a bar of chocolate he had prepared. Lupin probably thought you'd conjure up Voldemort. That would have terrified the entire class. My first thought was Voldemort, Harry admitted honestly. But then, I thought of the Dementors. That's perfect. Mo Yan's tone brightened. I was worried I'd need to confund the Bogart into becoming a Dementor, but now it seems I won't have to. Harry rolled his eyes. To him, this was anything but perfect, though it did make things simpler. So they began their Patronus training. Harry practiced with fierce focus, and before long silver vapor was streaming from his wand. Mo Yan suddenly realized that while his own grades surpassed Harry's, when it came to pure white magic, he was nowhere near as gifted. It had taken him 3 full weeks of work just to reach the stage, and 2 more months before he could produce a corporeal Patronus. A knot tightened in his chest. But then he thought of his fluency in darker branches of magic, especially how well his animagus training was going lately. That eased the sting. Is this good enough, Mo Yan? Harry asked happily, watching the silvery mist fade. No, Mo Yan shook his head. You'll need a fully formed Patronus. That's the only sure defense against Dementors. Think of something even happier, Harry. All right. Harry gritted his teeth, clutching his wand. After a long moment of thought, he shouted, Expecto Patronum. A massive burst of silver vapor shot from his wand, and within it, the faint outline of an animal began to take shape. Expecto Patronum. Expecto ha! A towering silver stag erupted from the tip of Harry's wand, galloping around the room in a wide circle. As it ran, the sound of its hooves echoed thundering against the floor. Mo Yan stared, dumbstruck at the stag's graceful form. This time he couldn't suppress the surge of jealousy and frustration rising in him. Who could stay calm, watching their own 2 months of grueling effort matched by someone else in a matter of minutes? True, Harry's stag was only a rough outline, nowhere near as precise as Mo Yan's razor-sharp eagle, but the speed was staggering. And though Mo Yan always carried himself with modesty, inwardly he was fiercely proud, convinced that in both magic and intellect he stood far above his peers. It looks pretty good, doesn't it? Harry said happily, admiring the stag. Of course your eagle's beautiful too, but the stag isn't half bad, right? Yes, Mo Yan forced himself to agree. Well, since it was Harry. Can I try the Bogart now? Harry asked, brimming with confidence. Of course. Mo Yan cast a disregard charm so the Bogart wouldn't sense him. Placing his hand on the lid of the wooden chest, he asked, Wand ready? Yes. Harry gave his wand a firm wave, taking up a dueling stance. And your happy memory? Yes. Harry chuckled, clearly amused by the question. His eyes flicked as though he were revisiting the thought again. Then, Mo Yan whipped open the lid. A Dementor began to creep out, the torchlight flickering, then extinguishing, until the room was swallowed in gloom. Only the Dementor's scabbed, decaying hand glimmered faintly, and the familiar chill pressed in. Mo Yan tilted his head, studying the counterfeit Dementor up close. At last he saw its face clearly, where eyes should have been, only a thin scabbed film of gray skin stretched across hollow sockets. No nose, just a mouth full of jagged teeth, shapeless and lipless, the cracked gray-brown flesh like the bark of an ancient tree. It drew a long, rattling breath. Though not aimed at him, Mo Yan tightened his defenses, forcing his mind to stay empty and calm. Still, he trembled slightly, his vision blurring at the edges. Bogarts might be simple to defeat once you knew the trick, but their deceptive power could be overwhelming if you lost sight of their true nature, or if they struck when your spirit was vulnerable. Worse still, once transformed, they could mimic a fraction of their subjects' power, making them nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum. But only wisps of thin silver mist trailed from Harry's wand. His pupils began to lose focus, his voice fading. Harry! Mo Yan shouted quickly. Ridiculous! He drove the Bogart back into the chest with his wand. Harry collapsed to his knees, drenched in sweat, his face pale and clammy. How do you feel, Harry? Mo Yan pulled over a cushion, helped him sit, and handed him a chocolate frog. Honestly, you did better than me. At least you didn't pass out, embarrassing as that is. Harry wiped his forehead, slowly chewing the chocolate in silence. After finishing it, he rubbed his damp palms on his trousers, drew his wand, and got to his feet. I'm ready. Mo Yan opened his mouth to urge him to rest longer, but after a moment's hesitation, he lifted the lid again. The classroom plunged once more into icy darkness. Harry swung his wand forcefully, Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum. A stream of silver mist burst from his wand. The Dementor faltered, seeming to recoil from the light. Mo Yan was studying its reaction when a heavy thud made him spin around. Harry had collapsed onto the cushion, unconscious. Ridiculous! Mo Yan forced the Dementor back, then rushed to Harry's side, patting his face. Harry's eyes were wide open, unfocused at first, then gradually steadying as he sat up in a daze. Here! Eat this! Mo Yan broke off a piece of chocolate and pushed it into his mouth. Harry, if you don't want to go on. No, I'm not stopping, Harry shouted, fury sparking in his eyes. He snatched the remaining chocolate, shoving it all into his mouth. He ate quickly, greedily, and then suddenly sank into a slump. I heard her voice, he murmured softly. My mother, she wants to protect us, and Voldemort. Mo Yan's face went pale, but Harry was pretending to tie his shoelaces, wiping away tears that Mo Yan couldn't see. I'll try again, Harry said, standing up with determination. It must be that what I'm thinking isn't happy enough, that's why it keeps happening. I have to keep going. Mo Yan hesitated a moment, then reopened the box. Cold and darkness filled the room once more. Expecto Patronum, Expecto Patronum, Harry shouted, Expecto Patronum. Clatter! Harry's wand suddenly fell to the floor, bouncing twice. He stumbled and collapsed onto the mat. Fortunately, Mo Yan remembered what happened last time. This time, he had been watching Harry's expression carefully, and the instant the wand dropped, he forced the Dementor conjured by the Bogart back into the box. What's happening, Harry? Mo Yan asked, puzzled. How could Harry be performing worse each time? Harry looked up at him, eyes dazed, face ghostly pale. I heard my father's voice. He was resisting Voldemort, giving my mother time to escape. Mo Yan searched for comforting words, but his own heart was unsettled. A good father. No, not that, Harry shook his head slowly. I started hearing my mother say, let them go. I thought she meant me and my dad, but he resisted Voldemort first, and died. How could she mean let them go? Mo Yan's chest tightened sharply, almost suffocating. Harry's eyes widened, his body trembling uncontrollably. That's right, she said, let my children go. Chapter 82. The Truth Draws Near. It's hush. It was hush with us back then. Harry suddenly stood, his voice quivering. Mo Yan froze. This was the first time since learning the truth over the summer that Harry had mentioned hush. Mo Yan thought he had prepared himself, but now he realized just how fragile his defenses were. It took all his strength to stop himself from leaping up in shock. Harry paced the room. What did the plaque say? Right, offer sacrifices to the Dark Lord as his loyal followers. Offer sacrifices to the Dark Lord as his loyal followers. Loyal followers. Harry stopped suddenly. His foot hit something. He looked down and saw his wand, his most treasured possession, lying alone on the floor. He saw it, but it was as if he didn't really see it. Yes, it was the traitor, the evil one. How could I never have seen it? It was so obvious. Harry clenched his fists, fighting to steady his voice. I always thought he was killed by Voldemort. Yes, Voldemort was there when it happened, but his target should have been me first. He touched the scar on his forehead, as if replaying the scene in his mind. Then he disappeared, or at least, people believed he was dead, fallen to the Dark Lord. And yet, a Death Eater killed Hugh for it. His voice trailed into a mutter, his face twitching as though every word cut into him. But why Hugh? Why not me? Wasn't it me who caused it all? Who could have been so deranged to want revenge by murdering an innocent baby, even after Voldemort's fall? Suddenly, he snatched up his wand and rushed at the wooden chest. Mo Yan caught it down with one hand before Harry could lift the lid. Harry, what are you doing? I want to hear it, Harry shouted. I need to know what really happened. No, Mo Yan refused instantly. I won't allow you to face a Dementor in this state. If you're not even trying to resist it, if you mean to throw yourself into its influence on purpose, the damage would be unimaginable. I don't care, Harry roared. The cry startled Raphael, who dropped his dead rat with a thump and nearly crashed into the floor. My whole family is dead. I thought it was Voldemort, and I've been ready to do anything to stop him coming back and destroy him. But now, I know my only brother was killed by someone else, someone who might still be free. How can I not avenge him? If I cower away just because of a few Dementors, I'm not fit to call myself his brother. Move aside, Mo Yan. Don't try to stop me. I don't care what it costs me. But I care. The words slipped out before Moyen could catch them, and the moment they echoed in the room, he knew he'd gone too far. He bit down hard on his tongue, foolishly wishing Harry hadn't heard. But Harry had. He froze, then noticed the pallor of Moyen's face white as parchment. They stared at each other, silent, their ragged breathing the only sound. Raphael's amber eyes darted nervously between them. He tucked his head low, claws fidgeting with the limp rat. "My feelings," Harry's voice shook, softening. "You can't understand. You don't know." "No, I think I do, Harry." Moyen drew a deep breath. To hold himself steady, his nails dug into his palms until warm, sticky wetness welled up. "No, you don't understand." Harry suddenly raised his voice, trembling from head to toe. "You've never lost your parents. You've never discovered, years later, that you had a brother, only to learn he was murdered long ago, not even knowing who the killer was." Moyen reeled as though struck across the face, his features twisting in pain. Harry faltered, words dying in his throat, but his eyes burned with stubborn resolve. "No matter what," Moyen rasped, a cold, hollow flame licking inside him, "I won't let you face a Dementor like this. Even for your family's sake, they're in heaven now. They'd never want you to throw your own life away." They locked eyes for several heartbeats, each seeing their own reflection in the other. "Fine." Harry backed toward the door, his tone eerily calm though his eyes gleamed with something close to madness. "Then I'll ask Lupin or Dumbledore or Professor McGonagall or even Snape. At the very least I'll learn what became of that so-called traitor, and why they won't tell me. You can't stop me from that, Moyen." And Moyen truly couldn't. He had no power to stop him. He watched as Harry spun around and slammed the door shut behind him. The crash left the room unnervingly silent. Moyen sank down onto a cushion, burying his face in his hands. Raphael fluttered up from the floor, landing lightly on his shoulder, clicking his beak as he nipped gently at his ear. "What should I do, Raphael?" Moyen whispered. "Harry's getting closer and closer to the truth, and I still don't know how to face it. I'm so afraid, Raphael." "Afraid of what?" He used to give himself plenty of reasons not to reveal the truth. At first, it was the lack of explanation. How could an infant possibly know such things? He had no way to convince others. Later, when he had every certainty he could come forward, he told himself it was for freedom, for the independence of his soul, so no one could seize on his weakness. He didn't want to end up like Professor Snape, utterly used and manipulated by some wily old fox. He told himself he wanted to keep his identity hidden in the shadows, so he could move more freely, do what needed doing. His reasons were so complete, so logical, so persuasive, that even he believed them. He even managed to ignore Harry's pain because of them. But just now, he had felt a fear that cut to the bone. For a fleeting, terrible instant, he almost wanted to cast Obliviate on Harry, to wipe away every suspicion. Almost, because he realized in time that even if Harry forgot for the moment, the truth would resurface the next time he faced Dementors. He might hide it for a while, but never forever. That moment terrified him with the sheer force of his own impulse. He saw, starkly, the resistance and dread rooted deep within his heart. Yes, he was afraid. Everything he had now, his reputation, his standing, his pride, the praise of classmates, the approval of professors, even Harry's friendship rested on him being Moyen Evans. Even if some of that came from teachers indulging suspicions about his birth, it was still, at its core, won by his own skill. The truth was simple. Because he was Moyen, he had all of this. Moyen. Nothing more, nothing less. If people learned he was Hugh, his entire life would crumble. Whether he wanted it or not, whether it was fair or not, he would be forced to carry the burden of his parents' hatred and legacy, and along with it, the weight of others' enmity, anger, care, love, expectations. People would no longer see Moyen Evans, they would see the boy who lived's younger brother, the surviving Hugh Potter. They would scrutinize him 10 times more harshly, seize on his mistakes, mock his foolishness, tear apart his temper while dismissing his achievements, his moods, his pride, his dignity 100 times more easily. His thoughts and soul would remain unchanged, but people's eyes would see him utterly differently. And all of it because of something he had never chosen, his birth. True, people like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, Professor Lupin, the Weasley family, most of Gryffindor. They would likely treat him with more kindness. Harry himself would treat him far better than just a good friend. Yet even then, they wouldn't be looking at Moyen. They would be looking at Hugh. Yes, Hugh was him and Moyen was him. But Moyen wanted people's love and hate to come from him, from his soul, his character, not from an accident of blood. He could bear hatred and hostility, but he could not stomach kindness born of pity. That he despised. And now Harry was drawing closer to the truth by the day, his search more urgent, pressing Mo Yan until he could hardly breathe. Just a moment ago, when Harry stormed out, Mo Yan's fingertips had already brushed his wand, ready to act, ready to make him stop. No wonder my patroness isn't a stag but an eagle. No wonder people say my dearest one is Harry. Mo Yan gave a cold, bitter laugh at himself. His heart was frozen. So the truth is, the person I've loved most has always been myself. Harry sighed. Harry shoved open the door and strode out, his pace quickening until he was outright running. The corridor was empty, only his footsteps clattering back at him. At first, he only wanted desperately to find Professor Lupin and demand answers about the past. But then a nameless dread surged up, slowing his steps as he reached the first-floor hallway. His heart pounded so violently it seemed to shake his eardrums, blotting out every other sound so completely that he didn't even hear Colin Creevy's enthusiastic "Hi, Harry." At last, he reached the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. He raised his hand to knock, then let it fall. The fear inside him swelled, inexplicable and overwhelming, until his legs gave way. Harry sank onto the floor, burying his face in his hands. And had anyone seen them both in that moment, Harry and Mo Yan, they would have noticed how eerily alike they were. The curve of their bent backs, the tremor in their shoulders, the silent shuddering of their bodies. Harry felt as though there was a terrible hollow inside him. Once, that void had been filled with a loving mother, a stern father, and a sweet younger brother. But one day, all of them were gone. Worse still, he had never noticed the emptiness until it was too late. By the time he realized, it had already rotted away to nothing. He couldn't bear to touch it, couldn't stand to think about it, and he couldn't endure being alone in that silent, endless corridor. It was unbearable. "Harry, what are you doing here?" A familiar, kindly voice spoke, one that seemed born to soothe troubled hearts. Its owner was a man worthy of anyone's trust and loyalty. Professor Dumbledore. Chapter 83. Protection and Concealment. Harry's perspective continued. Professor Dumbledore. Harry struggled to his feet, leaning against the wall, until an old yet steady hand grasped his arm and helped him up. "Are you all right, Harry?" Dumbledore asked gently. "I'm fine." But once the urgent hunger for truth eased a little, Harry found he could barely stay upright. Most of his weight sagged onto Dumbledore's arm. Embarrassed, he averted his eyes only to notice Professor Lupin standing in the doorway, watching him with quiet concern. The sight jolted Harry's memory of why he had come here in the first place. His heartbeat, which had just begun to steady, pounded furiously once more. "No, I'm not fine, Professor. There's something I need to ask you. If you'll tell me. No, please, you must tell me." "Come inside, Harry," Dumbledore said softly, guiding the flustered boy into Lupin's office. "Perhaps we can leave this for tomorrow," Lupin said, resting a hand on Harry's forehead. "Right now you ought to see Madame Pomfrey and drink a calming draught." "No." Harry leapt to his feet, voice breaking. He felt certain that if he didn't ask now, he would lose the courage forever. Already, just from sitting there on the floor, the sharp edge of his determination had dulled frighteningly. "Harry, you're in no condition for this," Lupin said sternly. "Remus," Dumbledore replied, calm but firm, "if I thought letting Harry sleep soundly and postpone his questions would truly help him, I would do it. But I know better. A mind gnawed by secrets seldom rests as we wish. Doubt and confusion only deepen its weariness. So ask Harry." He met Harry's eyes with quiet sincerity. "Remus and I will give you answers, though perhaps not all of them. You understand, grown-ups are allowed a few secrets of their own." A wave of gratitude surged in Harry's chest, but the question he was about to ask filled him with panic, spreading through him like poison gas. "I want to know, Professor." His voice shook, his knees too. He licked his lips, trying to steady himself, but it didn't work. "My brother Hugh, how did he die?" For an instant Harry thought he was looking at Mo Yan again, but it was only Lupin, his face bloodless. Dumbledore's expression had shed every trace of his usual warmth, and Harry realized, with a shiver, just how intimidating the headmaster could be when the kindly smile was gone. "How do you know he was your brother, Harry?" Dumbledore asked coolly. "Mo Yan told me." Harry forced himself to hold back his impatience. If he wanted answers, he had to answer first. "He told you he was your brother?" A glint flashed across the half-moon lenses of Dumbledore's spectacles. "No." Harry's cold hands clenched into fists on his knees. "He came to my home, our house in the Housik Valley, and took some photographs. Hagrid had mentioned Hush before, and I'd always wanted to know who he was, but no matter how long I searched, I couldn't find anything. Then this summer, I asked Mo Yan, and he gave me those photos. That's when I realized. He drew a deep breath, staring at a shaft of sunlight sliding slowly across the desk, illuminating a blue ink bottle and a bright red quill. Bitterness welled in his eyes, but he pushed it down. "Oh, Harry," Dumbledore sighed softly, "what you feel inside is nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, the fact that you can feel such pain is a testament to your strength." Harry kept his gaze fixed on the desk, but inside, a raging fire of anger licked at his insides. How could he speak so casually, say such trivial things? "My strength is because of Mom." Harry's voice was icy as he stared at an old teacup on the desk. "But I would rather not have any of this, not have." "Harry!" Lupin couldn't help but stand suddenly, gripping his shoulders. He seemed to want to pass warmth through his hands, but they were cold to the touch. Harry bit his trembling lips tightly, feeling he had made a mistake coming here. "I should have gone to Hagrid, asked him by whatever means Veritaserum or drink. He killed my brother. I can't just let a look of pain excuse it." Darkness cloaked the world outside the window, and cold seeped up from the floor. Even the flames flickering in the fireplace offered no warmth to those in the room. "Harry, did Mr. Evans clearly tell you that Hush is your brother?" Dumbledore asked, seemingly unaware of Harry's anguish, pressing the question. Harry paused a moment, then realized what Dumbledore meant. "No," he whispered. "I saw a photograph of a sculpture, Mom holding me in Hush. He was so small. Of course he's my brother. Could it actually be that he's my older brother?" "No." Dumbledore's expression relaxed slightly, though he still kept his eyes on Harry. "In fact, your guess is correct. But why are you asking now, Harry? I thought you would have asked me over the summer or at the very start of the school year." "Before, I thought Hush was killed by Voldemort. Hagrid probably revealed something by accident, maybe under the influence of drink, but certainly not intentionally. He was so troubled. The real murderer of my parents and Hush was Voldemort." "And then? What brought you to ask this today?" Harry hesitated, then began to recount everything. How he decided to learn the Patronus charm, the voices he heard when facing Voldemort, how recalling the words on the plaque led him to suspect another Death Eater had killed Hush after Voldemort's fall, how Mo Yan had stopped him from learning more from the Dementor, and how he turned to Professor Lupin, his father's closest friend. At first, it was difficult, especially when recounting the voices of his parents. His throat tightened, and he kept his head down to hide the tears. But once he began, it became easier to continue, and he felt a little relief in speaking it all aloud. Throughout his story, Lupin gripped his shoulders so tightly it hurt. Later, he released him, collapsed into his chair, covering his face with his hands, looking older and more pained than ever. Harry looked at him and felt that someone understood his suffering, sharing the same feelings, which brought him comfort and a sense of closeness and reliance on Lupin. "Although it is not yet the right time," Dumbledore said, drawing a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse, "I think you should know some of the facts. It is far better for us to tell you the truth than to let your imagination conjure horrors on its own." Harry stared into those blue eyes, silent, but his heart raced. "When you were in your first year, I told you, Harry, that your mother sacrificed her life to protect you." Yes, Harry knew that his mother's sacrifice had left a mark of love on him so powerful that Professor Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, could not bear to touch him. "But I did not tell you that, on that day, your father and your brother Hush also sacrificed themselves. Yes, I deliberately kept that from you." "But why?" "They were my family. I didn't even know I had a brother." Harry's voice broke, his breath catching as the anger he had just managed to suppress flared up again inside him. "I cared for you too much," Dumbledore said plainly. "More than I cared about you knowing the truth. What mattered to me most was your happiness. I didn't want you burdened with more suffering or shackled by the shadows of the past. I didn't want you swallowed by grief and sorrow. Harry, I never imagined I could hold someone so close in the palm of my hand. All I wanted was for you to live each day safe and joyful." "That's right, Harry." Professor Lupin lowered his hand from his face. Harry noticed his eyes were red. "When we realized he was most likely gone, we all agreed these things should be kept from you. You'd already been through too much. Hugh, if you didn't remember him, it was better not to know at all, at least until you were old enough to bear it." Harry seized on a flaw in his words instantly. "Most likely gone?" His whole body felt icy cold, yet his heart burned hot. "That means he might not be dead, doesn't it? You're not completely certain, are you?" He was so agitated he couldn't stay in his chair. He shot to his feet, palms pressed hard against the table, missing the complicated look Dumbledore and Lupin exchanged. He was too absorbed in his own discovery, his chest pulled tight as though by an invisible cord. He might still be alive, he could be alive. You're not completely sure. If he were alive, he'd be here at Hogwarts. Harry was almost gasping, his breath short and ragged. He clutched his sweaty hands together, eyes shining feverishly. Maybe he's an orphan, maybe someone adopted him, that doesn't matter. I should be able to tell by who looks like me. Second year he'd be in Gryffindor, right? Colin Creevey. His hair's just as messy as mine. Or maybe Mike Rainier, he's got black hair like me too. Harry, Dumbledore sighed. You may have been your younger brother, but not by a year. You were twins. T.W. twins? Harry's voice came up from the depths of a well filled with despair. Every word sounded dragged from that pit. So that means. It meant Hugh truly wasn't at Hogwarts, because Harry knew no one else in the school shared his face. I'm afraid so, Dumbledore said softly. Lupin's mouth opened, then closed again. He wanted to tell Harry that Moyen was likely Hugh, but when he thought it through, they didn't have much solid proof. More than that, Snape's hoarse warning suddenly echoed in his mind. And if he isn't? Better no hope at all than hope offered only to be crushed by their own hands. Harry shut his eyes. His earlier excitement now seemed like the desperate clutching of a madman at a last piece of driftwood. When the warmth of hope cooled, it left behind nothing but an unbearable emptiness. He stood, feeling he could no longer stay with anyone. Well then, Professor. Get some sleep, Harry, Dumbledore said gently. Harry pulled the door open and stepped out. The night air cooled the sweat on his skin, and he shivered. Then, like a bolt of lightning, a thought struck him. Dumbledore had never answered his real question: who was it that killed Hugh? He turned, ready to march back inside, but froze. Dumbledore didn't want him to know. If he had, he would have answered, no matter the digression. Lupin, too, had avoided it. Going back now would yield nothing. Dumbledore chose silence. No one could force the truth from him. Harry narrowed his eyes, then dropped his hand, pulling his cloak tighter. He turned toward the dormitory tower. At one corner, he glanced out the window. The night outside was pitch black. The forbidden forest loomed in the distance, dark and fathomless, like a beast waiting to devour. And at its edge, a faint golden glow burned, stark against the velvet dark. Chapter 84. The mountain, 9 tents built. Harry sighed, continued. Fennel flakes, Harry muttered. Correct, dear, said the fat lady warmly as she swung open, and Harry climbed through the portrait hole. The Gryffindor common room was a cozy, round tower chamber filled with squashy armchairs and rickety old tables. The fire in the hearth blazed cheerfully, with a few students gathered nearby chatting. Across the room, Fred and George were hunched over something they were dismantling with great concentration. Harry spotted Hermione, Ron, Seamus, Dean, and several others clustered around Neville, who looked pale and shaken. I'm telling you, it's nothing to take seriously, Hermione said with that maddening air of superiority she sometimes had. Don't you remember what Professor McGonagall told us? Professor Trelawney predicts a student's death every year, and so far, not a single one has come true. But Neville really saw something this time, Ron argued. And it wasn't just tea leaves. Harry hurried up to his dormitory, rummaged through his trunk, and shoved the invisibility cloak into his bag. Then, thundering footsteps on the stairs, he was back down again. You really saw it? Parvati Patil was asking. Why? Died and fearful. A big black dog? Yes, Neville shuddered. And twice. Twice. Several people squealed at once. You know how I always forget the password and get locked out of the common room. Well, 2 different times, I saw a huge black dog wandering nearby. Harry slipped out through the portrait hole only to hear a voice call behind him. Harry! He froze. Hermione had followed him out. Where are you going? She asked sharply, anxiety plain on her face. Nowhere, Harry said, trying to sound casual. Just out for a walk. You look dreadful. What you need is rest, not sneaking around breaking school rules, Hermione scolded. Harry's heart gave a nervous jolt. Hey, I never said anything about breaking school rules. Then what's this? Hermione tugged at something silver spilling from his bag, liquid-like and shimmering. Why are you taking the invisibility cloak? Harry winced. He'd stuffed it in too hastily, and a corner had slipped into view. His mind raced, and suddenly an excuse popped out, neat and perfect. Hermione, I'm going to see Hagrid. You know what happened today? Yes, of course. Hermione sighed. Hippogriffs really are too dangerous. Hagrid never should have brought one to class. But going to check on him is the right thing to do. I'll fetch Ron and we'll all. Wait, Hermione. Harry cut her off quickly, panicked. What were you all just talking about? What's wrong with Neville? During dinner he saw another omen in his cup. Hermione said dismissively. He's terrified. Omen? A black dog? Harry's stomach lurched. He remembered the enormous shadow he'd glimpsed leaving the Dursleys, that too had looked like a black dog. And he's seen one nearby? Yes, twice at night, Hermione said impatiently. Harry, you don't believe this nonsense too, do you? No, of course not, Harry said quickly. But Neville must be frightened out of his wits. Seeing an omen twice and the real thing, too, anyone would start to wonder, even if they didn't before. You should talk to him. The others only make it worse, scaring him even more with their talk. I'll go see Hagrid on my own. He finished, watching her anxiously. This had to be the most logical, well-constructed excuse he'd ever come up with. He only hoped Hermione would buy it. Hermione hesitated. Clearly Harry's reasoning had swayed her to some extent, but Sirius Black is still out there, she said, frowning. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I can cut straight across the grounds, Harry replied. Black hasn't made it past the Dementors yet, has he? Besides, I've got the invisibility cloak, no one will see me. By the time Harry finally reached Hagrid's hut, half an hour had slipped away. The grass was still damp, looking almost black in the twilight. Harry's shoes were soaked through with dew as he stood at the door. In the darkness, Hogwarts loomed like something out of a nightmare, making the warm glow spilling from the hut's windows all the more inviting. He peered inside through a gap in the door, a gap so wide, for Hagrid, it was larger than Harry's hand. Through it, Harry could see everything clearly. Hagrid sat at the wooden table in nothing but his shirt, his great boarhound Fang resting its head in his lap. On the table stood a goblet the size of a bucket, and judging by the slurred muttering under Hagrid's breath, he had already put away quite a lot. His massive frame swayed in the chair, which creaked and groaned in protest. Earlier that day, in Hagrid's class, a fourth-year Gryffindor had made an offhand remark that angered a hippogriff, earning himself a nasty scratch across the arm. Madame Pomfrey had healed it within minutes, and the boy himself had laughed it off at dinner. He'd even bragged about it as though it were a mark of pride. But clearly, Hagrid had taken it hard. Things turned out easier than Harry expected. He knocked. A deep voice bellowed, "Come in." Hagrid glanced up only briefly when Harry stepped inside, then returned to staring into his goblet. "Reckon that's a new record," he mumbled thickly after another gulp. "Don't think anyone's ever sacked a teacher inside a week." "It's not your fault, Hagrid," Harry said quickly. Spotting that Hagrid's goblet was nearly empty, he scanned the room and found the giant barrel of mead. Grabbing another goblet, he filled it and tipped the contents into Hagrid's cup, a task so heavy it nearly winded him. "They all say I rushed it," Hagrid muttered, staring miserably at the drink. "Should have waited a while before bringing hippogriffs into class." If he'd listened and treated the hippogriff with respect, he wouldn't have been hurt at all. "We're only third years and none of us had any trouble," Harry said breathlessly, setting the bucket-sized goblet down at his feet. Watching Hagrid drain half of it in one go, Harry felt a pang of guilt. "Don't worry, Hagrid. We'll stand by you." Tears welled in Hagrid's dark eyes and ran down the creases of his face. He hauled Harry into a crushing hug, ribs threatening to snap. "Oh, Harry." Soon Harry's hair was damp, and he realized Hagrid was choking so hard on his sobs that he could barely speak. "Harry, Harry." The simple, gruff gamekeeper's voice now carried centuries' worth of sorrow. Suddenly, Hagrid released him, tipped back his goblet, and downed the rest in a single swallow. He shook the empty cup, then staggered to the barrel, scooped another gobletful, and dropped to the ground to drink right there against it. Harry rubbed at his aching ribs and quietly watched him gulping drink after drink. His instincts told him it wasn't yet the time to ask questions. Hagrid wasn't drunk enough. "My fault. All my fault. Can't do anything right. Dumbledore trusts me so much." Hagrid let out a great sob, then drank again. The mead spilled down his chin as he muttered hoarsely, "My fault." Harry knelt beside him, pressing a hand to his arm. "It's all right, Hagrid. We all know how hard you try. It's not your fault. I love your lessons." Hagrid suddenly flinched, staring down at Harry with wide, unfocused eyes full of terror and pain, as though he were seeing something far away. "No," Hagrid murmured, tears the size of beans streaming down his wrinkled face. "What is it?" "Hush." Hagrid's voice was almost strangled. If Harry hadn't been pressed so close, he might not have heard a word. "Hush," Harry's voice trembled. The truth felt right in front of him, within reach. Hagrid gazed at Harry, his eyes brimming with tears. It was me. I watched him take. Hush, I didn't know. I never expected. You two were so close before, like one person. Who is he? Harry almost wanted to grab Hagrid by the shoulders and shake him, trying to force the answer out. I really didn't know at the time. I didn't know. Hagrid seemed not to hear Harry, just repeating himself desperately. You two were inseparable, like brothers, James. You trusted him more than anyone, even Dumbledore, who could have imagined he would betray you. Harry froze for a moment, then realized Hagrid was speaking as though he were his deceased father. The person his father trusted most betrayed him? Who was it? Harry suddenly felt as though he couldn't breathe. Hagrid, who is he? He shouted. Harry's voice made Hagrid shudder, and the big, furry face contorted even more. Excuses. Hagrid slammed his cup down hard, wailing. All excuses. Dumbledore suspected long ago someone close to them had betrayed them, and you never even considered it was him. No brain. Foolish. You deserve to be expelled from Hogwarts. He lifted the cup, drinking the rest in one go, then opened his mouth to catch the drips forming at the rim. Hagrid, Harry snapped, grabbing the cup and yelling, Who is he? James. Hagrid suddenly grabbed Harry's arm, shaking him violently. At least I protected Harry. He would have taken Harry too. Think about it. If I hadn't, the grass on Harry's grave would be half a person high by now. Then he shook his head violently, clutching it and rocking on the floor. No, it's my fault, all my fault, if I had realized back then. I don't blame you. Harry calmed himself, taking Hagrid's hand. In a near whisper, he asked, just tell me, who took Hush? Who? Hagrid said, confused. Of course it was. Chapter 85, Detention. Suddenly, Hagrid burped, blinked, as if he had forgotten what he was going to say, then stood up and dipped the cup into the barrel of liquor. Harry could take no more. He stood and shouted with all the air in his lungs, Hagrid. Hagrid's massive body trembled, then toppled headfirst into the barrel. Harry jumped, rushing to pull him out. Hagrid swallowed a couple of gulps, then lifted his head himself. He shook his head like a dog, splashing water onto Harry, and then finally noticed Harry standing there, staring at him as if for the first time. What do you think you're doing, eh? Hagrid bellowed. So sudden, Harry stumbled back. You shouldn't be running around after dark, Hagrid scolded, grabbing Harry by the arm and pulling him toward the door. Come on, I'll take you back. Ron and Hermione actually let you go out alone at a time like this. Get up. Draco yanked back Moyen's bed curtain, and the sudden glare hit Moyen's eyes so sharply tears sprang to his face. What are you doing, Draco? Moyen rubbed his eyes, annoyed. Up. I've been up for half an hour, Draco crowed, then hauled Goyle and Crabbe out of their beds. Get up. You're sleeping like pigs. Blaise didn't wait for the energetic Draco to pull him. He leapt out of bed, one trouser leg still dragging on the floor. Moyen groggily sat up and checked the time. It's only 5:30. Draco, are you mad? It is 5:30, Moyen. Draco grinned, propping himself on the bedpost. Come on. The early bird gets the worm. Thanks, Moyen mumbled darkly. I'm pretty sure my digestive system still counts as human. You enjoy your early bird worms alone. He flopped back under the covers. When Draco shouted again, Moyen pulled the quilt over his head and magically sealed the bed, curtain shut. Never mind, Draco. Moyen won't get up before he has to, Blaise said, fastening his tie in the mirror. What's so important this early anyway? Draco relented, and on hearing Blaise, brightened up at once. There's good news this morning, you'll see when you come with me. Moyen lay there. He couldn't very well tell them the truth, that last night, returning late, he'd seen the sorrowful Potter being roughly dragged back into the castle by the big gamekeeper, and that he wanted to go see how many points Gryffindor had lost. If Draco knew he was gloating, he'd be angry, so Moyen thought it best to stay hidden. Draco, pleased at the idea of leaving Moyen behind, puffed off with the others to the great hall. When their door shut, Moyen dragged the covers down and exhaled. He didn't know what Harry had asked Lupin last night or how Harry would react if they met again. He wanted to hide as long as possible, maybe even take a long sick leave, but Madame Pomfrey stood in the way. That old unbeatable excuse wouldn't work. Oh well, whether I stick my neck out or keep it in, it's the same risk. Moyen sprang out of bed, already missing the training equipment and the ornate European bed in his temporary dorm. With a bang, Dobby appeared, balancing a high stack of hats on his head. Mr. Evans, Dobby has something to report. Speak, Moyen said, tying his long hair back with a pale purple ribbon edged in silver. He'd let it grow long first because he envied the white-clad heroes in old films. Later he realized long hair suited him and never chopped it off. It had already reached his waist. Mr. Dak is missing, Mr. Evans. Dobby searched everywhere but cannot find him. Dak. Moyen's chest tightened. Had Sirius been spotted by a Dementor? Yes, sir, the house elf said anxiously. Mr. Dak often wanders off and only comes back for meals, but he never returned last night. Last night? Moyen immediately thought of Harry. Maybe Sirius had followed him and overheard something. If that were the case, Sirius's disappearance would make sense. Looking at the timid Dobby, Moyen couldn't help but sigh. Back then, Klitsch had arrested Montons across all of England with no clues, yet Dobby couldn't find a single large black dog inside tiny Hogwarts. Were the house elves of the Black family simply too powerful, or the Malfoy house elf too weak for mistreatment? Ignoring Hogwarts' powerful protections and the age difference between Dobby and Klitsch, Moyen straightened his collar and idly considered borrowing another house elf. Don't worry about Dak's wandering, he said. If he can find his way back himself, let him roam. Catching that traitor sooner would be ideal. Moyen could do it himself, of course, but letting his godfather seize Peter Pettigrew with his own hands might ease some of that crushing guilt. The only danger was timing. If his godfather acted on impulse, he might kill Pettigrew outright, leaving no chance to clear his own name. Still, Moyen didn't mind giving him a little help. He pulled out another copy of the Marauder's map and handed it to the elf. Dobby, this map shows the movements of Hogwarts students and teachers. When you have spare time, keep an eye on where the new professor goes. Dobby took the map, staring wide-eyed at the shifting ink. But why would Mr. Evans want to watch a professor? The elf piped. That's against the school rules. That's why it won't be me watching, Moyen said sternly. It will be you. You're not a Hogwarts student, nor a Hogwarts house elf. The school rules don't bind you. A flicker of fear crossed Dobby's tennis ball-sized green eyes. Moyen's lips curved into a cutting smile. This professor is strange. He seems to be hiding unusual secrets. He may even threaten Harry's safety, just like Professor Quirrell did in first year. So Dobby, we watch him for Harry's sake? You don't need to follow him up close. Just check the map and see where he goes. Dobby will do it, the elf squeaked, uncertain but puffing out his little chest. Good. Moyen praised him lightly, flicking a crease from his sleeve. Dobby let out a nervous giggle. And one more thing, don't take Leia and the others out the morning after tomorrow, Moyen added. But sir, weren't you planning to practice spells with Harry Potter? That was the plan, but, Moyen tugged irritably at his collar. Do as I say. Yes, sir. Moyen went down to breakfast with the grim calm of a man marching to his doom. But once he reached the entrance of the Great Hall, he saw Harry showing no sign of suspicion. In fact, the black-haired boy seemed positively deflated. Aside from his usual mess of hair, he looked like a plant struck by frost. Hermione and Ron were trying to coax something out of him, but Harry just slumped there, stabbing his chocolate-cream bread with his fork as if it had personally wronged him. Moyen exhaled in relief. It seemed Harry hadn't pressed anyone for answers, though there was no telling whether he'd go chasing Dementors again. Back at the Slytherin table, he found 4 boys already seated, picking at bowls of porridge without enthusiasm. What's the matter? Moyen asked Draco as he sat down. You were cheerful enough this morning. Did you walk into a door on your way out? What's that supposed to mean? Draco demanded. Moyen pulled at his own face. Blank expression. Face like a slab of stone. Draco shot him a glare and sighed, stirring his porridge moodily. Moyen glanced at Blaise instead. Blaise snickered and nodded toward the house, point hourglasses. Draco saw Potter dragged in by Hagrid last night for sneaking around. He thought Gryffindor would lose a mountain of points. Came running down this morning eager to gloat, but the Gryffindor hourglass showed no loss of rubies. If anything, there seemed to be more. Moyen shook his head, serving himself a fried egg and a cup of milk, frowning as he prepared to eat. There you are, Moyen. I thought I'd have to track you down in the greenhouses. A heavy hand clapped his shoulder so hard he nearly fell face first into his plate. Flint, Moyen snapped, glaring around the table as if to decide which item of food would make the best projectile. Ha ha ha. Flint gave a sheepish chuckle, withdrawing his hand. Then, grinning ear to ear, he said, Professor Elway agreed. What? Mo Yan asked absently, lifting his pumpkin juice and eyeing Flint with suspicion. Professor Snape just told me Professor Elvay has agreed to change the time of your detention. Mo Yan blinked. When? This morning. Flint heaped 2 meat pies onto his plate as he spoke. After herbology, you're to report to the Ancient Runes classroom. The Ancient Runes classroom? What kind of detention could there possibly be in an empty Runes classroom? At once, an image flashed through Mo Yan's mind himself, clutching a filthy rag, scrubbing floors in misery. He shivered. But the elven professor didn't make him scrub floors or walls as Mo Yan had dreaded. By the time he reached the classroom panting after climbing 8 flights of stairs, though he knew dozens of shortcuts that could have taken him straight to the 8th floor, still, every minute wasted was a minute gained, and surely the professor couldn't keep him past dinner. Could Heath classroom had already transformed into the familiar woodland illusion used during lessons. Shade from tall trees dappled the ground, warm sunlight filtered through the canopy in scattered flecks, and the air was cool and fragrant with blossoms, stirred by a gentle breeze. Professor de Beandes Elvay sat serenely in the crook of a tree, knees drawn up, as though listening to the music of the forest itself. You're here? He gave Mo Yan a soft glance and said simply, sit. The clarity of that gaze seemed to pierce straight through his little stalling act. Flushing, Mo Yan awkwardly sat down at the lone stone table in the center clearing. Upon it rested a bottle of pale, green ink, a quill fashioned from some unknown bird's feather, and 2 sheets of parchment, one filled with 20 basic runes, the other blank. 20 ancient runes, Professor Elvay instructed. Write each one 10 times. Once you're finished you may leave. So it was just copying. Mo Yan let out a sigh of relief, dipped the quill, and began writing on the blank sheet. The moment the tip touched parchment, he felt something strange. The ink carried a subtle force, neutralizing or binding the magic in the runes he wrote. The characters looked right but held no power. Was the professor trying to make him practice drawing true runes with this peculiar ink? Of course it wouldn't be that simple. The first rune, length, was child's play. He had managed it in their very first class. Professor Elvay had only called it barely functional, but Mo Yan had thought it decent enough. Yet as soon as he finished, the rune vanished. Mo Yan stared, unsurprised, then set himself to try again. Once, twice, 10 times, 20, 100. He wrote and rewrote horizontally, vertically, in squares, circles, elongated strokes. He even discreetly enchanted the quill, the parchment, and the ink itself. Still, the parchment remained stubbornly blank. Now, red-faced and straining, he was attempting a method he'd read in novels, imagining his own magic flooding into the rune as he wrote. If you need the lavatory, you can just say so, Professor Elvay remarked, glancing down at him. I'm not an unreasonable elf. No, Mo Yan muttered, scratching his hair, ears burning. With a faint arch of his brow, Elvay leapt lightly from the tree, glanced at the empty parchment, and narrowed his eyes. You are clever, he said, displeased but far too impatient. With a sweep of his hand, he erased every charm Mo Yan had laid upon the tools. If you truly write with patience, placing each stroke precisely where it belongs, you will find the rune remains. Cheeks burning, Mo Yan lowered his head and began again, stroke by stroke, following the professor's model exactly. On his 5th attempt at last, the rune length appeared on the parchment. Mo Yan froze, astonished. The finished character thrummed with strange energy, radiating such force that if not for whatever restraining agent the ink contained, the classroom itself might have warped under its power. A hair's breadth of error, and the result was useless. Precision meant everything. An almost irresistible urge seized him to try again, this time with his own ink, to test the rune's full strength. But a glance at the professor, now returned to his perch in the branches with his tranquil air of communion with nature, kept him in check. For now, he could only grit his teeth and go on copying the rune over and over. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, was all this forced meditation of Elvay's really just for show, meant to keep him from accidentally blowing the classroom apart? Mo Yan gnawed the end of his quill, frowning in suspicion. Chapter 86, The Joke Shop. After Mo Yan finished writing all 20 ancient runes 10 times each, he still had more than half an hour before lunch. He thought for a moment, and decided to go to the kitchen and make something himself. He had been craving braised lion's head meatballs with crab for a long time. Hiss hiss. As he turned a corner, he heard an odd noise nearby. Turning around, he saw Fred and George peeking out from a castle portrait's window. Need something? Mo Yan tapped the door knocker on the portrait with his wand, then stepped through the opening, entering a room that mirrored the scene inside the painting. This was the secret room the twins had discovered at the end of last term. After learning that Mo Yan had found a secret passage that could be accessed by jumping from a window, their mischievous focus shifted from pranks to discovering even more hidden chambers in Hogwarts. They leapt from every window and balcony, casting spells on every statue and painting they found. Mo Yan had even seen them talking to empty walls twice. During that time, the Gryffindors were anxious. These ever-energetic twins seemed to have completely lost their minds. But the results were impressive. For only 1 month of visits to the infirmary 23 times, the twins discovered 7 secret chambers and 13 hidden passages. 2 led to Hogsmeade, others to common rooms, different floors or classrooms, some to professors' offices, and 1 even extended under the lake. Strangely, the water was held back by an invisible barrier, never seeping in. Why the passage had been built remained a mystery. After generously sharing their discoveries with Mo Yan, he had told them about the Room of Requirement. They rarely used it, though the twins preferred the lively environment of the common room for inventing and doing homework. Mo Yan looked around the room the twins had named Picket Pit. It was currently like a storeroom, filled with boxes of all sizes. Some were labeled W, some W&M with the item names written nearby. Sneezing Banana Fizz, Inescapable Silver Sick, Long, Tongue Toffee, Canary Cream Candy, Dung Bombs, Hairs, Whopping Pumpkin Juice, and more. "How did you get all this money?" Mo Yan asked, eyeing the boxes. "These materials must have cost a fortune." No, Fred said, holding up a finger and shaking it. "Actually, we didn't spend a single galleon." "Then how did you get it?" Mo Yan asked, puzzled. "Remember that passage under the lake?" George grinned triumphantly. "We traded with the mermaids." "Check this out." Fred climbed a shelf and pulled out a long box labeled W&M, called a water lantern. "This thing glows underwater. It's simple to make, cheap, and the inventor was a genius." "The mermaids love it," George added, winking. "To prevent imitation, we went all out to make it look complicated and difficult." Trading the water lantern for their materials was unbelievably profitable, Fred said, caressing the box. "The mermaids store all sorts of potion ingredients, even red desert dates." "How did they get them?" Mo Yan asked, knowing that red desert dates only grow in deserts. "Who knows?" Fred shrugged. "All that matters is we benefited. So, the Weasley Joke Shop is opening." Mo Yan realized they had been dying to say this the whole time and quickly congratulated them. "Don't say that, Mo Yan," George giggled. "The joke shop is yours too." "What does it have to do with me?" Mo Yan raised an eyebrow, glancing at the W&M logo. "That's right, Weasley and Mo Yan," Fred said, pointing to the emblem. "Originally, it would have been Weasley and Evans, but we thought W&M looked better, so we used that. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. In fact, he loved it. But I didn't make the water lantern, and most of the things marked with this." Mo Yan looked at items like correcting quills and mad wands, remembering he had never participated in making them. "I never even heard of them." "You have seen it." Fred winked mysteriously, speaking slowly, "and the prototype was handed to us by you." "Wait." Mo Yan narrowed his eyes, suddenly recalling the contraband items he'd sorted from the Room of Requirement, and the things Filch had given him. "Don't tell me." "Exactly as you think," George said. "See?" Fred smiled. "So most of these products have a bit of you in them, though you didn't take part directly. Without what you gave us, we couldn't have invented half of it. Especially the water whistle that was our foundation. So we think the Weasley Joke Shop should include a share for you. Specifically, 20%. Plus, if you don't like that portion, we can negotiate." "I don't like it," Mo Yan frowned. "I only gave you stuff. You did the research. You traded the water whistle with the merpeople. You made and sold the things. I'm getting too much." "Oh, Mo Yan," George sighed. "Don't be daft. Who'd ever complain about too much good stuff, especially galleons?" "If we hadn't had the water whistle, we wouldn't even have the money to make Sneezewort sweets," Fred said, all solemn. Seeing him like that made Mo Yan feel oddly off kilter. "But now our goods filled 2 secret rooms. The joke shop could open any time. A few days ago we sold some quills that correct mistakes, and some of the earlier little things used the first takings to place an ad in the Daily Prophet, and we're running mail order. We got our first order today. Soon vast sums of galleons will be dancing straight into our pockets." "We owe it all to you, Mo Yan," George said seriously. "Without your initial help, we couldn't have made our dream happen. If it weren't for Mom, we'd have left school by now. I reckon we don't need full-time education anymore." "Yeah, I think so too," George said cheerfully. Isn't learning just for galleons anyway? If Mrs. Weasley knew I'd put that idea into your heads, she'd kill me. Moyen shuddered, remembering the howler Ron once received. Relax, we were only joking, Fred soothed. School life's actually quite fun, George added. At least it's safe. If we really left, you'd have to dig our bodies up from the vegetable patch. All right, Moyen couldn't help laughing. 20% it is, but I've got a few more little inventions for you, otherwise all those galleons will just burn a hole in your pockets. One more thing, Moyen. Fred cleared his throat. Spit it out. Moyen rolled his eyes. Tell me your real reason for dragging me into this so I can be crushed. It's nothing really, Fred said. We placed the ad in the Daily Prophet under a false name. But if Mum sees it, she'll suspect. Well, we actually received a letter this morning. So, Moyen sneered. What else could we do? George said. Of course we denied it immediately. And said that, actually, it was all your doing. Moyen had to restrain the urge to kick the two of them. He clenched his fists until they popped, and, grinning fiercely, said, 30% or die. Though his 3 rounds of community service ended quickly, Mo Yan had fallen in love with the feeling, the surge of magic so vast it far outweighed the effort of writing a single successful rune. From then on, in ancient runes, he refused to stop until every stroke was perfect. Because of this, he even asked Professor Elway to teach him how to prepare that special ink. Once, Mo Yan had sneaked into the Forbidden Forest and tried using ink brewed with unicorn tears to write the rune for growth. The result? Every plant within 10 meters shot up like towering trees, and the actual trees, well, Mo Yan didn't dare look. It took all his strength to wrestle free from a single leaf curling tight around him, and he tumbled head over heels back to the castle, just barely escaping before the professors arrived. After the Bogart lesson, Professor Lupin brought them all sorts of fascinating creatures, redcaps, kappas, and other dangerous beings. Defense against the dark arts quickly became one of the most popular classes, even among the Slytherins, who grudgingly admitted Lupin was the best data professor they'd had in years. Still, since Snape and Lupin were sworn enemies, Slytherins naturally stood firm behind their head of house. Look at those robes, Draco would jeer loudly whenever Lupin walked past, so patched and frayed he looks like one of our house elves. Most Slytherins, however, didn't provoke a professor so directly. In class they stayed cold and uncooperative. Outside class, they either passed Lupin without a glance or tossed him a contemptuous look and a derisive snort. Yet Lupin always responded with mild, patient smiles, except when it came to Mo Yan. Whenever his eyes lingered on him, they carried a sorrowful tenderness that made Mo Yan's skin prickle with goosebumps from head to toe. Eventually, the boy learned to keep his distance whenever that prematurely aged professor was nearby. Care of magical creatures was no less eventful. After the hippogriff incident, Hagrid had tried to switch them to disgusting flobberworms, but Mo Yan rallied all of Slytherin in protest. From then on, they practically got to order which creatures to study, and Hagrid always managed to fetch them out of the forest: golden unicorn foals, moon cows that danced on their hind legs, blue mute birds freckled with pale yellow spots, even amethyst, colored horned camels. Draco himself admitted, for a big oaf, he's not bad at teaching, just has terrible taste in textbooks. As for the Monster Book of Monsters, aside from that very first class, it had been left to gather dust at the bottom of every trunk. Meanwhile, Slytherin's Quidditch team endured Flint's grueling training 3 times a week. The weather grew colder, wetter, darker by the day. Still, no matter the mud, rain, or biting wind, Flint drove them mercilessly. Mo Yan, for his part, actually enjoyed practice, though he did add other exercises to keep from ending up bow-legged. Between study, training, and extra drills, his free time dwindled to nothing. Since their first Patroness lesson, Harry had grown withdrawn, sometimes even snapping in sudden bursts of temper. He visited Hagrid often, but always returned downcast. I want to keep learning the Patroness charm, Mo Yan, Harry said one evening after stumbling back from Hagrid's hut. Can you promise to fight with everything you have? Mo Yan asked seriously. No letting yourself get distracted by your parents' voices, no lowering your guard on purpose, just to dig for the truth. Harry opened his mouth, but no words came. Then it's no, Harry, Mo Yan said flatly. I'll teach you the Patroness, but I won't let you endanger yourself. By the way, didn't you ask Professor Lupin about it? What did he say? He tried to sound casual. Professor Lupin and Dumbledore don't seem to want me to know too much. They wouldn't tell me anything. Harry's tone was dull, his shoulders slumped. Later, I asked Hagrid. He'd been drinking, and he said it was my father's best friend who betrayed him and killed Hugh. Harry's eyes stayed fixed on the drifting leaves outside the window, his voice slow and heavy. But when he sobered up, he just hauled me back to the castle. I never learned the name. You've been visiting him all this time for that? Mo Yan asked, idly rolling his wand between his fingers. Harry nodded. But he hasn't been drinking lately, so I haven't had another chance. Do you think? His gaze shifted to Mo Yan, eyes red-rimmed. Do you think it could have been Sirius Black? Chapter 87. Change and Acceptance. The wand slipped suddenly from Mo Yan's fingers. He snatched at it, catching hold of the tip just in time. Why did you think of him? Mo Yan asked slowly. Because of this. Harry's green eyes darkened as he looked at Mo Yan's wand. He pulled a crumpled newspaper from his pocket, spread it open, and jabbed a finger at the page. Most heinous crimes, Sirius Black. Mo Yan stared at the paper, clearly read and reread so many times the folds were worn and frayed. Nearly every one of Rita Skeeter's half-truths had been underlined. Phrases like the Potters trusted Sirius above all else, their dearest friend, a sacrifice from an ancient pure bloodline, the pure, innocent victim, a mad act of desperate revenge, all marked in glaring red ink. Harry pointed to the Potters trusted Sirius above all else. When Hagrid was drunk, he mistook me for my father. He said he saw that man take you away. That man even asked to take me too, but Hagrid refused, I suppose because I was the boy who lived. Harry swallowed hard, as if the words themselves lodged like stones in his throat. Anyway, Hagrid didn't know he'd already betrayed my dad. He hid they were closer than brothers. My dad trusted him more than Dumbledore himself, so Hagrid let him take you. If Sirius Black didn't do these things, then why would the papers print them? Harry said darkly. And Mr. Weasley, he made me promise not to seek him out. Even Ron knows. Why else would they say that? Why would I ever want to find someone who wants me dead unless I had a reason? I do have a reason. I have to find him. Because he's the one who destroyed my family. The fury and hatred burning in Harry's eyes sent a chill down Mo Yan's spine. If that hatred was left unchecked, what would become of Harry? Mo Yan, do you remember at the end of first year? Harry's voice was cold, his gaze locked on Mo Yan's. When you kept the Philosopher's Stone for me, I didn't speak to you for half a year. And now look what you're doing to me. About Hugh, about this. You've been hiding the truth again, haven't you? Mo Yan's head snapped up, stunned, unable to reply. Hugh, you said all that was left of him was pain. And you were right. Harry's voice trembled with intensity. But what about Sirius Black? He was my parents' closest friend. He betrayed them. He killed my only brother. And now he walks free. All of you know the truth, but you've all hidden it from me. Don't I, of all people, deserve to know? What makes you think I knew? Mo Yan asked hoarsely. Your wand. Harry's gaze flicked back to it. He noticed Mo Yan's grip so tight his knuckles had gone white. I've never seen you lose hold of your wand before. Mo Yan stared silently at him. Perhaps Harry had only just realized it himself, but once he had, he must have thought long and hard. Every word he spoke now was low, steady, certain none of the rashness or impulse of before, only careful resolve. Hatred truly was the fastest way to force someone to grow. But secrets and lies, they carved the deepest rifts. Mo Yan had never been able to forgive Harry's deceptions, yet he had never been fully honest with him either. Thinking back, he could hardly tell which words he'd spoken to Harry without calculation, straight from the heart. He had always tried to shield him, making choices on his behalf, keeping him apart from danger and pain. But had he ever stopped to ask, was that what Harry even wanted? Was hiding the truth in the name of protection truly better than letting him face it? Or was it in the end far more cruel? Mo Yan's face paled, his expression sinking. Every time Harry turned to Ron and Hermione, ignoring him, Mo Yan burned with jealousy and anger. But what right did he have? When he read the books, hadn't he despised Dumbledore for keeping silent even when he knew the truth? Silence that left Harry prey to Voldemort's tricks, that led to Sirius's death. And yet, when it came to himself, what was the difference? I'm sorry. Mo Yan drew a sharp breath and said it abruptly, into the silence. Harry paused, then shook his head. You don't have to say that. I know you're all looking out for me, but I want you to know I'm not a child anymore. I need to take responsibility, and I don't want to hide behind anyone. The professors, they always act like I don't understand things, but I think we're the same age. You should be able to understand. Mo Yan sighed quietly. In terms of mental maturity, he was an adult too. He couldn't help thinking of the old Tanshan sage. Harry, I do have my own thoughts on this matter, he said, but they may not be what you want to hear. No matter what, Harry said deliberately, I'm ready. Mo Yan glanced around. No one was there, no portraits, no signs of life, just empty walls. They were in a corner of a first-floor corridor, unusually clean. Next to them was a modest window, unadorned, revealing only French plane trees outside. "I think," he began. "Sirius Black is the person they've been talking about." A flash of steel appeared in Harry's eyes. "I don't think," Mo Yan continued. "He's a traitor." "What?" Harry exclaimed, incredulous. "That's right, Harry. I don't believe Sirius Black is a traitor. He's been wronged," Mo Yan said firmly, "especially after hearing what you just said." Harry glared at him in fury, but after a long moment, he took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself. "Why, Mo Yan?" "Many reasons," Mo Yan said cautiously, a faint sadness in his heart. "Some things he could never tell anyone. For example, Rita Skeeter never mentioned a trial. I think he was thrown straight into prison after being arrested. Or if Sirius Black had been cruel enough to kill 13 muggles and a wizard, then at his arrest there wouldn't have been just 7 Aurors injured and no one killed when cornered. A Death Eater doesn't hold back. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have resisted at all," Mo Yan thought bitterly. "Also, if he had the ability to escape, why stay in Azkaban for 12 years? We all know how terrifying Dementors are." Harry frowned. "I don't think that proves Sirius Black's innocence." "Indeed," Mo Yan said. "What really convinced me was what you said. Black tried to take you, but Hagrid didn't agree. If he truly wanted revenge on Voldemort, why didn't he kill you?" "Maybe because of Hagrid. Don't forget, Hagrid had been expelled, his wand broken. If Sirius Black had wanted to kill you, Hagrid wouldn't have had the power to stop him." Harry fell silent. Mo Yan knew he was thinking of Hagrid's pink umbrella, so he wasn't entirely convinced. "Also, you said that at the time Hagrid didn't know about Black's supposed betrayal, so he still trusted him, right? Think about it. If Black had tried to ambush him, what would have happened?" Harry's face went pale. With Hagrid's usual carelessness, he could never have avoided a calculated attack from someone he knew well. So if Sirius Black had wanted to, he could have killed Hagrid, you, and Hush. But he didn't. "But Hush really did disappear," Harry said, breathing hard. "And if Sirius Black is innocent, why did so many people die?" "Because those people weren't killed by him." Mo Yan was silent for a moment, then reluctantly admitted, "These are indeed issues. I think we need to gather more information." Harry remained quiet for a long while, then nodded. "And Harry," Mo Yan called his name, then faltered, worried he might embarrass him. "Go on, Mo Yan," Harry said, catching his hesitation. There was resignation in his tone, as if he knew he still had a long way to go before others would truly treat him as an equal. "I'm not made of glass." Mo Yan smiled faintly. "Harry, I'm not belittling you. It's just a fact. I believe you have the courage to face anything, even Voldemort. But do you really have the strength to face it?" Harry's expression darkened. After a moment's thought, he lowered his head and shook it. "Exactly." Mo Yan's voice was calm. "Voldemort is a wizard as powerful as Professor Dumbledore. Sirius Black fought off a team of Aurors and still injured 7. Compared with them, our strength is negligible. If you truly want to face them, Harry, you'll need brutal training. You'll need to become stronger, strong enough at least to protect yourself when the time comes. From first year, you should have realized what lay ahead. Voldemort possessed Quirrell and tried to steal the stone to return to life. But even at such a critical moment, he risked exposure just to try to kill you during Quidditch. In second year, the basilisk appeared. It wasn't after you, but you were still attacked, nearly killed. And now Dementors swarm outside the school, all because of one escaped convict. Whether it's those Dementors, supposedly here to protect you, or Sirius Black himself, when you faced them, you had no power to resist. Harry, when you hear the Dementors, you hear your parents dying for you. To this day, countless people are still ready to stand before you, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Lupin, the Ministry of Magic, and me." Mo Yan cleared his throat awkwardly. "Plenty of others in the wizarding world as well. But if the enemy truly wants you dead, they'll find the moment you're outside that circle of protection. What will you do then? Against Voldemort and the Death Eaters, you'll have no choice but to fight. There's no safe middle ground. In those moments, only your wits, your courage, and your strength will stand between you and death. It's not like in class, where frogs sit there stupidly while you practice spells, or where you can just chant an incantation and fling it out. It will be real battle. One mistake and you could be killed. You could be tortured. You could watch your friends die in front of you. That is what we're facing. As long as Voldemort lives lurking in some dark corner of the world, waiting for rebirth, this threat will never leave your side." "You said you were ready for anything. Then Harry, are you ready for this?" Have you thought about your life, your future? Have you prepared yourself for the battles to come? Moyen's voice grew hard. Injury, torture, death, endless fear and dread. Are you truly ready? Harry's brows furrowed, his face pale. He stayed silent for a long time. No, I'm not, he said at last. But if I start now, it isn't too late, right, Moyen? Of course not. Moyen smiled faintly, with guilt and pity in his eyes. Honestly, I shouldn't even be telling you this yet. You're only 13. You're 13 too, Harry shot back, glaring at him. All right, I'm 13 too, Moyen admitted with a wry smile. A muffled pfft of laughter broke the heavy air. It cut off almost instantly, as if the culprit had been strangled mid-snicker, but the sound had been clear enough. Moyen stiffened and glanced around. At the corner of the hall hung a small, empty portrait frame. The laughter seemed to have come from there. What is it, Moyen? Harry asked curiously. Nothing. Just that a painting overheard our little talk. Moyen drew his wand, weighing which spell might best serve as a quick cover-up. That's not a big deal, is it? Harry said softly. So what if a painting heard us? We didn't exactly spill any secrets. Indeed, there were no real secrets, but he had only revealed more of himself in the process. Moyen reflected that he had already exposed enough of himself. After all, there's no point in hiding when the debt is already too large to worry about. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't believe any spell he cast on this canvas could actually stop Dumbledore or anyone else from getting the information. Forget it. He sighed and lazily withdrew his wand. Chapter 88. The Silence Potion. Expecto Patronum. The silver stag charged into the Dementor that the Boggart had transformed into. The creature skidded backward, and Moyen quickly used his wand to push it back into the box. Excellent, Harry, Moyen said, panting with admiration. Harry's face glistened with sweat, and at Moyen's praise, he grinned broadly. So next, we can start learning offensive spells, right, Moyen? Any plan? Start with the basics. Expelliarmus comes first. Moyen handed Harry a piece of chocolate and popped one into his own mouth, mumbling, even the spells you've learned before need to be reviewed. You have to master everything, because even simple spells can have great effect if you know how to use them. I understand. Harry wiped the sweat off his wand with his sleeve. You used Wingardium Leviosa back in first year to take down a troll. Many adult wizards can't even do that. Can't say take down, it was just unconscious, Moyen mumbled. You're going to make me blush. Harry laughed at the embarrassed expression Moyen tried to hide behind his hand. Adjusting his wand, he asked, so after reviewing spells? Then we gradually move on to more advanced spells, Moyen said seriously, while mentally checking his plan for any flaws. Not just offensive spells, but defensive and utility spells too, Accio Apparate, Point Me and so on. Very useful. You'll also need to study runes and potions. Other subjects can be learned later, following the school's pace. Potions too? Harry's expression made it look like Moyen was forcing him to swallow a fly. Of course, Moyen said with a faintly amused look, stopping Harry from protesting. I don't expect you to become a master potion maker, Harry, but you should be able to brew 5 antidotes and 3 commonly used counter potions. You should also recognize the characteristics of common potions, like healing draughts, compound potions, and elixirs of life and death. You don't need to brew them yourself, but you must identify them if someone else uses them on you. I'll also make you a compact storage device for carrying some emergency potions. And there's this. Moyen produced a bottle of pale red, semi-transparent liquid. The fluid inside moved smoothly and evenly whenever the bottle was tilted. What's this? Harry asked, opening the cork and wafting the bottle, noticing no scent at all. Silencer potion. Harry blinked. What's it for? Remember Hagrid telling us about the silence birds? Moyen didn't answer directly. Instead, he shifted the topic. Silence birds only cry at the moment of death. Their feathers can be used in Veritaserum and memory potions. I remember, Harry said, a bit puzzled, unsure why Moyen was bringing this up. That day, after a student had been scratched by a hippogriff, Hagrid had wanted something calmer for care of magical creatures, so he had them look after flobberworms. Moyen had led a protest. Whatever he'd done to his own flobberworm, the plump creature refused to go anywhere near him. In the end, under the threat of a Slytherin walkout, Hagrid switched the lesson to F-hoopers. Harry admitted the brightly colored birds were far more pleasant than slimy worms, but Hagrid's growing dislike of Moyen worried him, especially after the poor F-hooper they returned was half bald. Hagrid had exploded in fury, Yet Mo Yan had produced a reasonable excuse that left him helpless, though from then on, the tension between them only grew sharper. 3 drops of Veritaserum, and you'll spill your deepest secrets without realizing it, Mo Yan explained. The frightening potion. The ministry has strict regulations on its use, but to the truly wicked, laws mean nothing. In care of magical creatures, I plucked a few feathers from that F-whooper. Harry snorted. That bird had been nearly bald by the end. A few feathers was an outrageous understatement. All right, more than a few, Mo Yan admitted, but I used them to brew Veritaserum. Then, I developed something against it. A counter potion I call Mute Draft, also made with F-whooper feathers. Take it once a year and Veritaserum won't work on you. Like a vaccine? Harry asked, recalling how Muggles used them to prevent diseases. More or less, Mo Yan said, rubbing his nose. Harry swallowed the Mute Draft, waiting for the cool sensation to fade from his bloodstream. After a moment's silence, he tossed the bottle aside. Mo Yan, November's nearly here. Yeah, Mo Yan answered, thinking Harry meant Quidditch season. The corner of his lips lifted. Slytherin versus Gryffindor, we won't be holding back, Harry. Harry gave a derisive snort. This is Gryffindor's year. We'll win the cup for sure. But I wasn't talking about that. It's Hogsmeade week and next week. Right, get the cloak ready. Don't tell Hermione she might run straight to a teacher. You know, sneaking out to find Sirius Black is a bit risky. Mo Yan's tone was casual. Then, he added, by the way, you 3 haven't been together much lately. Had a row? Sort of. It's Ron and Hermione. Her cat, Crookshanks, keeps trying to catch Scabbers. They make a racket every night in the common room, and now neither Ron nor Hermione will talk to each other. Harry's voice dropped. Mo Yan, this passage we'll use it won't be found out by the professors, right? Relax. Hogwarts is full of secret passages. If one doesn't work, we'll use another. On the 4th floor, there's a one-eyed, humpbacked witch statue. It's one of the best routes. Mo Yan waved his hand, as if sneaking out of the castle were no more trouble than pouring a glass of water. Though come to think of it, why wait for the twins to hand over the Marauder's map? He could make one himself. His version even marked more passages and chambers than the old map. The castle had changed, and some routes on the original no longer worked. His map was always up to date. He had already copied one for Dobby, though the very next day, Sirius had stolen it away. Making another would take him only 2 or 3 days. An early Christmas gift for you, Harry. Mo Yan's eyes glinted mischievously as he pulled out a square of parchment, waiting for Harry's doubtful, dismissive, surprised, and finally delighted expression. That settles it then. Harry grinned like a fool, his hand pressing against his pocket, where the map now rested. Mo Yan was sure that the moment they parted, Harry would rush off to test it. All right, see you, and don't forget, keep your mind calm and blank before bed, Mo Yan reminded him. Clearing his thoughts before sleep, that was a clumancy practice. Even though Mo Yan was confident no legilimency could pierce his mind, he still trained every night. Without a trusted partner to practice with, he could only guess how strong his defenses truly were. Harry, restless and prone to wandering thoughts, found a clumancy as difficult as Mo Yan found casting a Patronus. Though far too advanced for Harry just yet, Mo Yan still insisted he practice nightly. With enough discipline, perhaps Harry could begin real occlumency by the start of 4th year. By the time they separated, night had fallen. The moonlight was bright, and though curfew loomed, Mo Yan strolled back toward the dormitory, savoring the view. Suddenly, he froze. A massive, shaggy black dog crouched beneath an oak tree, its head tilted towards something on the ground, no doubt the Marauder's map he had just given away. What startled him even more was not the ginger cat lounging lazily beside it, but the sleek, graceful black kitten at its side. Leah! Mo Yan couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder he'd seen so little of her lately. She'd been off with Crookshanks hunting Scabbers. Yet the lazy cat was anything but drowsy now. It padded along the branches as if on patrol, every movement quiet and deliberate, like a sovereign surveying its realm. Mo Yan instinctively scanned the area, and, sure enough, not far off, a brown owl perched warily on the highest branch, like a loyal soldier on guard. Mo Yan glumly watched Dark fiddling with the Marauder's map. What kind of magic did his godfather possess to have absconded with both his and Hermione's pets? Raphael was proud and loyal, Leah obedient and sweet. Mo Yan's trust and affection for them far exceeded that he had for most people around him. Seeing the 4 animals sitting together so harmoniously, he furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. But Harry now had the Marauder's map. Could he find the godfather first? Mo Yan stroked his chin and grinned slyly. Pure faith. After speaking the password, he stepped into the common room and immediately sensed something off. The gazes of those present held a faint mix of resentment and coldness. Mo Yan's hand instinctively rested on his wand as he debated whether to check the notice board. Mo Yan, Edmund called suddenly, come over here. Mo Yan hesitated, then walked over. Edmund, Wendy, and 5 other greeters were seated around the fireplace. Outstanding students from each year sat on the periphery, while the rest had long since returned to their dormitories. Sit, Mo Yan, Edmund said with a wry smile, glancing at Mo Yan's right hand. No need to be so cautious. I trust this has nothing to do with you. This thing? Mo Yan asked, confused. What thing? Draco rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Mo Yan, when are you going to start paying attention to what's happening around you? You're probably the only one who still doesn't know about this afternoon's commotion. And Harry, Mo Yan silently added in his mind, though he was still baffled. Edmund shook his head silently, pointing to the clutter on the table. Mo Yan looked and his expression immediately darkened. Chapter 89. Conflict between two houses. At first glance, the items on the table seemed ordinary: quills, candy, wands, hats, gloves, notebooks, bread, juice, firecrackers. Some were damaged, scorched. Others were brand new, still bearing the mark he had seen recently. W&M. Mo Yan narrowed his eyes, raised his chin slightly, straightened his back, and assumed the alert stance of a crouching leopard. During dinner, much of the food at the Slytherin long table was tampered with, a complete disaster, Edmund said gravely, his face taut like iron but calm. 35 Slytherins ate the spiked food. The school supplies of 7 students who were in the library studying or reading were swapped. As of now, 22 are receiving treatment in the infirmary. 13 will be fine by tomorrow morning, 7 can return within a week, but the remaining 2 are in serious condition. Mo Yan bit his lip. If Edmund had spoken with a stern tone or the others had directly scolded him, he might have turned and walked away. But this tired, calm voice and the heavy silence left him feeling uncertain and uneasy. 6. Dear greeter Harold Pave caught a cold a few days ago. The stimulant potion he took reacted badly with the nosebleed nougat he accidentally consumed today, causing blisters the size of infant fists all over his body. They explode on contact, and the liquid is highly corrosive, indirectly injuring 3 others, Edmund continued, his face for the first time showing genuine anger. And first year Astoria Greengrass accidentally drank what should have been a harmless juice that turns hair into red flames. Somehow it actually ignited, causing burns on her back, neck, and face. Both have now been sent to St. Mungo's. Mo Yan's chest tightened. Burns, how cruel for a girl. Disfigured? He asked, his voice dry and trembling. Not necessarily. St. Mungo's healers can still be trusted. The reply didn't come from Edmund, but from a pale-faced girl sitting at the edge of the circle. Her lips were bluish, her posture ramrod straight, as if sheer willpower held her up, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. Mo Yan recognized her. She was in his year. Because she usually trailed around with Pansy Parkinson's crowd, he'd rarely paid her much attention. For a moment, he couldn't even recall her name. You probably don't even know who I am, do you? And we've been classmates for 2.5 years. The girl caught the flicker in his expression, and the fragile composure she had forced upon herself shattered. She burst out laughing, the sound sharp, frayed, almost hysterical. But look at you, always so close with those Gryffindors, tutoring them for extra points, shielding them from the head of house, fighting alongside them, even helping them stand against your own housemates. What about us? What are we supposed to be to you? Her voice climbed so high and shrill it seemed only bats might hear it. Finally, fury choked her words altogether. If not for Pansy Parkinson clutching her tightly, she might have launched herself at Mo Yan with clawed fingers aimed for his face. Daphne Greengrass, Wendy snapped. You're here only because we allowed it, for Astoria's sake. Don't forget your place. Parkinson, take her back. Pansy leapt up, dragging the wild-eyed Daphne, eyes wide, lips parted, struggling every step out of the room toward the dormitory. Daphne is Astoria's older sister, Wendy said coolly, watching the 2 retreat. She's been unsteady ever since she returned from the infirmary. Then her gaze sharpened on Mo Yan. Mo Yan, we believe you wouldn't side with Gryffindor against your own housemates. But after the incident, we investigated. This afternoon, the Weasley twins were selling certain things in the Gryffindor common room. A Hufflepuff boy bought some for us. And according to rumor. She hesitated, then finished, according to rumor, all of those things were actually yours. We believe you, Mo Yan, Edmund said quietly, but we need an explanation for the sake of avoiding further mistrust and division. Mo Yan glanced around. Every eye was on him. Some were cold, a few openly hostile, but most simply steady waiting. Yet somehow, he almost wished they'd accuse him outright. The way Daphne had it would have felt easier to bear. It wasn't me. He drew in a long breath, a taut string inside him quivering at the words. He defended himself countless times before teachers, classmates, even family and friends. Once it had been before police and victims, long before that, before his master and fellow disciples. He'd lied more times than he could count, spinning excuses thick enough to fill a dictionary. But this was the first time he had spoken plainly, honestly. It wasn't me. The instant the words left him, a strange feeling rose within him, odd, but not unpleasant. I did work with the Weasley twins, to invent a few small things, Mo Yan admitted, but from creation to sales it was all them. When Mrs. Weasley confronted them, they used my name to dodge punishment. As for the selling, he frowned. They told me only that they'd placed an ad in the Daily Prophet. I didn't know they were hawking them in the common room. Edmund nodded, saying nothing. Wendy's brow arched, about to speak, when Draco sitting just behind her cut in, but Gryffindor went too far this time. I say we strike back. Mo Yan caught the slight crease in Wendy's brow. Indeed, Edmund agreed with a firm nod. Gryffindor must be taught a lesson. Slytherin pride cannot be sullied. Mo Yan, do you have more of these products ready? With full house support, how quickly could you produce a first batch? Or perhaps the real question is, drawled Delia Ebel, a 6, dear Mo Yan, will you even join us in taking revenge on Gryffindor? Her tone carried a sting of mockery, but Mo Yan felt no irritation. Delia was Harold Puff's girlfriend. The two had been inseparable since last Halloween. I can't provide the same items, Mo Yan said evenly. Most of those were the Weasleys' inventions. But I do have other things. Raw materials ready for use. They'll need some work if we want them to look convincing, but functionally. With a flick of his hand, he set several jars and vials on the table, thick, colorful concentrates, ointments and pellet-like stones that clinked faintly. The group stared. Those seated nearest instinctively leaned back from the table, but their eyes shone with a hungry gleam. Over the next few days, injured students from Gryffindor and Slytherin kept being sent to the infirmary. Although most of the Weasley twins' products were harmless, there were always a few cases that went wrong. Some students had sensitive constitutions, others had ingested conflicting foods or potions, and sometimes improper magic was applied by those nearby after an incident. In short, the rivalry between the two houses escalated rapidly, and the infirmary quickly became overcrowded. By the third day, Slytherin began to gain the upper hand. In terms of both resources and craftsmanship, Slytherin far outmatched Gryffindor. Gryffindor students had bought their joke items themselves, whereas Slytherin's products were made personally by the greeters of each year and distributed for free, completely incomparable. During breakfast one day, Dumbledore announced a new rule from Filch. No purchasing products from W&M Joke Shop. Of course, the ban had the opposite effect. Many students who hadn't known about or used the items before suddenly started asking how to get them. The Weasley twins received a flood of orders. Despite having missed 2 days of classes due to their growing antlers, they were grinning from ear to ear. Filch, accompanied by Mrs. Norris, patrolled the corridors desperately trying to catch students using the forbidden items. Many students from both houses missed classes, and although a few from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were affected, they remained silent. Only one Hufflepuff boy spoke out at breakfast, criticizing the madness of the two houses, and ended up being carried off to the infirmary by a series of unfortunate incidents. The long-standing rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor had fully erupted under the influence of these prank products, and the professors' attempts to dock points and impose strict rules only drove the students to act more covertly and recklessly. So when Mo Yan received a note written in long, delicate handwriting over the weekend, he merely raised an eyebrow. It didn't surprise him in the slightest. "Are you going to the headmaster's office?" Harry whispered from behind the hunchbacked witch statue, hidden under his invisibility cloak, glancing at the Marauder's map in his hand. Filch was coming up from the 3rd floor, trailed by Mrs. Norris. "It's Hogsmeade weekend. How could Professor Dumbledore call you now? This is the first time 3rd years get to visit Hogsmeade." "Can't be helped," Mo Yan said, shrugging. "Dumbledore probably knows I didn't submit my application form." "Snape!" Harry muttered a couple of curses under his breath, then reluctantly pressed his lips together when he noticed Mo Yan's displeased expression. So our Hogsmeade plan is ruined? He asked. Seems so, Mo Yan sighed. I'll go myself. Harry gritted his teeth. Mo Yan hesitated, intending to stop him, but the words that came out were, be careful. Don't go near Dementors. It's better to find Hermione and Ron first. Avoid isolated areas. Mo Yan, Harry interrupted impatiently, then glanced at the map, rolling up the parchment and tucking it into his robes. I'm not going to recklessly stick my neck under the enemy's knife, split left and right. He tapped the stone wedge, and a hole just big enough for a slender boy to slip through appeared. Don't worry, you're right. My life was bought with many others' sacrifices. I won't throw it away lightly. Mo Yan nodded but remained worried. A real Dementor was leagues more powerful than his Boggart transformed one. If Harry thought he could handle a Boggart Dementor the same way, he would be in serious danger. By the way, Harry poked his head back out. Professor Dumbledore called you because of the recent incidents, right? Probably. Mo Yan, you. What? Mo Yan raised an eyebrow. Never mind. Harry looked at him for a moment, shook his head, and slipped into the hole as it slowly sealed behind him. Mo Yan frowned, wondering what Harry hadn't said, and what had made someone normally so frank suddenly hesitate. Hey, what are you doing here? Planning to toss a dungbum or splash paint on the wall? I'll catch you. Mo Yan stepped out from behind the statue, smiling faintly. Hi, Filch. Hands in his pockets, his fingers brushed the circular, looped handwriting on the note, but he didn't give a thought to how he would answer Dumbledore's questioning. Chapter 90. A conversation in the headmaster's office. Fizzing was bees, Mo Yan said. Ah, you must be Mo Yan Evans, the stone beast said in a deep, resonant voice, glancing at him. It jumped aside, revealing a spiral stone staircase that seemed almost like a self-moving escalator. Mo Yan stepped onto the stairs, and as the walls closed completely behind him, the stone beast watched him without a blink. He ascended in a winding path, finally arriving at a gleaming oak door, its handle a bronze lion-headed griffin ring. Mo Yan grasped the ring and knocked 3 times. The door opened automatically. Inside, numerous silver instruments whirred and hissed, releasing clouds of smoke that made the room dimly lit. Portraits of past headmasters dozed in their frames along the walls. Behind the door, a magnificent gold and red phoenix perched silently on its stand. As Mo Yan entered, it lifted its head, watching him with keen interest. The sight made him tense, reminded of the deep scar on the back of his hand. Dumbledore sat in his high-backed chair behind the desk, wearing a purple robe. A quill and a stack of parchment lay before him, suggesting he had been reading documents before Mo Yan's arrival. Good afternoon, Professor, Mo Yan said, closing the door behind him. Ah, good afternoon, Evans, Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. Please have a seat. Yes, sir. Mo Yan took the high-backed chair opposite the desk. Thank you. I believe, Evans, Dumbledore began, his tone serious, you must. Suddenly, the normally calm fox transformed into a streak of fire and lunged at Mo Yan. Instantly, the alert Mo Yan sprang from his seat, brandishing his wand like a knife in a swift arc. Fox rebounded with even greater speed, and with a sharp cry and a loud crash, the phoenix collided with the wall. A yellow-faced wizard with short black bangs shrieked as he and his portrait fell to the ground. Evra! Several snoring portrait dwellers shouted, eyes snapping open. Dumbledore sprang to his feet, flicked his wand, and the portrait returned to the wall. Evra clutched his waist, crying out in pain, while a long, silver-haired elderly witch in another frame rushed over to assist. Fox, back to your perch, Dumbledore commanded. The phoenix, clearly unwilling, folded its wings and returned to the stand. Dumbledore then turned to Mo Yan, his sharp blue eyes fixed on him. Fox, have you ever offended it? If you count ugliness as offense, Mo Yan said coolly, then perhaps. But your phoenix actually tried to assassinate me last winter. For a moment, Mo Yan thought he saw a bright flash in Dumbledore's eyes, but it vanished instantly. As he sat back, the headmaster appeared as kind and aged as ever. Mo Yan. Mo Yan's brow twitched. Dumbledore had changed the way he addressed him so quickly. I imagine you've been very busy lately, haven't you? Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, a faint teasing in his tone. Yes, Professor, Mo Yan replied, a bit dumbfounded. He was certain this wasn't what Dumbledore had intended to say earlier, nor was it what he had expected had the brief incident with the phoenix revealed something. Was it about his lack of manners toward the bird? Suddenly, Mo Yan realized he had spoken without thinking, essentially confessing something unintentionally. He hurriedly added, Third, Year courses are far more difficult than second-year ones. But I suspect it's not a problem for you, is it? Dumbledore continued along the same thread. Of course not, Mo Yan said, studying Dumbledore's expression. I've always believed that even the simplest knowledge, if neglected, will make the truth painfully clear to us. For example? Dumbledore asked, a deeper smile forming. For example, failing a class, Mo Yan said solemnly. Exactly right, Dumbledore replied, a look of approval on his face. I'm pleased to see another student in the school who values their studies as much as Miss Granger does. The effort you put in now will lay a solid foundation for your future. Back in my school days, I always thought there was nothing more joyful than reading. Would you like a glass of tomato lemon juice? Yes, thank you. Mo Yan held the pale red liquid, but didn't drink it, instead inhaling its faint lemon scent, letting his mind gradually calm. A person's eyes can reveal so much. Having long learned to use them as a tool, Mo Yan had always been skilled at reading the emotions and thoughts behind a gaze. If earlier Dumbledore's eyes had held doubt, caution, and curiosity in that brief, complex instant just now, his blue eyes contained only mild relief, tolerance, care, and compassion. Being looked at like that, indulging in his own ramblings and tangents, Mo Yan felt a warmth, a moment of relaxation, until he immediately realized the shift in his own mind. Moments ago, he had almost forgotten just how cunning, sly, and calculating this old fox really was. No wonder after Harry was ultimately betrayed by Dumbledore and forced to face death, when he met the deceased Dumbledore at King's Cross Station, he bore no resentment, only deep respect and love. Dumbledore was, in essence, the ultimate master of hypnosis. Mo Yan could barely imagine. If Dumbledore had looked at him this way from the start, would he still have harbored hostility? Looking further back, if Dumbledore had regarded Tom Riddle with this same gaze and mindset 50 years ago, would Voldemort even exist? At the same time, Mo Yan was certain that Dumbledore had likely harbored suspicions about his identity before, but in that brief instant, he had finally confirmed that he was, in fact, Hugh Potter. Mo Yan didn't understand how they had recognized him. Last time, it had been serious, it made no sense. He had thought it might be some birthmark, even positioned 2 mirrors to study himself for a long while. Yet the area Sirius could see the face, head, neck, arms, and feet besides scars from previous Death Eater encounters, bore nothing particularly distinctive. In the end, Mo Yan had to admit, he found nothing, guessing it must have been some other reason though he couldn't figure out what. And now Dumbledore's recognition was even more perplexing. Could it be that as a baby he had somehow offended Fawkes, and the noble Phoenix had held a grudge ever since? Ridiculous! Since he couldn't figure out the reason, Mo Yan set it aside. What mattered now was the established fact. Dumbledore already knew he was Hugh, but obviously had no intention of revealing it. Mo Yan, though relieved, felt a cold flame of anger licking at his insides. In that instant, he had an almost overwhelming impulse to tear apart that calm, composed, always in control face, exposing its cunning and greed. So he smiled, even more gentle and deferential than before. I think perhaps it's time we had an honest conversation, Professor Dumbledore. Excellent, Dumbledore said. That's precisely what I've been wanting to discuss. I've always wanted to ask you a question, Professor, Mo Yan said, setting down his cup and folding his hands on the table. How do you view Slytherin? Slytherin? Dumbledore seemed slightly surprised by the question, but quickly smiled, appearing pleased. Slytherin is one of Hogwarts' houses, valuing pure blood and power. As the Sorting Hat tells us, it has sincere friends, but also cunning, treacherous students. Regardless, they are all my students. That's what you wanted to know. All your students? Mo Yan raised his face, letting out a short laugh. So, Professor, do you truly treat all your students equally, without giving any preference based on their house attire or family background? You overestimate me, Mo Yan, Dumbledore said, sitting up slightly, speaking with measured honesty. Even the most just and rigorous figures in human history could not answer affirmatively. Humans are always biased. For example, I have always paid the most attention to the passionate, outgoing, and generous Gryffindor students. Yes, I have sometimes given them extra leniency. This is a bias an old man cannot correct. Though I've always tried to love the quiet, calm children more, perhaps I can never truly be selflessly fair. That is my weakness, as you know. Mo Yan stared into Dumbledore's eyes and saw only sincere guilt, even a hint of vulnerability. He felt uneasy. This was not the conversation he expected. Wasn't Dumbledore supposed to appear kind and magnanimous? Since when had he become so candid? Your favoritism is understandable, but I believe that in the recent events, Slytherin has suffered more than just unfair treatment, Mo Yan said coolly, carefully controlling the pace of the conversation. We endured serious attacks and injuries, yet Gryffindor has not paid a proportionate price. I'm afraid I cannot agree with you on that point, Mo Yan, Dumbledore replied lightly. In the past 2 days, the number of Gryffindors visiting the infirmary has equaled the combined total from the other 2 houses previously. In the Great Hall, Gryffindor students were attacked 3 times as often as Slytherins, and absences from class were 1.5 times higher. I believe they have already paid far more than they should have for their recklessness on the first day. But the points deducted and punishments in detention and labor for Slytherin were twice those of Gryffindor, Mo Yan said, his tone detached. That is because Slytherin attacked more people, Dumbledore asked sharply. Do you think those who harm their own housemates should not receive appropriate punishment? Of course they should. Mo Yan raised an eyebrow, pride in his expression, eyes narrowing slightly. All the potions in Slytherin were made by me. I am willing to accept any punishment for that. But I also know this. The injuries Gryffindor students sustained could mostly heal in a day or 2 in the infirmary. Even if no intervention were applied, symptoms would disappear naturally in anywhere from a few seconds to a couple of weeks. Yet Harold Puff and Astoria Greengrass are still innocent. Mungos. I have not seen a single Gryffindor take responsibility for that. So it's because of this, Dumbledore sighed softly, a little more relaxed than before. Mr. Puff's condition was an accident. The Weasley twins are far behind you in potion making. They didn't anticipate the interaction between the potion's ingredients and other compounds when experimenting with nosebleed nougat. For that, Gryffindor lost 50 points, while the Weasleys have been experimenting on themselves, almost to the point of missing all their lessons. I do not claim their methods were right, but they are already working to make amends for Mr. Puff's accident. And what about Astoria Greengrass? Mo Yan ground his teeth. She was nearly disfigured. Oh, that incident, Dumbledore said seriously, was also an accident. Before Miss Astoria Greengrass drank the hair-changing pumpkin juice that day, her sister, Miss Daphne Greengrass, cast a small charm on her hair to make her natural curls appear smoother for the new hairstyle. To my knowledge, the smoothing potion and straightening charm do not conflict with hair-changing pumpkin juice. Mo Yan frowned. He had invented that potion himself, and the Weasley twins were the first to use it, turning their red hair into Draco's platinum. It was one of the few W&M products he understood fully. Yes, that is correct, Dumbledore said. But Miss Greengrass used a rare, minor dark magic charm, highly unusual but effective. Its duration and effect surpassed similar charms or potions we commonly see. You would not know the principle or effect. When mixed with the armadillo bile and the pumpkin juice, it generated abnormal heat. Daphne, Mo Yan murmured, realizing that his anger and agitation were slowly subsiding. He pressed his lips together, feeling powerless. He was used to leveraging his youthful appearance and mature mind to catch others off guard, but even with decades of prior life experience, he felt clumsy in front of Dumbledore. This afternoon, Minister Fudge will be visiting Hogwarts. I expect the school to be in proper order, Dumbledore said lightly. The Weasley twins have stopped selling joke products in the common room, and will not continue mail-order sales until their products are fully perfected. I believe Slytherin will return to peace as well. Wouldn't you agree, Mo Yan? Perhaps. Mo Yan licked his lips, unconvinced that he held such sway over Slytherin. Perhaps Dumbledore had already had the same conversation with Edmund or the head of house. He had expected point deductions or detention, but since Dumbledore hadn't mentioned anything, it seemed there would be no punishment for his actions. Surprising, yes, but not unbearable. He knew the meeting was over, though the discussion had not gone as he had anticipated and likely not as Dumbledore expected either. It was far from the worst-case scenario. In fact, it had gone rather well. Mo Yan stood to take his leave. Dumbledore rose as well. As he approached the door, Mo Yan suddenly remembered a detail Dumbledore had mentioned, and his heart skipped a beat. Minister Fudge is coming to Hogwarts this afternoon? Yes, Dumbledore smiled. That's correct. See, someone spotted Sirius Black near Hogsmeade, so the minister will be coming personally to investigate. Mo Yan's face turned pale. So he's not in Hogsmeade right now? Is he there? Judging by the timing, yes, he is. Minister Fudge will stop at Hogsmeade first, and Professors Hagrid and McGonagall have already gone on the school's behalf to greet him. Mo Yan knew Dumbledore was watching him, yet he couldn't stop his face from paling even further. Harry had gone to Hogsmeade too. This time, Would he hear that Sirius Black was the Potter family's secret protector? If so, all the effort Mo Yan had spent guiding Harry to question the inconsistencies in Sirius's supposed guilt would have been wasted. And if they confronted Sirius again, would Harry and the others give him a chance to defend himself? Or, as Professor Snape suggested, would they just hand him over to the Dementors? Fudge! Hadn't he only come during the last Hogsmeade weekend before the holidays? How could he be here so early? Sirius Black! Why was he being exposed so soon? Had the Marauders' map made him overconfident? Chapter 91 Halloween Feast. What are you doing here? A sharp voice sounded at his ear. Mo Yan opened his eyes to see Snape frowning at him. Standing, Mo Yan said, straightening slightly. Professor, perhaps thinking as well. An excellent excuse, Snape sneered. Thinking while leaning against the corridor wall on the 4th floor. Surely Hogwarts, or even the Ravenclaw library, offers more inspiration than a blank wall. Small space can contain a world, Mo Yan blurted. He saw Snape's brow furrow even deeper, though a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. Realizing his phrasing was muddled, he tried again. Blankness is a kind of state, at least it allows more room for imagination. Snape's lips tightened into a thin line. If you could use some of that idle imagination for something serious, Hogwarts would be far more peaceful and orderly. Mueller said that if the vitality of youth and relentless curiosity disappear, life loses its meaning. Mo Yan yawned lazily. Professor, you're stifling the most important meaning of life. Foolish Muggle philosophy, Snape snorted in disdain, moving on. Those trivial little things of yours. They won't be distributed in the house anymore, I know, Mo Yan interrupted coldly. The headmaster spoke to me about this not long ago. Snape stared at him in silence. Mo Yan smiled mockingly, a sharp thrill of provocation running through him. He desperately wanted to clash, fight, argue with anyone, just to vent the growing panic inside. He could feel something he never wanted happening creeping closer, and he had no way to delay it. Very well, though I have more than my share of foolish students, I still hope they can make it to graduation safely, rather than having their wands snapped and being thrown out. With that, he turned and walked away, his black cloak stirring a gust of wind behind him. Mo Yan licked his lips, restraining the urge to continue provoking him. Hurting someone might temporarily ease one's own tension, but it should never be this man in front of him. Compared to years of his own restraint, this sudden, inexplicable fear seemed insignificant. What would Harry do when he was in pain? Do sit-ups in a dark cellar? Mo Yan let out a soft laugh at his own imagination, closed his eyes, and leaned back against the wall, waiting quietly. Suddenly, the witch statue clicked, and a black-haired boy crawled out from a narrow opening. He stumbled slightly upon landing, then steadied himself. His face was pale as paper, ghostly. Harry! Don't say anything, Mo Yan, Harry said, his expression blank, his voice slow and measured. Please, don't say anything. I just want to be alone for a while. His green eyes were hollow, his entire frame radiating a fragile vulnerability, as if he might shatter at any moment. Yet beneath that fragility, there was a strange strength, an unknown force holding him together. Mo Yan froze, his outstretched hand suspended midair, watching as Harry staggered away. The 13-year-old boy walked with a slight stoop, eyes seemingly unable to see the path ahead, his back lonely and sorrowful. This Harry was no longer the curious, timid child who first entered the magical world, nor the stubborn, careless Gryffindor, nor the reckless innocence shaped by Dumbledore's protection, nor the angry, blunt youth shaped by Snape's harshness. He was a boy, growing ever more silent, and pained under a veil of protection that in truth only caused him harm. Mo Yan slowly lowered his hand, pressing it against the tear-like ache in his chest. Was this pain Harry's or his own? Had he truly been wrong? A deluge of sweets landed on the table in front of Mo Yan. Draco flicked his hand and sat beside him, followed by Blaze, Goyle, and Crab. Fizzy Whizbees, Honeydukes coconut ice, Pepper Imps, Ice Mice, and free to share milk fudge, Draco said cheerfully. I would have brought milk mints and filled candies too, but I couldn't fit any more. Try them. It's a pity you can't go to Hogsmeade, Mo Yan, Blaze said, taking 2 almond cakes. Zonko's has so many prank items. I wanted to get your opinion. Even if you thought about it with your toes, Zonko's stuff still wouldn't match what you make, Mo Yan, Draco said disdainfully. At least I haven't seen anything that can turn someone into an animal. True, Blaze said, swallowing slowly. Just thinking about Percy Weasley, the pompous head boy, turning into a red-haired monkey makes me laugh. And Ron Weasley, Draco added, dreamy, a hopping little mouse, just like his crude pet. Too bad it only lasts a few seconds. Mo Yan, next time make it last longer, at least a few minutes, so everyone can enjoy it properly. Blaze suddenly noticed Mo Yan wasn't listening and hadn't even unwrapped a single milk fudge. Mo Yan, what's wrong? Nothing, Mo Yan said, taking a deep breath. Professor Dumbledore spoke with me today. Professor Dumbledore? Draco paused mid-bite. Did he give you a hard time? Unlikely. Dumbledore wouldn't trouble a student, Blaze said quickly, seeing Draco roll his eyes at him. I think he just wanted to prevent further conflict with Gryffindor. Last week got out of hand. They started it, Draco muttered, stabbing his fork into the mashed potatoes. But Mo Yan, how many points did we lose? None, Mo Yan shook his head. But we can't do that again. Draco and Blaze both exhaled in relief. Predictable outcome, Blaze said, sipping pumpkin juice and glancing at the table. It's rare that Dumbledore didn't dock any points. What a shame we can't play anymore, Draco said with a disappointed smack of his lips. I was planning on giving the Weasleys a memory they'd never forget tonight. Goyle Crab, if you keep eating like this you'll turn into pigs. They were in the Great Hall for the Halloween feast. Hundreds of pumpkin lanterns hung overhead, alongside flocks of fluttering bats and orange ribbons that spat sparks of fire, lazily drifting beneath the ceiling like shimmering serpents. The food was exquisite. Goyle and Crab had already stuffed themselves to near bursting in Hogsmeade, yet they kept shoveling more in. Draco scolded them for overeating, but he wasn't much better, just slightly more graceful in his manners, while Blaze kept massaging his stomach. At the staff table, Dumbledore, as usual, had draped his beard over his shoulder to avoid dipping it in his food. Professor Lupin was animatedly talking with Professor Flitwick. Snape, as ever, watched with disdain. Sprout had said something that made McGonagall chuckle uncontrollably. Tonight, only a few professors had come to the hall, leaving the staff table nearly empty. Mo Yan scanned the room, a sinking feeling in his chest. Harry hadn't come. At the Gryffindor table, their usual seats held only Ron and Hermione, both looking distracted and worried as they ate. When I went to the Shrieking Shack this afternoon, I saw Minister Fudge, Crabbe suddenly said, his voice tinged with concern. He wouldn't have come for school matters, would he? Impossible, Draco scoffed. Last time someone got petrified at school, the Ministry didn't even get involved. Such a minor incident wouldn't attract their attention. Though, truth be told, I also saw him heading to the Three Broomsticks with McGonagall and the others. Why bother coming to Hogsmeade instead of enjoying the holiday at home? I heard. Blaze leaned in, glancing around to glare at a curious second-year girl peeking at them. The escaped Azkaban convict, Sirius Black, has been spotted nearby. Fudge came because of that? Of course, Blaze nodded. Think about it, the first person to escape Azkaban successfully in all these years, and stay on the run for so long, it's a slap in the Ministry's face. The moment they heard news of him, our Gryffindor-style minister couldn't sit still. He came immediately. From today onward, Dementors will patrol the streets every night, and the Ministry has warned Hogsmeade residents to stay indoors after dark to avoid accidental harm. Terrifying, Draco said. Will they enter Hogwarts? No, Minister Fudge advised against it, Blaze said. But Hogwarts is the most secure place in the world. Even if Sirius Black escaped Azkaban, it doesn't mean he can just sneak into the castle. This afternoon, the headmaster and the minister argued for a long time over this issue, but Professor Dumbledore didn't yield. Fudge reportedly left dissatisfied. How do you know all this? Draco couldn't help asking. Blaze grinned, showing all 8 teeth, clearly delighted, yet remained silent. Suddenly, the great hall doors were flung open, and everyone turned toward the entrance. Filch rushed toward Dumbledore, panicked, with Madame Norris cheerfully trailing behind. He whispered something to Dumbledore, who frowned and asked a question. Nearby professors looked visibly shocked. Then Dumbledore and McGonagall stood and strode out through a side door, Filch tiptoeing to guide them. Snape flicked his robes and followed. Sprout hurriedly swallowed some pumpkin juice, stood and caught up with Flitwick. Lupin hesitated briefly before trailing behind, his face paler than usual. What's happening? Draco squinted at Lupin's disappearing, tattered robes. Why are all the professors leaving? They all looked at Blaze. Blaze shrugged. Don't ask me. It must have just happened. I've been with you the whole time. Almost the instant the professors left, the students realized something. The great hall was now entirely empty of staff, only students remained. Immediately, a wild, unrestrained sense of freedom surged through their veins. Chapter 92. In the sudden freedom. Some things are just strange. For example, during regular free time, even on their first trip to Hogsmeade in third year, everyone could behave and follow the rules. Whether practicing Quidditch or playing games, they would all naturally stick to certain boundaries. But when someone else takes the lead, it's as if everyone instinctively hands over the management of rules to one or two people. Even the most useless Filch can make a room full of students go silent when given that authority. Yet the moment that temporarily empowered person leaves, everyone immediately relaxes, as if the sense of self, discipline and rules had been taken away with them, leaving only a natural desire to act freely. This sense of liberty often feels even greater than on ordinary free days. Personal restraint drops to a minimum and people justify themselves. Does it matter? No one's watching right now. At that very moment, the Hogwarts Great Hall was exactly like this. After the professors left, the hall fell into a brief, awkward silence, as if everyone was still adjusting. Then, within seconds, the noise erupted. What did the professors go off to do? What happened? I think it might be for the following reasons. Today, in Hogsmeade. Which one looks better, pink or light blue? I like this one, but... Can't you let me copy just a little? Listen, if you let me copy a bit. According to today's Daily Prophet, I think singing against the grain is pretty funny. Did you see what they wrote last issue? Carrots and house elves actually share some kind of blood relation. Moyan almost wanted to cover his ears. It was as if everyone suddenly remembered countless topics, countless stories to share with friends, countless urgent matters that demanded immediate attention. And somehow, their voices were amplified 2 or 3 times. Even across the Ravenclaw table, Moyan could hear Seamus Finnegan telling someone nearby about the amusing interactions between his Muggle father and Witch Mother. He glanced around. Only the Ravenclaw table remained relatively quiet, but even the boys and girls there spoke louder than usual, their smiles lighter, happier. Only Luna Lovegood sat engrossed in a magazine, oblivious even as melting ice cream dripped onto her robes. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Suddenly, a tall red-haired boy at the Gryffindor table stood up, his voice hoarse but carrying across the hall. I am the male head of student council. Everyone stay in your seats. Do not walk around. Do not shout. Huh. Redhead monkey, how's the banana taste? Draco shouted, cupping his hand around his mouth. Instantly, laughter erupted along the Slytherin table. The banana had been the one that turned Percy Weasley into a monkey. Percy's face flushed bright red, almost matching his hair. He trembled with rage, lips quivering as he tried to speak, but in the chaos, no one heard him. Yet the other Weasleys, though usually not close to their brother, immediately lined up behind him. You know? I thought vomiting sandwich tasted better, Fred shouted sincerely. Here's to your pustule, Malfoy. George Weasley jumped up mischievously, waddling like a penguin for a few steps, and the Gryffindors erupted in laughter. Ren laughed so hard he practically buried his head in his plate. Draco's ears burned bright red. Once, he had eaten a sandwich that made him vomit at the table. Moyan had avoided the hall entirely for 3 days because his seat was right next to Draco, who was covered in painful pustules all over, each touch excruciating, walking torturous. Though the potion's effect lasted only a little over half an hour, Draco had long considered it a humiliation and would erupt in rage if anyone mentioned it. If I were you, Weasley, I'd find somewhere to hide right now, a second-year Slytherin girl suddenly shouted sharply. Walking around flaunting your tattered robes all day. Exactly, a bunch of annoying poor red-headed brats. Pansy Parkinson joined in the jeering, but she shot a venomous glare at a second-year girl, who didn't hesitate to glare back. Pansy's scowl deepened as she hissed, truly filthy things polluting our eyes, though it was unclear exactly who this was aimed at. Ginny leapt up like a cat that had been stepped on, shouting at the top of her lungs, but no one could make out a word over the chorus of the entire Weasley clan yelling in unison. Sit down, Draco, Edmund called, stopping Draco from jumping up to retaliate. Moyan suspected Edmund had used a clever spell, because though his voice wasn't raised, it carried clearly above the chaos. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he said gently, You are a Slytherin, Draco. Do not imitate the crude and rude Gryffindors, especially the degenerate purebloods. Those are not the people you should emulate. I want you to remember this at all times, and maintain the decorum befitting your noble heritage. Of course, sir, Draco said with a proud smile, giving a slight bow. Immediately, The Slytherins who had been shouting at Gryffindors straightened, adopting refined manners and eating with impeccable table etiquette, all while expertly demonstrating contempt with every gesture and facial expression. The Gryffindors froze for a few seconds, unsure how to retaliate without breaking the pretense of noble behavior. They quickly gave up, pouring their fury into gestures and screams, while Percy Weasley struggled desperately to maintain order. His words, however, went unheard by Penelope Clearwater, also the female head of the student council and Percy's girlfriend, who was busy directing Ravenclaw students to evacuate from the middle of the two raging houses. Hufflepuff generously yielded nearly a third of their seats, even though they had the largest student body and the most crowded tables. Once the last Ravenclaw girl had moved out, the two houses stared at each other. All their resentment and conflict lay bare on the table. There were no professors, no one else, just Gryffindor and Slytherin students, with Harry Potter present, but aside from him, the room was full. Most Gryffindors had already risen instinctively, waving forks or hands, shouting words they could barely hear themselves. Facing them, the Slytherins crossed their arms and sneered slowly, pointing out flaws with cold amusement. If not for Edmund's earlier words, they would have already jumped into a full-blown shouting match. Watching the little snakes struggle to spit out insult after unique insult, their hands twitching in and out like convulsions, it was clear how much effort it took them to restrain themselves. Mo Yan smirked. To him, these quarrels were utterly unrefined. Surrounded by 12-year-olds, the insults were petty. Who had been scolded by a professor, who got a 0 in potions, whose clothes were ugly or tasteless, who ate too much like a pig, who was still bad at levitation charm, and so on. The exception was the girl surrounding Draco. Her words, when spoken, half-killed the other side's morale. Mo Yan noticed she always glanced at Draco after speaking. When he laughed approvingly, her face would light up, and she would frantically plan the next insult. Pansy Parkinson, who had long admired Draco herself, glared at the girl, frustrated that her own reactions were always a beat too slow. On Draco's side, the quarrel was more entertaining. Over time, Slytherins had picked up ways of speaking from their head of house, hurling venomous words in measured tones intended to irritate opponents to the point of stomachaches. But their youth betrayed them. The instinct to leap up and fight clashed with the forced noble composure, resulting in tones that were sometimes shrill, sometimes low and sly, creating an odd mixture. Mo Yan, sipping a sour fizzy drink to disguise his amusement, observed his companions nearly standing to their full height in excitement. Several times, he almost spat out his drink from laughing at the absurdity of what he heard. Draco bravely took on the most formidable Gryffindor opponents, the Weasley twins. Their double-pronged mockery left Draco's pale face tinged red with anger. "I hear Harry Potter even stayed at your house over the summer," Draco sneered. "How did you treat the great savior, hum? With breadcrumbs and cauldron water?" Fred and George's faces darkened immediately. Angelina Johnson grabbed Fred's arm, glaring at Draco with disgust. "You," she shrieked. But Draco cut her off, raising his voice further. "Your kitchen is probably right next to the pigsty, isn't it? How could you stand that stench? But I suppose after a dozen years, you've grown accustomed, since you've become just as foul yourselves." Mo Yan frowned, setting down his drink. The Weasleys all let out angry shouts at once. Angelina and Katie grabbed hold of Fred, Lee and another boy clutched George. Hermione held onto Ron tightly, but Percy charged straight ahead only to be hit in the stomach by a red bolt of light that came from nowhere. He flew backward, crashing into a 7th-year girl. "Ha! This is your great head, boy. Hogwarts has never seen anyone weaker," Blaise mocked with a seemingly regretful smirk. "Oh, you can't expect anything from them, Blaise," Draco shouted. "The Weasleys have too many kids to support. They can only afford to go out thanks to the Daily Prophet's charity. I bet their mother practically had a heart attack over that little windfall." "Exactly. Don't put any hope in these filthy Slytherin reptiles." Ren's face and hair flushed red, under that greasy old bat's teaching. A red bolt sent Ron flying, limbs flailing. Edmund stood and slowly raised his wand toward the Gryffindor table. "Apologize." His expression was calm, but his tone was icy enough to make people shiver. The great hall fell silent for a brief moment, then 4 or 5 Gryffindors drew their wands and sneered, pointing at him. "What's the problem?" That was clearly. They didn't finish their sentence. At that moment, all the 7th-year Slytherins stood, and a large, magically conjured dung projectile was shoved into the mouth of the one speaking. Some Gryffindors struggled, ready to leap forward and teach them a lesson, while others held their friends back to avoid breaking school rules. As the Slytherin prefects stood, the greeters of each year followed suit, and other students rose in turn. At that point, the only grade still seated at the Slytherin table stood out sharply, all eyes turned toward them. Goyle had risen with the crowd, but Crabbe tugged him back. Then Goyle noticed Mo Yan still sitting, surrounded by classmates who were unsure what to do. None dared stand or sit. He half-crouched there, legs trembling, drenched in sweat, pitiful beyond words. Mo Yan lifted his eyes, meeting the countless gazes around him, and gave a faint smile. Mo Yan smoothed his clothes and slowly stood, but did not draw his wand. His fingers merely rested on it, a clear enough signal of his stance. Seeing the disbelief on several faces across from him, and some even searching for Harry, made Mo Yan chuckle. Even if he normally had a good relationship with Gryffindor, he wouldn't stab his own housemates in the back at a moment like this. And even if Harry were here, Mo Yan knew perfectly well he wouldn't stand idly by. "I am Slytherin." As he stood, the thought felt branded into his mind, as if it had always been there, he just hadn't realized it before. Mo Yan smiled faintly, a complex, unexplainable feeling stirring inside him. A unified hiss of breath swept through the hall as the third-year students rose to their feet, wands drawn, eyes coldly fixed on the Gryffindors across from them. Draco bumped into Mo Yan's shoulder as he stood, grinning with satisfaction. Mo Yan lazily arched an eyebrow and twisted the skin at the corner of his mouth into a classic smile without smiling expression. "Apologize, Weasley." Edmund's words cut through the hall like a freezing wind. Ron, caught under his unrelenting stare, flinched instinctively but immediately squared his shoulders, glaring back defiantly. "What's wrong with what I said? Everyone knows it's true." "True?" Edmund's lips twisted into a faintly mocking smile, his low, vibrating voice carrying barely contained ire. "Insulting a Professor Weasley, you just keep regressing." And our head boy, his gaze shifted to Percy Weasley, slouched against a seventh-year boy while rubbing his stomach, says nothing about this behavior. "Is this how you fulfill your responsibilities? Indulging your little brother to act without consequence in the school?" "I know perfectly well what a head boy should do without your reminder," Percy said with difficulty, pushing the other boy aside and standing tall, chin raised in pride. "A prefect only needs to do what a prefect should do." The tension between Edmund and Percy was palpable, the history between them evident in every glance. Mo Yan realized. These two had become prefects of opposing houses in the same year, competed for head boy in 7th year, and were among the top students in their respective houses. Their relationship was akin to Draco and Harry, no worse. He looked at Edmund's face, capable of freezing frost, and then at Percy's open disdain, and he reached that conclusion. Harry and Draco. Draco instigates, Harry reacts, usually ending with Draco's defeat. Harry avoids trouble when he can. Edmund and Percy, however, were both proud and confident. Edmund's pride was inward, Percy's outward. When they clashed, neither would yield. In short, sparks flew. "Very well, Slytherin will watch closely," Edmund ground out through clenched teeth, "to see how the great head boy handles this situation. His own brother publicly insulting a prefect." Percy inhaled deeply, scanning his silent Slytherins, the angry and bewildered Gryffindors, and the nearly emptied funnels of both houses, then opened his mouth. Suddenly, a flash of yellow light struck Blaze. He doubled over in pain, spewing sausage, thick mucus from his nose. Draco and Crabbe, ever alert, simultaneously launched spells at the Gryffindors opposite. One boy toppled directly, while a girl flew back, crashing into a table, crushing a towering pile of plates and food. "Bastards!" Lee Jordan shouted, pointing his wand at Draco. "Impedimenta!" Ropes materialized, binding Draco, and Goyle hurried to pull the ropes off his neck. "Out of the way!" Mo Yan shoved Draco aside with a shout. "Disarm him!" A red beam collided with an incoming red spell, splitting and scattering to the sides. A Gryffindor who leapt to dodge a spell was sent flying. Another cup of pumpkin juice met a heroic end, orange liquid splashing everywhere. Elsewhere, the battle erupted fully. Shouts of spells echoed through the hall. Colored light streaked in every direction. Students stood close together, leaving few spells to miss. Even Neville Longbottom, eyes closed, managed to hit one or two people. Those in the inner lines were often struck into tables, turning the Halloween feast into chaos. The Ravenclaw table in the center was utterly ruined. Not everyone had their wand. Roughly a third of the two houses were unarmed. Slytherins pulled wands from unconscious classmates, while Gryffindors charged in barehanded. Many were struck before reaching the enemy, but over half pressed forward. The battle quickly shifted toward hand-to-hand combat. Gryffindors mixed in with Slytherins, making ranged attacks risky. They rolled up sleeves and surged into melee. Down. A red spell hit Goyle squarely in the chest. He froze, his wand clattering to the floor, and toppled onto the table. Tarantallegra! Draco shouted at the top of his lungs, and the nearest Gryffindor boy went completely berserk, dancing wildly. Out of the corner of his eye, Moyan spotted a dark object flying toward him. He dodged just in time as a huge roasted chicken smashed into the shoulder of a second deer girl nearby. Seamus Finnegan's wand was pointed straight at him. Stun. Incisor Impactor. Moyan yelled ahead of him, and Finnegan's front teeth immediately began growing uncontrollably. Across from him, Blaze leapt up, spewing a string of snot snakes, and tackled a Gryffindor charging at him, sending the boy sprawling to the ground. But then Blaze was struck by a red curse, soaring high into the air, gliding across the tables, and landing right in front of Moyan. Moyan's view was blocked, so he backed up 2 steps, just as Dean Thomas leapt over the table toward him. Obstacle ahead. Thomas was slammed by a spell, flying into the scuffling Cormac McLagan and Oliver Wood, knocking them over. Then Draco suddenly lunged at Moyan. He dodged, only to have his foot caught by something. He crashed to the ground, the back of his head smacking against a bench edge. Dizziness swirled, golden stars danced across his vision. Ha! Someone cheered, then yelled, "Down! Knock 'em down!" The first spell fizzled. The second skimmed Moyan's face. Fragments of something shattered by the curse cut him, blood spilling bright red. Pain and the metallic tang of blood seemed to trigger a hidden switch inside Moyan. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, thrust his wand back into his hand, planted a palm on the floor, and swung his long legs in a wide, forceful arc. The Gryffindor boy, still struggling to cast a spell, was struck in the head and collapsed without a word. Without even glancing at his results, Moyan spun in midair, kicking 2 more boys down, ducking a spell and sweeping Oliver Wood's left leg with a powerful kick, sending him screaming to the floor. Like a wisp of smoke, Moyan dodged a flurry of red spells, his fists, feet, and elbows moving lightning fast. In an instant, several tall Gryffindors were sprawled across the floor. Lee Jordan was kicked, sliding over 20 feet along the Slytherin table. Food toppled everywhere, and several girls screamed as stray spells sent them flying. Stop! Cloud suddenly pushed through the doors. First man's white beard glimmered under the candlelight. A booming voice filled the great hall. Most students froze reflexively, but a few still couldn't stop, and spells knocked over a dozen more. Stop! Dumbledore shouted again. This time, everyone stopped panting. Only Hermione and Pansy continued rolling and screaming on the ground, clumps of hair scattered around them. Obstacle ahead! Hermione! Professor McGonagall separated them with a spell. Harry, following closely behind, gasped and lunged to help pull the brown-haired girl up. Ron, his robes torn, limped over to comfort her. Pansy, wincing, shot a glance at Draco, still covering his face, before getting to her feet, tears in her eyes. Daphne Greengrass rushed over to hug her. Never has anything like this happened. McGonagall clutched her cloak, her face flushed with anger, trembling with rage. What on earth is going on here? The two sides exchanged a glance and snorted coldly. Even though Slytherin had the stronger case, no one dared complain to the teachers in a situation this humiliating. Very well, I understand, McGonagall said, glaring at them with icy fury. Gryffindor and Slytherin will each lose 200 points. Crash! The 2 house point hourglasses emptied at once. Their scores weren't even close to 200, so there were barely any points left to deduct. Everyone silently felt relieved that their totals weren't higher. Professor McGonagall froze for a moment, the muscles in her jaw twitching. Ah, Minerva, now is not the time to dwell on the responsibility for this. Dumbledore glanced at the ransacked Great Hall and the dejected Gryffindors and Slytherins standing together, brawl. We have more pressing matters. McGonagall reluctantly nodded, and Dumbledore stepped to the front of the faculty table, clearing his throat to address all the students. We have confirmed evidence that Sirius Black has broken into Hogwarts. The hall erupted. The Gryffindors and Slytherins, just finished brawling, began whispering and muttering among themselves. Dumbledore raised his voice. Quiet. Once the students quieted down, he continued, the faculty, and I will conduct a thorough search of the castle. For your own safety, I suggest you remain here overnight. I require the prefects to stand watch at the hall entrance, while the male and female student council presidents remain to manage the hall. He glanced at Percy Weasley, whose face was bruised and purpling, and flicked his wand, producing a brief spark of light that vanished instantly. Fawkes the Phoenix will be responsible for your protection. Report to me immediately if anything occurs. Send a ghost with a message if necessary. Percy lowered his head in shame, trying to hide the bruises on his face. Ha, look at him, pathetic as ever. Yikes. Draco leaned on Mo Yan's arm, laughing, and in the process twisted the cut on his own face, drawing a sharp hiss of pain. Suddenly, a clear, piercing cry sounded outside the door. Reflexively, Mo Yan tried to push Draco aside, but a streak of red light flashed past him, and he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Warm liquid trickled down, metallic and coppery with the scent of blood. Strange. Just a little blood, but it felt like his entire body had been drained dry. Still dazed, Mo Yan vaguely heard Draco screaming in panic as his vision spun. Mo Yan nearly fell, and Draco quickly caught him. He shook his head, fighting to stay conscious. Then a stench of iron filled his nose, and his neck burned painfully. Wiping at it, he saw that the blood wasn't the usual bright red. It was a strange dark green, faintly emitting a nauseating odor. Mo Yan, what's wrong? Draco asked, eyes wide with alarm as he looked at the blood in Mo Yan's hand, and the stains on his neck and shoulder. Mo Yan's mind felt hazy. The blood at the back of his neck seemed endless, and exhaustion was creeping in. Yet seeing Draco's expression, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps Draco thought he wasn't even human. Hey! The color's back to normal! Draco suddenly exclaimed, eyes widening as he stared at the back of Mo Yan's neck. What is that? Mo Yan felt the burning sensation fade, though a faint sting remained. Step aside, Draco, Madame Pomfrey said, yanking him away and steadying the unsteady Mo Yan. Let me take a look. Phoenix bites are notoriously difficult to treat. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. She gasped sharply, stumbling back several steps as if she had seen something truly terrifying. Albus! Albus! Pomfrey clutched her chest, struggling to breathe, her face pale as death. This child. What's wrong? Mo Yan began to ask Draco, but Professor Snape strode over, grabbed his shoulder, and pointed his wand at Mo Yan's neck, chanting a healing spell. And of course, Mo Yan saw it too. His face went instantly pale, like marble, and his breathing grew labored. He instinctively let go of Mo Yan's hand and stumbled back a few steps. He stepped on a rolling roast chicken and fell flat on the ground, his wand flying from his hand, but his eyes never left Mo Yan, and his throat made a terrifying, rasping sound with each breath. Mo Yan felt that if they continued to delay him like this, he might bleed to death. He reached instinctively to cover the wound on his neck. Don't move! Madame Pomfrey grasped his hand, stopping him. Her wand pointed at Mo Yan's neck, and the wound gradually healed. Perhaps it was psychological, but the dizzy, lightheaded feeling immediately lessened. He reached to touch the healed wound, forgetting that his hands were still stained with that strange green blood. As the blood touched his neck, a spot flared with searing pain, but Mo Yan clearly felt that it wasn't where Fawkes had bitten him. What was it? He looked up and saw Madame Pomfrey staring at the back of his neck with a complex expression, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her breathing quickened. Professor Snape struggled to rise from the floor, his hands trembling as he clutched his robe, fingers barely able to close. Professor Dumbledore's gaze seemed to shift for a brief moment, but quickly returned to its calm, kind composure, betraying no emotion. Professor Lupin approached, pale, and gently pulled Mo Yan's hand away. His face showed no change, but he seemed momentarily unable to breathe. After a long moment, he suddenly wrapped Mo Yan in a tight embrace, so tight that Mo Yan felt as if his ribs might snap. Cool droplets fell on him from above. They all knew. Mo Yan felt his heart sink into a deep, endless chasm. He stubbornly pushed Lupin away, pulled back his hair, and glared at Draco, demanding sharply, Draco, what did you see? Draco looked confused as well. He glanced at Mo Yan's neck and muttered, it disappeared. Mo Yan stared at his palm. The blood stains were half dried. With a resolute gesture, he cut his palm with his fingernail, and fresh blood immediately flowed. Madame Pomfrey gasped sharply. Lupin reached for Mo Yan's shoulder, but he swiftly dodged. Mo Yan wiped his neck, feeling a faint stinging at the back of his head, and looked at Draco. Aye, a red mark. Draco wiped the blood from Mo Yan's neck and suddenly exclaimed, "No, it's a phoenix." The other professors heard him and gasped in astonishment. They approached, and their expressions quickly mirrored everyone else's shock. Professor McGonagall sat back on a nearby stool, gasping and quietly sobbing. Hagrid collapsed to the floor, stunned for a moment before bursting into loud, uncontrollable sobs, using his grimy handkerchief to blow his nose with enormous sounds. Right blood. Mo Yan suddenly remembered the small wound behind his ear from the summer. When Sirius had discovered his identity, why hadn't he thought to scratch him to test him? He stared at the only professor who still seemed calm, Dumbledore, hoping he would smile and shout, "April Fools!" What's happening?" Mo Yan asked, his voice trembling. He had intended to feign shock and confusion, but realized he was showing his true reaction entirely. "Oh, poor child, poor thing," Madame Pomfrey sniffled as she reached for his hand to heal him. Mo Yan frowned, coldly pulling it back, stubbornly prying away Professor Lupin's hand as he tried to grab him. "Oh, Hugh, poor Hugh," Hagrid suddenly let out a wail like a walrus. I thought you were dead, thank Merlin, Hugh." The color drained from Mo Yan's face. "Yes, child, you are Hugh Potter." Professor McGonagall clutched her shawl tightly, sobbing. "You are the son of James and Lily, Harry's brother Hugh Potter. We've been looking for you for 12 years. It's over." Mo Yan drew a deep breath and glanced around. Professor Snape seemed startled by his gaze, stepping back 2 paces. Professor Lupin looked at him with pity and sorrow, tears glinting in his eyes. Hagrid continued crying loudly, mumbling words that were incomprehensible. Dumbledore dabbed at his eyes with infinite emotion. The other professors all looked at him with the same tender, sorrowful affection, their faces still carrying traces of shock. And the students. Harry seemed to have lost all ability to react, his mouth hanging open as he let out meaningless ah-ah sounds. Nearly every student's face was frozen in stunned disbelief. Draco instinctively stepped back when Mo Yan looked at him, and other Slytherins avoided his gaze. Even the ghosts lingering in the room wore petrified expressions. Mo Yan's hands gradually clenched, his mouth turned bitter, and the worries and fears he had long held burst violently inside him. A cold, sinking despair washed over him without warning. Fawkes, the Phoenix, let out a triumphant, clear cry and hovered in front of him, a self-important expression on its face, strutting proudly. Mo Yan stared at it expressionlessly for a moment, then swung his wand sharply. The unprepared Phoenix was blasted away like lightning, twisting in midair before shooting back toward the ungrateful Mo Yan in a fury. At that moment, a loud squawk announced a brown shape flying in from the doorway. It collided with Fawkes, and with a single strike, one of them was sent hurtling away. "Fawkes," Dumbledore called after his pet, studying Mo Yan thoughtfully, opening his mouth to speak. But Mo Yan had no patience to hear the emotion-manipulating old man lecture him. With a quick flick of his wand, the professors around him staggered and fell, and Professor Lupin, trying to reach for his shoulder, was sent tumbling embarrassingly across the floor. Then Mo Yan spun sharply, scooping up the struggling, whimpering Raphael from the corner, and dashed out without looking back. "Hugh!" As he reached the door, Harry's voice rang out, trembling, unnaturally high and piercing. Mo Yan paused briefly, but still didn't turn back, charging straight out. The night wind cut like bone. Mo Yan held Raphael tightly, trying to warm the shivering owl with his body heat, yet his own heart felt ice cold. In the end, everyone knew. He bent to check Raphael's injuries, but his eyes were blurred, seeing nothing. Thinking of the gazes in the great hall made him feel like he couldn't breathe. "Raphael." He whispered the name of his most loyal friend. The owl affectionately clicked its beak, gently pecking his hand. Mo Yan didn't draw his wand. He cast healing magic on Raphael with his bare hands, moving in a daze, not even aware of where he was going. Where could he go? Mo Yan turned his head stubbornly, dragging his heavy feet through the castle corridors and stairways in no particular direction, finally emerging outside. The wind was 10 times colder than inside the castle, slicing through the gaps in his clothing, seeming to steal the last warmth from his body. Only his chest remained warm. The wound on his hand had gradually stopped bleeding. Mo Yan dug into his palm, feeling once again the sticky, hot liquid welling up. Pain in his body seemed to ease the heaviness in his heart, if only a little. He walked aimlessly, unsure where to go, except for a firm determination to avoid seeing anyone. Yet his legs seemed to know the way, carrying him automatically to the place he liked best. The lake was as calm as ever. Under the night sky, the water looked nearly black, like the finest glass, without a single ripple. The ground was cold. Normally, Mo Yan would have conjured a small stool to sit on, but now he didn't care. He simply sat on the ground, exhausted, watching the earth grow barer with the approach of late autumn, feeling that it mirrored the desolation inside him. He curled up, burying his face in his knees. Raphael, fully healed, stood sentinel, like on his shoulder. Soft footsteps approached from behind. Raphael chirped a greeting, and a small black head nuzzled Mo Yan's leg, meowing. Its green eyes shone with a purity and loyalty no human could possess. Leia, Mo Yan's voice was hoarse, trembling slightly. My heart feels cold. Chapter 95, Awkward. Suddenly, heavy breathing sounded behind him. Mo Yan froze. He slowly turned his head. As expected, a black dog the size of a bear stood behind him. It lowered its head and gently nuzzled his arm. Mo Yan drew in a deep breath, closed his eyes, and restrained himself. But finally, he couldn't hold back. He pushed Leia away, jumped to his feet, and kicked Dark out hard. This was the second time in half an hour he had stormed off. This time, even Raphael and Leia were driven far away. All he wanted was to avoid everyone. The night air seemed to carry a black chill. His ears and nose were icy, but inside, his heart boiled with anger and a hollow grief. He had no one to blame, no outlet for his frustration. Every pore of his chest felt blocked, and he longed to scream, but years of self-restraint and upbringing made even that impossible. Walking along the empty lakeshore, the air around him felt frozen in place. The darkness itself seemed solid. The stars pressed down like a weight, the silence and loneliness forming an all-encompassing net. Mo Yan gasped, the cold and darkness cutting through his throat and sinking into his lungs. He clutched his chest and slowly crouched down. After a long time, a clear, cold voice broke the silence. It's time to go back. Professor Elway. Mo Yan stood, legs tingling from sitting too long, wobbling slightly before he could steady himself. Every step sent a sharp, aching numbness up his legs. Professor Dumbledore believes that the other professors might not be able to deal with you calmly, so he sent me to look after you. Professor Elway's voice was even, his green eyes as still and clear as an autumn lake. I imagine you're aware that Sirius Black, the Azkaban escapee, broke into Hogwarts. This afternoon, while everyone was attending the Halloween feast, he tried to attack Harry Potter, who was alone in the dormitory. The portrait of the fat lady, which refused to open the door for him, was torn to pieces. Tonight, Hogwarts is far from safe, but I doubt you considered the trouble caused to others by running alone outside the heavily guarded castle on a night like this. Trouble? Mo Yan's mouth twitched. He said coldly, I didn't ask anyone to be troubled on my account. As long as they don't bother me, Merlin be praised. Didn't ask? As long as you're at this school, protecting your safety is the professor's duty. Are you seriously going to wipe away everyone's concern and care for you with a single claim of didn't ask? Professor Elway looked down at him, a hint of mockery in his eyes. That's enough, Evans. Don't act as if you don't know how this school has always treated you. Playing the helpless, innocent victim while recklessly hurting those close to you, his voice was icy. Don't you feel even a little guilty? Mo Yan's face had gone as cold as eternal ice. His eyes gleamed like blades, and a chilling hint of murderous intent slowly seeped out. His fingers curled so tightly that they turned white. But Professor Elway seemed to see nothing, turning to walk away. Mo Yan breathed heavily, teeth shattering. Keep up. Elway took 2 steps, and when Mo Yan remained rooted to the spot, he looked back coldly. The professors still need to patrol the castle. They don't have time to gather around comforting your wounded soul. Though his tone remained even, the last few words carried a sharp sting of sarcasm. Mo Yan ground his teeth so hard he nearly shattered them, but thinking about how stubbornly standing outside had already drawn attention from several professors, he realized Elway was right. Lingering any longer would only attract concern and pity. Suppressing the urge to draw his wand, he strode heavily to follow the elven professor. Elway glanced back, and soon heard the heavy, resentful footsteps trailing behind. From a nearby thicket came the faint rustling of something moving. He glanced once more at Mo Yan, then silently continued toward the castle. Though Elway had come to teach ancient magic at Dumbledore's request, Out of gratitude for the elven clan's protection, he wasn't particularly satisfied with the work. He preferred feeling the mysteries of nature in the forest to teaching a bunch of ignorant humans. He felt little loyalty to Dumbledore, only some gratitude. As such, he was content to observe things he deemed irrelevant. In the eyes of an elf, anything short of reducing Hogwarts to rubble or killing Dumbledore was irrelevant. With his long-lived perception, he immediately recognized that the black dog cautiously approaching Moyan was actually an animagus, and could guess its identity with near certainty. But since the situation was already suspicious and Moyan's interactions with the person were unusual, Elway thought it over and remained silent. He mused internally. Human emotions are so complex, their actions so strange. Even after living among them for so many years, there are still countless things he could not comprehend. What Professor Digby's Elway did not expect was that his words, casually meant to provoke Moyan and pull him out of his own spiral of despair, had pierced straight into Moyan's heart. Moyan had dashed out of the Great Hall partly out of worry and fear, but deep down, he also had the childish urge to throw a tantrum. He hadn't realized it until Elway's words hit him, revealing the truth of his thoughts, and he felt a shame akin to being stripped bare in public. Anger flared into a faint murderous intent, which he had to forcefully suppress. Elway escorted Moyan to the side entrance, but did not enter himself. He watched as Moyan stepped into the hall, then turned and left. It was past 3 in the morning. As Moyan pushed the door open, he saw Professor Snape's hand reaching out in front of him. He had been about to open the door, and seeing Moyan suddenly there made him recoil a step, his gaze flickering away. Moyan said nothing, walked past Snape and entered. Within moments, he heard hurried footsteps fading behind him, as though someone was running away. Edmund was standing guard at the doorway. When he saw Moyan enter, he hesitated, as if he wanted to say something, but Moyan quickly averted his gaze and passed by him. The mess from dinner in the Great Hall was gone. The long tables were pushed against the walls, and hundreds of purple sleeping bags were neatly arranged on the floor. All the candles had been extinguished, the only light coming from wandering silver ghosts and the magically enchanted stars on the ceiling. Percy Weasley tiptoed among the sleeping bags, checking for anyone talking. The scars on his face had already healed. He heard a noise and spun quickly to see which student was breaking the rules. When he saw Moyan, he looked awkward, pointed to an empty sleeping bag and hurried to the other side of the hall. Moyan didn't know how many students were pretending to sleep, but in the short 50-foot walk to an empty corner, at least 8 or 9 of them had sneaked a peek at him, and a low buzzing of whispers filled the hall. Percy hurried back and forth, muttering threats and warnings under his breath, but it was clearly ineffective. The students were playing guerrilla tactics with the prefect. Whenever he walked away, the once quiet hall buzzed again, and when he rushed over, everyone pretended to sleep. Percy couldn't wake them all to check who had been awake, so no one breaking the rules could be caught. Moyan found an empty sleeping bag in the far corner, unzipped it and slipped inside. Despite the exhaustion screaming from every nerve in his body, sleep eluded him. He stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, a mirror of the night sky outside. Then he noticed something strange. A swollen sleeping bag writhed like a flobberworm and soon rolled to his side. A small, black head poked out. Harry opened his mouth, unsure how to address him, awkwardly scratched his hair, and gave a tentative, nervous smile, his green eyes glimmering with faint moisture. Moyan stared at him coldly for a moment, then turned his back, tucking his head into the sleeping bag. After a long while, Harry seemed to sigh. Then Moyan heard the faint rustle of fabric against the floor. Harry had leaned against him and fallen asleep, steady breathing emanating from behind. Moyan stared at the dark walls, his silver eyes reflecting a vague confusion. Long ago, he had yearned to be reunited with Harry. Even when he later had the chance, but gave it up, he had imagined countless times what their reunion would be like. He thought they would hug, argue, shout in surprise, share knowing smiles, be so stunned they'd almost drop their jaws, and then accept each other's new identities, become close as brothers, support each other, and fight side by side to overthrow Voldemort. The reactions of others? Mere trivialities. But he had never imagined that when they finally met, all he would want was to avoid him, and he would be too awkward to speak a single word. Especially after Professor Elway had recently uncovered his thoughts, he now felt even more compelled to stay away from Harry, to prove his innocence. And then, there were Edmund and Draco. It was almost laughable that just a few hours earlier, he had finally confirmed his own belonging to Slytherin. Moyan closed his eyes, relaxed his neck, pressed his cheek against the soft, warm fabric and felt utterly drained. Just before dawn, the time when sleepiness is hardest to resist, the 4 prefects on duty and the head girl of the Puff dorm, Penelope Clearwater, were all dozing against the walls. The great hall was filled only with soft snores and occasional muttered talk. Mo Yan slipped out of the sleeping bag and looked at Harry, who was still asleep and restless, a faint worry on his face. Hesitating for a moment, he climbed to his feet. "It's not safe outside," Barrow suddenly blocked his path. "The professors have already patrolled, haven't they?" Mo Yan fixed his gaze on the side door behind Barrow without looking at him. "You don't really think Sirius Black would still be in the castle after causing all that commotion, do you?" Barrow said nothing. After a moment, he stepped aside. Mo Yan carefully avoided disturbing the Puff prefect, who was drooling slightly in her sleep, and quietly opened the door to slip outside. The castle was quiet, and the portraits on either side still seemed to be asleep. A pale blue morning light draped over the stone walls, and a thin mist seemed to hover everywhere. Mo Yan unconsciously softened his steps, as if afraid of disturbing something. But of course, there was always someone full of energy at any time. "Good morning, Mr. Evans." A loud, cheerful voice suddenly rang from one side. Mo Yan heard a clanging sound at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room. A short, stout knight in armor was saluting, pride written across his face as if he were a figure of great importance. Beside him stood a small, stocky horse with deep gray stripes, its eyes closed in apparent sleep. "Hello, Sir Cadogan," Mo Yan replied grudgingly, turning to leave. "I have been entrusted with guarding the castle. Evil forces are eyeing the princess inside, but no danger can make me back down," Sir Cadogan declared proudly, then asked, "Sir, would you like to rest inside for a moment, perhaps a cup of rich coffee or tea?" "No, thank you, sir," Mo Yan said as he walked away. He simply wanted to be left alone. "Very well, farewell. Should you require noble spirit and steel, like muscles, summon Sir Cadogan." Even as Mo Yan walked away, he could still hear the knight calling, "I am ever ready to serve you." Standing at the entrance to the room of requirement, Mo Yan focused on his needs, wishing the familiar room and bed would appear instantly so he could rest. But after 3 tries, the wall remained a wall. Around him, only Barnabas and the dwarves lay scattered on the floor, deep in slumber. Mo Yan glared at the empty wall in silence for a long moment, then turned and walked away. Chapter 96 Dreams. Harry's Perspective. In the days that followed, the students were all talking about Sirius Black. The rumors about how he had entered the castle grew wilder by the hour. A Puff student named Hannah Abbott spent a long time telling anyone who would listen about a story she had heard, that Black had transformed into a flowering bush. Strangely, the other event that had caused a stir that night, Mo Yan Evans being revealed as the other surviving Potter, Hugh Potter, was rarely discussed. Everyone exchanged opinions through subtle glances and coded language. Anyone who wanted to speak openly had to find a secluded place, otherwise, trouble would follow. If a Slytherin overheard, the speaker would likely end up in the infirmary in the coming days. If a general professor heard, essays would mysteriously double in length. If Snape heard, the next potions lesson would be a nightmare and house points would suffer greatly. But the most terrifying consequence wasn't from the notorious potions master. It was from the ever-strict Professor McGonagall. Her assigned labor was absolute, punishing both body and spirit. A brave 4th-year Gryffindor girl had once tested it herself, and for a whole week had to fight toads each night, the smell lingering for over a month, despite her well-known fastidiousness. Thus, although the students of the other 3 houses were intensely curious, their desire to talk was like a speeding truck crashing against their tongues. They had to restrain themselves. As a result, everyone's movements became increasingly secretive, and numerous clandestine groups seemed to spring up across the school. In public, people exchanged opinions through subtle glances or highly suggestive codes. For a time, the great hall seemed filled with flirtatious glances and conversations that made no sense, as if everyone had been dosed with a powerful nonsense potion. But no one was as elusive as Mo Yan. He had completely vanished from the great hall. No one ever saw him during mealtimes. His favorite spot in the library remained empty. The crooked willow by the lake held no sign of him. Occasionally, a black cat could be seen wandering the castle, but the red-haired boy who usually carried her on his shoulder or in his arms was gone. Only in the very second before class did people glimpse him. Mo Yan would flash in through the door, walk directly to an empty corner, and listen to lectures, take notes, and submit assignments with unprecedented seriousness, without uttering a single word. As soon as class ended, he would grab his bag and vanish again. Even in classrooms flanked by long corridors, he disappeared in an instant. Only then did people realize that Mo Yan's familiarity with the castle far surpassed anyone else's. Those seemingly ordinary portraits, statues, decorations, even blank walls could suddenly hide secret passages, as if the castle itself was always ready to help him vanish from sight. Of course, no one had never confronted Mo Yan. At least, he couldn't refuse detention from professors. But whenever such a situation arose, he would lower his eyes, listen silently to whatever concerned or apologetic words were directed at him, answering every question with a monosyllable. Nothing could penetrate him. Harry, on the other hand, was not only at a loss with Mo Yan's questions, but was also caught up in his own troubles. On Halloween, he had been alone in the dormitory when Sirius Black slipped in. If the fat lady hadn't been vigilant, and if Filch hadn't rushed over the moment he heard the portrait alarm, preventing Harry from opening the door, this dangerous murderer might well have succeeded in killing the boy who lived. Now, Harry found himself under constant surveillance. Teachers came up with endless excuses to walk with him in the corridors. Professor McGonagall nearly forbade him from attending Quidditch practice. Percy Weasley shadowed him like a pompous guard dog all day. Harry assumed this was at his mother's orders, because once Mrs. Weasley learned Mo Yan's identity, she had instructed Fred and George to take care of this poor boy. Yet, despite knowing the castle as intimately as their own bedrooms, the twins could not track Mo Yan's movements, and for this failure, they had already received 2 furious letters. The first Quidditch match was approaching, the weather worsening and training increasingly grueling. To ensure Harry's safety, Madame Hooch supervised all their practices. Harry envied Mo Yan in this respect. Although professors and others tried to place him under close watch, Mo Yan always found ways to vanish from sight, whereas Harry could not even visit the bathroom without someone trailing him. Despite storms, lightning, and torrential rain, no one shirked or slacked during training. If anything, everyone trained even harder. On the morning of the match at 4:30, no less, a mischievous poltergeist puffed air into Harry's ears, waking him abruptly. Even after the poltergeist left, he couldn't fall back asleep. He couldn't ignore the rumbling thunder, the wind battering the castle walls, or the sound of trees snapping in the forbidden forest. The dreams he had just been having weighed heavily on him, and his heartbeat thundered in his ears. He wiped the water from his face and sat on his bed, hugging his blanket, stunned. In his dream, everything he had endured in the past days seemed never to have happened. Reality remained fixed at noon on Halloween Eve, hiding under a table, cloaked, eavesdropping on the ministry, and a few professors. Sirius Black is Harry and Hux's godfather. Harry never knew. Can you imagine the torment he would feel knowing this? For a long time, Dumbledore suspected someone on our side had become a traitor, passing information to the Death Eaters, even poisoning Lily Potter, if it weren't for Hux. James Potter told Dumbledore that Black would rather die than reveal their location, and that he intended to hide, insisting on making Black their confidant. Less than a week after the Fidelius charm was cast, he betrayed them. Black grew weary of playing both sides, prepared to publicly declare his support for the Death Eaters. His master fell, leaving him no choice but to flee for his life. I bet he killed Hux halfway, left his body on the roadside, his best friend's son. But once someone falls that far, they no longer care about anything or anyone. For a period he was insane. Cruel, purposeless, a desperate, cornered person's actions. I will never forget that scene, not even in dreams. I see it still. Muggles screaming, Sirius Black standing among the bodies, proudly announcing Hux Potter's death to the arriving Aurors. He was so deranged, he seemed to think the poor boy was still alive. He even tried to kill him again, and attempted to pin the crime on Peter Pettigrew. Poor our hero was blasted to pieces, leaving his lone mother only fragments to see. He had hidden under the table, shrouded in darkness, unable to see anything, only hearing low voices from afar. He wanted to find his best friends, Ron and Hermione, but couldn't. He couldn't even call out or move. Some immense force pressed down on his head, as if trying to pin him to the ground, making it impossible to stand. In the haze of panic, he felt he should find someone, but couldn't recall the name, and the face in his memory was hazy. He knew only a feeling, nothing more. Then he heard a faint, kitten-like cry, seeming both near and far. Hux! Without reason, Harry knew it was his brother. He ran blindly, glasses askew on his nose, clothes torn by branches and underbrush, wand lost. He had no idea when he had stood up, didn't realize Hux was already dead, only felt his brother crying nearby in grave danger, and that he had to save him. Yet he seemed transported back to his days at the Dursleys' glasses broken, wearing Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs, starving, limbs weak as if he had spent all day scrubbing floors, with barely any strength left. Though he desperately wanted to run, his steps were slow, impeded by branches, bushes, cans and steps scattered in his path. He was here one moment in the city, the next in the countryside, then inside Hogwarts Castle, and then among half-collapsed ruins, searching relentlessly. The surroundings shifted constantly, and that faint crying never left his ears. Harry's heart pounded with anxiety. Finally, he arrived at a vast wasteland. Sky and ground merged into a dull, yellow haze, and a narrow road stretched endlessly into the distance. He stood in the middle of it. Harry ran in long, desperate strides, shouting as loudly as he could. His voice went hoarse, and he coughed up dark red blood, but the stagnant air swallowed his cries. Suddenly, he stepped out of a mist. Though moments before he had been in the open, endless field, the fog didn't feel out of place at all. He saw a tiny infant, panting with sobs, his small face scrunched up, silver-white eyes fixed on him, mouth opening and closing, filling the world with the delicate, unceasing wail of a newborn kitten. The baby floated in midair, a massive hand gripping his neck and lifting him high. Following the hand, Harry saw only a dark, shadowed back. Against all reason, he was certain the tall, muscular man was Sirius Black. No sooner had Harry burst from the fog than he saw Black raise his hand high and hurl the baby violently toward the ground. No! He let out a desperate scream and lunged, covering what felt like dozens of feet in an instant. Yet the baby remained just 5 or 6 inches from his fingertips. Together, they plummeted over a high cliff. Somehow, Harry twisted downward, facing the sky as the cold, furious wind whipped across his back. He stretched his hand desperately, trying to reach the infant, so close yet forever beyond grasp. Then he jolted awake. His heart hammered like a drum, and his body was drenched in cold sweat. Healing wind in the dream had been Peeves blowing in his ear. The fear and dread lingered, every detail etched in his mind. Harry could not forgive himself for failing to catch the child at the last moment. He imagined how he might snatch the baby from Black's grasp, thinking himself almost to the point of madness. His whole body trembled, and soon cold sweat soaked his freshly wiped face. He grabbed the blanket to rub his dripping face, then remembered that Hush hadn't actually been thrown to his death. He was somewhere in the castle, asleep. He didn't know exactly where, but he was safe. Still, Harry felt anxious, his chest throbbing, ears ringing. Instinctively, he wanted to check with Ron. Seeing his red-haired friend sprawled in deep, drooling sleep finally snapped him fully awake. He recalled the dream repeating night after night for days. Each time, he had to wake Ron 2 or 3 times to convince him, and his friends had started thinking he was a little unhinged. So Harry gave up trying to wake Ron. He got out of bed, showered, changed out of his soaked pajamas, brushed his teeth and washed his face, then picked up his beloved Firebolt 2000 and quietly slipped out of the dormitory. As he opened the door, something darted past his feet. Bending down, he grabbed the ginger, flat-faced cat trying to sneak past and attack Scabbers, pulling it out of the way. He stepped into the common room, broom in hand, and sat by the fireplace, idly passing the remaining hours, occasionally standing to stop Crookshanks from sneaking up the boys' dormitory stairs. Eventually, it was nearly breakfast time, and he climbed out of the portrait hole alone. "Stop right there. Prepare for battle, you mangy mutt," Sir Cadogan shouted. "Oh, shut up," Harry yawned, speaking lazily. After a big bowl of porridge in the great hall, he felt a little more alert. By the time he finished the first slice of toast, the rest of the team had arrived, Ron and Neville trailing behind. "Brilliant, Harry," Ron shouted from afar. "Finally, you didn't have those nightmares tonight." Harry smiled faintly, saying nothing. Teammates sat beside him, nudging each other to eat a little more. "This match will be intense," Wood said. "But we have a good chance, Mo Yan." He paused. "No, Hush Potter won't be playing. I heard he hasn't attended Slytherin's Quidditch practice since Halloween, so this time we can." But he didn't finish. Just then, a tremendous noise echoed from the great hall doors. Everyone turned to look, and even the bright light streaming through the tall oak doors was suddenly blocked. Chapter 97. Reports about Hugh. Harry's perspective continued. Harry turned his head in terror, and saw hundreds, no, thousands of owls of every color flapping into the hall. The beating of their wings was deafening, and in the blink of an eye, snow-like feathers blanketed the Gryffindor-long table. Most importantly, nearly all of the owls were flying straight at him. Harry stood frozen, mouth agape, as Wood grabbed him and tried to drag him under the table, but it was too late. Hundreds of envelopes rained down like hail, striking him from all directions. Within moments, Harry was buried under a mountain of letters and parcels. They landed on the table in front of him, inside plates and cups, on his head, his knees. Any surface capable of holding them was piled high. A large goblet of pumpkin juice toppled when a letter hit it, the thick liquid dripping steadily to the floor. 2 envelopes teetered on the edge of the table before finally falling. Harry. Hermione, who had just entered the hall, had barely had a chance to marvel at the flurry of owls soaring overhead before she saw her friend swaying in his seat, stars practically dancing in his eyes, little red marks dotting his smooth, pale forehead from the envelope's corners. Hermione? Harry, dizzy and dazed, pushed aside the clutter beside him and asked foolishly, staring at Hermione as she rushed to help clear the mess, "What's happening?" "I think these letters might tell us." Hermione pulled 2 letters drenched in pumpkin juice out, then suddenly noticed the earliest edition of the Daily Prophet at the bottom of the pile. "Look at this, Harry!" Hermione shouted. "What is it?" Ron leaned over, a large red bean bun dangling from his mouth. He mumbled, "Why are so many people suddenly sending letters to Harry?" He tugged at a corner of the newspaper and glanced at it, then the bun fell from his mouth. The front page headline in large, bold black letters read, "The Phoenix Mark reappears." Below it, a slightly smaller subheading, "The other Potter orphan, Harry Potter's brother Hugh Potter, is still alive." Harry quickly rubbed his throbbing forehead and focused, carefully reading the article. "The Phoenix Mark reappears. The other Potter orphan, Harry Potter's brother Hugh Potter, is still alive." By Betty Braithwaite. It is well known that 12 years ago, James and Lily Potter were killed by the hand of a mysterious man due to the betrayal of a traitor. The boy who survived, Harry Potter, miraculously caused the all-powerful dark wizard to vanish. On that same day, Hugh Potter disappeared and was presumed dead. However, on Halloween Eve, a shocking discovery was made. Third-year Hogwarts student Mo Yen Evans is, in fact, the Hugh Potter long thought deceased. Hugh Potter is another son of James and Lily Potter, Harry Potter's twin, yet he has remained largely unknown. Even close friends of the Potters had little knowledge of him. Most people had only heard rumors of his existence. In this regard, he is worlds apart from his famous older brother. What caused this difference? Why was the child thought dead despite still being alive? And why did it take 2.5 years at Hogwarts before anyone discovered his true identity? To explore these questions and more, the author interviewed a neighbor of the Potters and a close friend of Mrs. Potter, Mrs. Bathilda Bagshot. "A poor child, truly pitiful," Mrs. Bagshot murmured, "though I have never met him." Upon learning that Hugh Potter was still alive, she fainted from shock and remained emotionally unstable after regaining consciousness. Even while in his mother's arms, he began to taste the hardships of life. Misfortune and pain have always followed that child. We adults don't even know what we could do for him simply to let him sleep peacefully, even that is a challenge. When asked why Hugh Potter remained unknown to the public, Mrs. Bagshot digressed, her voice breaking into soft sobs. "You know, Lily and James were always front-line fighters. Back then, the rest of us looked at these young kids as if they were the hope of the wizarding world," Bathilda Bagshot said. "When Lily was pregnant, they had just turned 20 at that age. We were still scrambling for some small clerical job at the ministry, but James and Lily had already defeated the Dark Lord 3 times. That's why he came after them." "But what effect could the Dark Lord's attacks have on a child still in its mother's womb?" "He used despicable methods." Bathilda's voice grew sharp with anger. "Poisoning a pregnant woman. Is there anything more vile than that?" "But this time, it didn't have lasting consequences, right?" the interviewer asked. "Harry Potter is at Hogwarts. As far as I know, he's healthy and an excellent Quidditch player. The boy who's said to be Hugh Potter seems the same." "Of course they excel at Quidditch," Bathilda said matter-of-factly. "Their father, James Potter, was a seeker for Gryffindor with astonishing talent. If he hadn't joined the fight against the Dark Lord immediately after graduating, he might have gone on to play for the national team. But back then, the Barbados potion, yes, that's what Lily was poisoned with, almost killed her and both children. It had devastating effects." Anyone with even basic knowledge of potions would know that the Barbados potion earned its reputation as the deadliest potion because it was incurable. It contained lethal ingredients, Barbados nuts and Barbados lilies. Ingesting it caused breathing difficulties, dilated pupils, rapid heartbeat, hallucinations, convulsions and death within 5 minutes. So how did Lily survive and give birth to 2 healthy twins? Oh, it was all because of poor Hugh, Bathilda said, covering her face with a handkerchief, sobbing uncontrollably for many minutes before she could continue. That day, I brought a freshly baked cake to visit Lily. She rarely went out while pregnant, and was always delighted when friends visited. We chatted for over half an hour when an owl delivered a package. Inside was a pale yellow potion bottle with no signature. I warned her it wasn't safe, but Lily just laughed. Oh dear old Bathilda, it's only an appetite stimulant. Ever since these 2 little rascals arrived, I've barely been able to eat. This potion helps a bit, she said. The person who sent it is trustworthy. I've been taking it for over 2 months, don't worry. Before I could stop her, she drank it. She hadn't even had time to smile again before collapsing. When I caught her, she barely seemed able to breathe. Bathilda's sobs shook her body. I shouted for James and well, you all know who I mean, though I won't say the name, it makes me sick to think about it. They rushed in, and James was nearly frantic. She continued. That person suggested sending Lily to St. Mungo's immediately. He must have thought she was beyond saving, but we were grateful for his logic at the time. Yet he misjudged. Lily was still alive when she arrived at St. Mungo's, though her breathing was weakening. Only when Dumbledore arrived with the phoenix using its tears was Lily saved. Everyone called it a miracle who had ever survived the Barbados potion for over an hour. Only by Merlin's blessing. Dumbledore said maybe it was her desperate will to protect her children that kept her alive. That's what we thought until the twins were born, and we realized it wasn't at all what we'd imagined. Yes, Bathilda said, voice trembling. When the children were born, everyone was shocked. Harry came first, healthy, lively, loud cries, strong arms and legs. But Hugh, born over an hour later, was entirely different. Half the size of his brother, translucent skin, no cry, eyes closed, barely breathing. The St. Mungo's healers found massive traces of the Barbados poison in Hugh, every bone, every drop of blood. Where else could it have come from? He absorbed it from his mother. That's why they survived, and why he turned out that way. That traitor never even considered these poor little lives when he did that. Bathilda pounded the sofa arm, the interviewer gently touching her hand. She sipped tea, slowly calming down. Even though Lily survived the pregnancy, Hugh was in critical condition at birth. He began vomiting blood. When the healers tried to wipe him, the towel would pull away a patch of skin. Bathilda turned her face away, unable to bear the memory. Later, James went to ask Dumbledore for help, and the phoenix's tears saved the child's life once again, she said briefly. But what about the phoenix mark? The reporter asked. It's said that the child has a red phoenix-shaped mark on the back of his neck, which is how people recognized him as Hux Potter. Oh, that's correct. Hux does have a phoenix-shaped mark on the back of his neck, but it only appears when his blood touches it. Bash nodded. As I mentioned before, at birth, anything that touched Hux would hurt him. The healers, during delivery, scraped off a large patch of skin on the back of his neck. Later, most of the phoenix's tears were applied there. Once the wound healed, we discovered that if Hux's blood touched that spot, a red mark in the shape of a phoenix would appear. No one knows why. At the time, a trainee healer guessed it might be residual poison, but everyone thought that was impossible, since it was the very spot that received the most phoenix tears. When the reporter asked what happened to poor Hux afterward, Bashat's eyes filled with tears again. He survived, but it was a struggle. He was unconscious most of the time, breathing weakly, confined to St. Mungo's pure magic recovery ward. Any time he left, his skin would break out in sores all over, and he had to take potions every half hour, she said. Whenever Lily and James visited, Lily would cry for a long time afterward, and James would disappear for half a day. But they couldn't visit him often because of the danger. They had to rely on that person. Dumbledore called in a friend skilled in potions to develop an antidote for the child. After more than a year, his body gradually became healthy, so James and Lily asked that person to bring the child home for Halloween. Of course, after the holiday, he had to be returned to St. Mungo's. That person brought the child, then left. I asked why he didn't stay with the Potters for the holiday, and he said he shouldn't disturb such a rare reunion. Everyone knows what he did afterward. But at the time, how could we have known? Later, after that incident, I looked through the window and saw something was wrong with the Potter house. Half the house had collapsed, but there wasn't a sound. So I sent that person a message that was the worst thing I've ever done. Luckily, Rubeus Hagrid arrived first and found the children. I think that person just wanted to escape and didn't dare confront Hagrid, but he still tricked and took Hux away. Just imagine what that poor child went through. That person's true nature was exposed, so how could he leave a sickly child behind? But we all know that Hux Potter not only survived, but he also went on to attend Hogwarts, excelling in his abilities and in full health. As for that part I'm not sure, but I suppose when he made his final move, he remembered this was his best friend's child. Though he himself had ulterior motives, James and Lily had always treated him with genuine kindness, and Hux was so weak, he was probably left somewhere to die naturally. But he forgot that Hux had already performed a miracle as an infant. Perhaps some extraordinary fate intervened afterward, which is why he survived, Bashadabash said, a mixture of anger and relief in her voice. Harry's green eyes gradually blurred, unable to make out the words on the page. He stared, thinking about that extraordinary fate, recalling what Hagrid had said about Moyan's living conditions when delivering him to the Dursleys. Unconsciously, he bit his lip, unable to connect the Moyan he met the first time with the filthy boy in the abandoned yard, or with the fragile infant described in the report. I never would have thought, Ron murmured. Harry, what did the paper say? Wood asked curiously. Why are you all so quiet? Wait, what's going on here? Harry hurriedly lowered his head to wipe his eyes discreetly. When he looked up, he saw Hermione quickly turn away, her eyes slightly red. Look at Snape, Hermione suddenly nudged Harry. Harry looked up and froze. Chapter 98, Snape's Side Story. Snape's Perspective. The person who sent me the potion is trustworthy, don't worry. Snape stared fixedly at the words in the Daily Prophet. Gradually, a pain like a knife carving into his long, frozen heart spread through him. Trustworthy. You chose your path, I chose mine. Calling me a mudblood? But you call anyone of my bloodline a mudblood, Severus. How am I any different? The girl's cold, disappointed voice echoed in his mind, the same voice he had carried for over a decade. Not a single moment had he forgotten it. Every time it resurfaced, it brought unbearable remorse. In this warm, lively great hall, he felt utterly cold. Trustworthy? After all these years of going separate ways, do you really still see me that way? His left hand clenched unconsciously at the edge of his plate, knuckles whitening as he gripped tightly, yet he could not stop it from trembling. For the first time, unbidden tears welled in his black eyes. Severus? Madame Pomfrey suddenly patted his hand, her voice laced with concern. What's wrong? Her tone was careful, as if speaking to someone gravely ill. Snape didn't answer. He didn't even glance her way. He grabbed the Daily Prophet from the table and left without looking back, dozens of diligent owls following, hoping to catch his attention with the letters they carried. Snape ignored them. Then, in a sudden, violent swirl, the owls were flung outward, shrieking as they crashed to the floor. Two broke their wings. The students gasped in shock. They had never seen anyone treat loyal messenger owls with such brutality. What's gotten into him? Madame Pomfrey and Professor Sprout quickly scooped up the injured owls to tend to them. Professor McGonagall, fuming, shot Dumbledore a sharp glance and said in irritation, Professor Dumbledore, these are private letters, you shouldn't read them yourself. Oh, I was just helping our lovely messengers complete their duties. Considering these letters contain nothing truly private, Dumbledore opened one and smiled. As I suspected, McGonagall, I believe you can assist me with this task, seeing as I've received quite a few of these myself. He spread the letter on the table. It was densely written, but the most striking lines read, Please, take good care of that poor boy, for he has endured so much suffering, sincerely asking you to give him the love and happiness of a family. The twins' appetite has been low recently, but their spirits are high. The silver phoenix gave a proud, clear cry before dissipating into silver mist, yet its message seemed to linger in the blue haze of the room. Snape, mixing a complex potion, felt his hand tremble. A drop of leech extract spilled, and what should have turned pale yellow immediately bubbled violently from the bottom of the cauldron, turning a deep, harsh yellow. Snape glared at the flawed potion, as though the slightly deeper hue were an unforgivable crime. With a flick of his wand, the cauldron emptied. He stood abruptly, rifling through his potion ingredients. Wisteria leaves, spice roots, shriveled lentils, and several pieces of orange peel. He reignited the alcohol lamp. It wasn't until the gray, black owl in the sky shrank to a nearly invisible speck that Snape snapped fully awake, almost tempted to immediately give himself an Avada Kedavra. How could he? How could he? His fingers trembled as he gripped his robe tightly, fear surging uncontrollably through him. He had only recently contacted Dumbledore, and now this mess had happened. A single small vial of potion, and his identity could be exposed. He might be the shortest-lived spy in the world, and he might even endanger Lily. The sunlight outside was so warm, yet he felt a chill deep to his bones. Snape could hardly imagine the look on Lily's face when she discovered that it was he who had sent the potion. He collapsed to the floor in agony, nearly unable to think. Fortunately, almost fortunately, Slytherin's inherent composure helped him gradually regain control of his mind. Then Snape realized that, even while his thoughts were in disarray, he had made remarkably few mistakes. The vial he used was the most common type. Snape never wasted time on flashy, unnecessary items, something Lucius had mocked him for countless times. The parchment wrapping the potion was also ordinary. The only potential flaw was his owl, but the creature was entirely unremarkable, and even Snape couldn't be certain he could pick it out in a crowd of owls. Yet, out of caution, Snape had still confided his blunder to Dumbledore through his patroness, a silver doe. It was only then that he exhaled softly and slumped to the floor, realizing that sweat had soaked the back of his robe, and that his heartbeat pounded painfully in his chest. He sprawled out completely, staring at the blank, pale gray ceiling, feeling all his strength drain from him. His limbs were weak, yet he could not stop the slight tremor coursing through him. At the spot on his left arm marked with the dark mark, it felt as if something might leap out, but Snape knew it was only an illusion. Since agreeing to Dumbledore's request, every moment felt like walking on a thin wire, a single misstep sending him plummeting into an abyss. After only a week, he felt as if the taut string of his heart might snap at any moment. But he knew it wouldn't. No matter how dire the situation, he would endure. For Lily. Every time he faced Voldemort, and fear made him tremble, the thought of his purpose poured endless courage into him, as if Merlin himself had lent him strength, sustaining his awkward, painstaking disguise. No one understood Voldemort's terrifying power better than those close to him. People who trembled daily, whispering about the Dark Lord, only grasped a tiny fragment. Even Dumbledore's carefully crafted media portrayals could not compare to what the Death Eaters had truly witnessed. Hash, hash, hash. In his eyes, I am such a kind soul, Voldemort sneered mockingly, tossing aside the Daily Prophet and raising his wine glass for a toast. Our headmaster is always so benevolent, don't you agree, Severus? Snape watched Voldemort's crimson eyes calmly, responding respectfully without subservience. Master, how could someone like Dumbledore ever comprehend your greatness? No, 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 Severus. You underestimate Dumbledore, Voldemort said, draining his goblet of crimson wine, a sly smile curling his lips. His eccentricities at school fooled many, but if you think he is a feeble old fool, you are gravely mistaken. Snape remained silent for a moment, unsure how best to reply. Fortunately, his perfect occlumency kept his eyes and expression vacant as always. Dumbledore is indeed powerful, which is why he has the right to stand before you, Lucius said, bowing deeply, his respect absolute. But in no way can he compare to you, my great master. Indeed, Voldemort said, stroking the serpent that flicked its tongue. Dumbledore is a formidable enemy, but I will defeat him. Then I will excise every corruption that plagues our world, leaving only pure-blooded wizards. I will stand at the pinnacle of this world together with you. Oh, that had indeed once been his dream. As Snape bowed respectfully alongside everyone else, a bitter thought lingered in his mind. He knew that no matter how much he longed for it, the path he had once desired was now forever closed to him. Voldemort was powerful, cunning, and cold. To a Slytherin who craved strength, he was the perfect leader. But to his enemies, he was merciless, cruel, and evil, especially toward traitors, for whom he was a living nightmare. Yet Snape still clung to a sliver of hope. Master, he ventured, noticing Voldemort seemed unusually good-natured, daring to risk a request, I beg of you. Him? Voldemort raised an eyebrow, and Lucius shot Snape a disapproving glare. Swallowing hard, Snape forced his courage. Master, could you spare the life of Lily Evans Potter? Voldemort frowned. I told you no, Severus, he said coldly. You seem particularly attached to that mudblood helm? Forgive me, master, Lucius interjected. I believe it is a lingering grievance that keeps Severus so fixated on obtaining Lily Evans. That blood once maliciously provoked James Potter and the others against him, causing your loyal servant much humiliation. I see, Voldemort said with a smile. A plaything, is it? Very well. He shook an empty wine glass, amber liquid swirling inside. Then I grant your request. He said it casually, as if it required no weight. Thank you, merciful master. Snape seized the moment of bowing to steady his pounding heart, grateful and astonished that he could still stand. Lying on the floor, Snape drew deep, ragged breaths, unsure when this tense, fearful existence might end. He had already betrayed the ideals and beliefs he had pursued since childhood, abandoned the path he had chosen long ago. He could not bear the thought of losing Lily. Yet as long as Voldemort lived, he would never stop hunting that child. Lily remained in danger. Unless Voldemort died. Defeat Voldemort? A shiver ran through him. Even imagining it sent icy fingers down his spine. Dumbledore had failed. How could he succeed? It felt as if a massive stone pressed against his chest. Snape breathed violently in the familiar confines of the potions classroom, for the first time, feeling claustrophobic, trapped. His life seemed swallowed by a black whirlpool, impossible to escape, with no one coming to save him. His angel had already been claimed by another along his path of power and ambition. A silver phoenix appeared suddenly, materializing out of thin air, carrying a message from Dumbledore. Handled. Do not worry. Snape exhaled deeply, and for the first time, felt absolute relief, vowing never to make such a foolish mistake again. Then he realized that keeping a promise to himself was far harder than keeping one to others. Every day at the appointed time, his body would instinctively position itself before the cauldron, preparing potions that even seventh-year Hogwarts students might struggle to learn, but which required only first-year skill to brew correctly. Every limb, every movement seemed to think on its own, appearing at precisely the right time and place, performing the exact motions with flawless precision. As for where the brewed potions ended up, he never thought about it. Though resigned, Snape could not ignore the quiet joy and satisfaction that stirred within him. Even dealing with Voldemort seemed a little less impossible. Yet Snape had not anticipated that, in the end, he would still bring harm to her. When he discovered that someone had slipped deadly bababdo poison into the potion he sent to Lily, he felt a despair far deeper than even the day she married James. She would never trust him again. Remained of his world? When the news of Lily's death arrived, Snape felt his world collapse. The only thing keeping him upright was the child for whom she had given her life. Sometimes his life felt like a cruel joke. He had betrayed the master he chose, abandoned the beliefs he pursued, forsaken the angel he longed for, and in the end, he had gained nothing. He didn't even have a single photo to remember her by. Black bats glided through the castle, terrifying every student in their path. Among the fearful and hateful gazes, Snape coldly severed himself from everyone, except for one sly, thick-skinned old fox and a certain Lucius, who escaped punishment. Yet, the person who sent me the potion can be trusted, rest assured. He brushed everyone aside, left the great hall, descended the stairs, and entered the entrance hall. Somehow, a door had been left open. The wind, carrying driving rain, swept straight inside, soaking Snape instantly. He lifted his face slightly, letting the icy rain strike him, mixing with the warm tears streaming down his cheeks. Striding forward, he did nothing to shield himself from the cold, shivering rain. His heart, he felt, was ablaze, burning hotter than the storm around him. Through the heavy downpour, a flash of red appeared faintly in the distance. "Lily!" Snape cried out. Chapter 99. Quidditch, Dementors, and Patronesses. Mo Yan kept far away from everyone, standing beneath a crooked locust tree at the edge of the Quidditch pitch, squinting at the sky. Yet the wind-driven rain fell at an angle, the sky black as ink. Even with a rain-warding spell and his back turned to the storm, he could see almost nothing. It was the first Quidditch match of the year and a showdown between the long, feuding Gryffindor and Slytherin teams. Nearly the whole school had come out to watch, braving the gale and holding umbrellas turned inside out by the wind as they made their way to the stands of their respective houses. Yet, cloaked by the darkness and a subtle concealment charm, Mo Yan was confident no one could notice him. So when a scorching hand suddenly gripped his shoulder, he jumped, nearly flinging the person behind him with a reflexive judo throw. Turning, he was immediately struck by the storm. Even though the rain repelled slightly under his charm, it still blocked his vision. Only by the faint, lingering scent of potion in the air did he barely recognize the other person. "Professor?" he called, bewildered, as the grip on his shoulder tightened like an iron clamp. Suddenly, the force vanished. The potion's master staggered back 2 steps, then abruptly turned and strode away. Mo Yan caught a glimpse of his retreating figure, and for some reason, it looked unexpectedly disheveled. Confused, Mo Yan furrowed his brow and conjured himself a pair of rain-proof goggles, refocusing on the sky. Thunder rumbled across the stadium as the spectators erupted into cheers. The 2 teams stepped onto the pitch, and Mo Yan could only tell them apart by the colors of their uniforms. The silver and green of Slytherin and the gold and red of Gryffindor wobbled as they approached each other. Wood and Flint shook hands, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and the players swung onto their brooms, plunging into the rain. At this point, the difference between the teams' brooms became immediately apparent. The Slytherin players quickly stabilized and soared to their assigned positions, though their larger builds certainly helped, since aside from Draco, the team was made up of big, strong players. The Gryffindor players struggled to maintain balance, with only one slender figure swiftly shooting upward. Mo Yan immediately recognized him, Harry. This was probably the most orderly Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin in history. Simply locating the quaffle and bludgers in the storm was exhausting. No one had the energy to provoke the other team. Mo Yan saw one instance where Ed tried to knock Angelina Johnson from her broom, only to nearly get his arm broken by a bludger attacking from below. Warrington mishandled the bludger pass to Katie Bell, and Wood misjudged a save completely. Derek and George collided midair. Montana, rushing the quaffle toward Gryffindor's goal, somehow ended up veering toward his own, fortunately alerted in time by Flint. From the stands, most students couldn't see much of the airborne chaos and relied on Lee Jordan's commentary, cheering or jeering as he spoke. Even so, their enthusiasm didn't wane. The roars of the crowd often drowned out the thunder itself. Mo Yan scanned the sky beyond the school, unsure if the Dementors patrolling outside had been stirred. He gripped his wand tightly, feeling the sting in his palms from the effort. The sky grew darker, as though night had decided to arrive early. Gryffindor adapted to their brooms within 15 minutes, recovering the 20-point deficit and quickly snatching an additional 30. Through his binoculars, Mo Yan saw Flint shouting, rain pouring into his mouth and causing him to cough uncontrollably. Half an hour into the match, Ed and Derek successfully worked together to knock a Gryffindor player off his broom for the first time. The Gryffindor stands erupted in deafening cheers. Madame Hooch blew her whistle. The players descended with effort, gathering quickly under the large umbrellas at the edge of the pitch. Lightning tore the sky into jagged pieces, illuminating the entire field. Mo Yan's gaze caught a dark shape. A large, shaggy black dog sat motionless atop the highest empty row of Gryffindor seats, like a silent sentinel. In an instant, darkness swallowed the stands again, and thunder rolled. Dark? He quickly scanned the faculty stands, but saw nothing until 2 black specks rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Edmund? Flint? The specks resolved into 2 familiar figures leaning over their brooms, approaching fast. Mo Yan's eyes widened in surprise, then he pressed his lips together, silently watching them land, hair plastered to their faces, looking utterly disheveled. Flint's face was pale. He moved his lips, possibly speaking, but his words were too quiet for Mo Yan to hear. The 2 across from him remained silent, Edmund frowning, while anger and disappointment slowly appeared in Flint's eyes. Suddenly, Edmund seemed to remember something. He drew his wand and cast twice, creating a barrier around them that cut off most of the wind and rain, dampening the thunder. Mo Yan, we need you, he said simply. Mo Yan looked at him, his left hand clenching into a fist unconsciously. They all assume that after learning your heritage, you'd leave Slytherin, Edmund said, meeting his gaze slowly. But I think, maybe you believed Slytherin would abandon you because of your heritage. Professor Snape told me you were here, and Ed willingly stepped down as a starter so I could ride the light. Will 2001 to find you. I think you understand what that means, Mo Yan. I thought you should know by now that all your worries are unnecessary. Heck, Mo Yan. Stop running away. Edmund lowered his head, looking at him with sincerity. Slytherin is your home. It always was, it is now, and it always will be. Mo Yan held his gaze, then shifted it to Flint, his earlier anger now completely gone, replaced by earnest anticipation. Mo Yan blinked slowly, exhaled, and offered a faint smile. "Edmund, you're always so good at tugging at the heartstrings." Chapter 97. The report about Hugh. "You should have known this on your first day of school, Mo Yan," Flint said with a cheerful laugh. "That speech has been given by 2 head students before, but no one delivered it as rousingly as Edmund." Edmund punched him lightly, about to speak, when Madame Hooch blew the whistle again. "Let's go." Flint mounted his broom and shot into the sky. "Good luck, Mo Yan." Edmund handed him the broom with a serious expression. "Good luck, Slytherin," Mo Yan said with a grin. As he took the broom, he realized it was the one he had always used before. The moment his hand closed around it, he felt a thrill deep in his soul. Pushing off the ground with force, he darted into the pouring rain. The wind howled around him, icy raindrops stinging like tiny stones. Every Slytherin teammate he passed slapped his hand and shouted things he couldn't hear over the storm, and Mo Yan replied with silent smiles. Soon he was stationed in front of the goal. Draco descended beside him, smiling, looking unsure what to say, grinning foolishly. "Not welcoming me?" Mo Yan tilted his head and smiled. Feeling a bit anxious, he still had some reservations about Draco's behavior that day. "Fantastic." Draco laughed widely. "Draco, what are you doing?" Flint called as he flew past them. "Waiting for the golden snitch to fly into your hand?" Draco quickly took off, and Mo Yan hovered in front of the goal. After Mo Yan blocked the bludger twice, Harry and Draco seemed to spot the snitch. They flew almost side by side. Squinting, Mo Yan scanned the sky, but he couldn't see the snitch, which should have been ahead of them, and thus couldn't tell who was closer. Suddenly, the pitch fell eerily silent. All cheers, wind, rain, and thunder vanished as if someone had hit mute. The cold sharpened to a biting edge, already freezing, but now incomparable. They were enveloped in an impenetrable, silent darkness, as if the entire pitch were gripped by a giant hand. It began. Hundreds of Dementors surged in from all directions, swooping toward the players. Most aimed for the students in the stands, while some flew toward Harry and Draco chasing the snitch above. Mo Yan drew his wand, forcing himself to ignore the bone, chilling cold, and pointed at the indistinct black shadows in the rain. "Patroness!" he shouted. A silver giant eagle burst from the tip of his wand, dazzling with bright white light, and charged toward the 2 chasers flying closely together. Its broom-shaped trail of silver light caused nearby Dementors to scatter. Then, a silver stag appeared midair, prancing around the shadows and lowering its head to attack groups of Dementors. Mo Yan looked up to see Harry gripping his wand with all his strength, while Draco, pale-faced, held a shield of silver smoke at the tip of his wand. At that moment, Mo Yan felt a strange light from beneath the pitch. Instinctively, he shielded his eyes, though his subconscious knew it was harmless. As a faint warmth passed over him, he lowered his hand and opened his eyes. His mouth fell open in astonishment. A massive, silver, semi-transparent arc rapidly expanded, striking any invading Dementors mercilessly. Most that saw or sensed the shield fled immediately, but some who failed to escape were silently obliterated along the arc. Roughly a third of the Dementors vanished in an instant. Within moments, not a single Dementor remained above the pitch. Only Mo Yan's and Harry's patronesses continued circling, gradually dissipating into silver mist. Mo Yan drew a sharp breath, looking down to see Dumbledore standing on the staff stand, wand raised high. His aged face, lit with anger, radiated an awe-inspiring authority. Gulp! Morven swallowed hard and slowly shifted his gaze to Alastair, who was soaring through the air holding the golden snitch. Even though the Dementors had been completely driven off, a chill still ran through him as if he were falling into an ice cellar. Could he really stand against such overwhelming power? Voldemort, as formidable, cunning, and ruthless as Dumbledore, wasn't just someone you could defeat by cheating like in the books. How else could he be killed? Morven gripped his broom tighter and watched Harry holding the snitch high, proudly declaring victory to everyone, the cheers from the stands ringing in his ears, yet he suddenly felt as if he existed on a completely different plane from everyone else. "Don't do this, Morven," Flint flew over, patting his shoulder in consolation, his gaze dark as he watched the Gryffindor team dive into a group celebration. He ground his teeth and said, "It's just a match. We still have a chance." "We're 200 points behind," Bower muttered. "Just 200, Ed said. "Think back to last year, we alone beat Gryffindor by 320 points. If we pull ahead by 300 against Hufflepuff, and another 300 ahead of Ravenclaw, Derek stroked his chin. Then the Quidditch Cup is ours, Monta concluded. Please, don't start acting like a Weasley, Draco sneered, and everyone burst out laughing. After a moment, their laughter died down naturally. Lays said that both Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw got new Seekers this year. Hufflepuff's Cedric Diggory is strong. He became captain as soon as he joined. Ravenclaw seems to be a girl. Draco paused, struggling to recall the Ravenclaw Seeker's name. Her name's Q Zhang, a fourth year. She rides a Comet 260, which is laughable compared to our Thunderbolt 2001, Ede interjected. Don't underestimate anyone, Ede. Ravenclaw is strong, Flint said painfully. Our brooms are standardized models and even better than Gryffindor's best, yet we still lost. Everyone lowered their heads, falling silent. All right, let's head down, Flint said after a moment. Even in defeat, we must face it. Standing here getting drenched won't help. Morven. He looked at Morven as if about to speak, then suddenly paused. Following his gaze, Morven turned to see Harry, who hadn't joined his teammates in celebration. Instead, he stood a short distance away, watching him, the wings of the golden snitch still flickering with golden light between his fingers. Chapter 100. Brotherly Talk. Morven glanced at him, but the expression in Harry's eyes seemed to burn his gaze, forcing him to quickly look away and turn back to Flint. What is it? Flint didn't continue immediately. Instead he spoke earnestly. Go talk to him, Morven, don't refuse. I know you want to. Edmund is right, this isn't something you can solve by running away. Morven bit his lip, glancing at the others around him. Go, Bower said softly. You're brothers after all. Sooner or later you need to clear things up. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Draco managed a strained, tentative smile that could almost be called encouraging. Moyan hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. The Slytherin teammates lowered their brooms and swooped down, but halfway through, Draco suddenly turned back and flew upward again. Moyan, although I think what Edmund said makes sense, I want to say, he panted, shouting loudly, you have to stay true to what you really believe. He stole a quick glance at Moyan's expression, and before Moyan could reply, he spun around and shot after the others, flying toward the silently waiting Slytherins. So it had been Edmund. Moyan let out a bitter smile, then turned to see Harry looking at him anxiously. He gestured subtly, and the two of them slipped away from the crowd, opening a window on the 5th floor corridor and flying into the castle. Careful! Really reckless. As they entered, the storm outside rushed in with them, drenching the corridor. Portraits along the walls dodged the raindrops and murmured their disapproval. Harry hurried to close the open window, and when he turned, he saw Moyan standing before Barnabas's portrait. A brand new oak door had appeared in the wall. Moyan pushed it open, and Harry followed him inside. The room was a sitting room, modest in size, but arranged to feel instantly comfortable. The fireplace flames danced cheerfully in gold and red. The pale purple wooden chairs and table were cool and smooth to the touch. The wooden floor gleamed. Along the walls sat a delicate wooden rack filled with expensive-looking porcelain and silverware. A trapezoidal bookshelf held only a few dozen finely bound books. The windows had no curtains, but at the top rested a long, open box from which green plants hung, dotted with tiny purple flowers. Oddly, outside it was storming, yet through the windows, the weather appeared calm and sunny. But Harry's attention was drawn to a wall covered with a dozen photographs. The largest showed him and Moyan tearing open a firework on Christmas, small larks bursting out and circling them as snowflakes settled on their shoulders. Both were laughing with pure, carefree joy. Other photos showed Moyan flying with Slytherin teammates, laughing with Draco, playing in the snow with the twins. Harry turned and saw the boy himself sitting across from him, lips pressed tightly together, deliberately ignoring the wall of photos, eyes flicking nervously to a potted plant in the corner. Harry wiped the rain from his face, silent, focusing on studying Moyan. His cheeks were pale, the past few days having clearly worn him down. A strand of wet red hair clung to his forehead, rain dripping from his hairline, nose and chin. Though disheveled, the boy's skin seemed translucent, like ice and snow. His silver eyes, like emotionless mercury, stared straight ahead, lips tightly pressed, face taut as iron. Hands hidden in his sleeves, the hem of his robe trembled rapidly. Suddenly, Harry realized he was shaking too, not sure whether from cold or nerves. But this was not the time to figure that out. Harry's voice came out dry. He cleared his throat, trying to sound normal. You've been living here since last term? Mo Yan replied, his voice muffled through his nose. Pretty nice. Harry racked his brain for better words, but sorrowfully, it seemed his thoughts were frozen, slipping away like the golden snitch, just when he almost grasped them. Mo Yan stared at him, leaning back in the chair, saying nothing. And again, silence settled. Harry shifted slightly in his chair, trying to find a comfortable spot, but the chair creaked loudly in the quiet room. He froze, afraid to move, feeling every muscle protest painfully. Merlin, give me guidance. Just then, the door silently slid open. Harry exhaled, noticing that Mo Yan had also let out a slight breath. A massive, soaked black dog like a bear in size slipped through the doorway. It froze for a moment at the sight of them, blinked, nudged the door closed, and padded lightly to the fireplace. Shaking off the water, it lay down, resting its head on its crossed paws, eyes closing as if ready to sleep, though its ears remained alert. Harry prayed desperately. The more he prayed, the more his mind felt like an old, rusted clock, frozen and unworkable. Harry recognized the dog. Its name was Dark, one of Mo Yan's pets. During the summer, when he and Mo Yan had sneaked away from the Ministry of Magic to explore the Muggle streets of London, Dark had followed them everywhere. No matter what they ate, there was always a portion for him, and for Mo Yan's cat Leia, of course. Hedwig and Raphael, however, couldn't accompany them in the daytime. After all, Muggles sometimes kept cats or dogs, but nobody had ever heard of someone keeping an owl. But while Leia preferred lounging on the big bed in their hotel, Dark insisted on joining in everything: Ferris wheels, roller coasters, movies, haunted houses, ice cream, toy shops, log flumes, ice skating. Harry thought Dark seemed even more excited than him or Mo Yan. The dog was smarter than any animal Harry had ever known. Yet Mo Yan seemed unfazed by it, and sometimes even annoyed when Dark got too enthusiastic, like now, when the dog, simply by being a dog, could open the room of requirement. Instead of praising it, Mo Yan frowned in distaste. Mo Yan frowned at Dark's uninvited presence, cursing himself inwardly. On Halloween night, he had discovered that Leia sleeping in the room of requirement prevented him from accessing his own room. So back in the summer, he had set up a pet room in the same quarters he had stayed in and reconfigured the room's access settings, albeit a bit redundantly. Hugh Potter's room is also Mo Yan Evans' room. Anyone, human or animal, searching for either name may enter. Now, it was clear he was paying the price for that whim. After the match, Dark had returned, satisfied, and found Mo Yan sitting with Harry in what looked like a long, deep conversation. Naturally, the dog stayed behind, openly eavesdropping. God only knew how much effort Dark had exerted to get these two reclusive friends together. He had almost barged straight in to let Harry hear himself, if not for the constant presence of a teacher or prefect. Dark had felt that if the pair continued being awkward, he would have no choice but to reveal his identity and drag them together. Luckily, now that they were sitting amicably, Dark's excitement over the prospect of the upcoming brotherly reunion was nearly uncontrollable. He fought the impulse to sit nearby in a self-appointed elder role, proud of his self-restraint, and closed his eyes to pretend to sleep, though his ears remained high and alert, flaunting themselves. After all, I am just a pet dog now, he thought contentedly, without a shred of guilt for eavesdropping. Mo Yan, however, knew very well that this black dog was in fact their fugitive godfather. Gritting his teeth at the blatant spying, he was even more determined not to betray any emotion. Harry nervously raked his hair with his fingers and hesitantly asked, You're staying here too? Mo Yan shot him a glance and replied dryly, no. Regardless, he was still a third-year Slytherin greeter. Reluctantly or not, he had to stay in the communal dormitory. There was no need to explain that to Harry. The greeter system was well known within Slytherin, yet every student discreetly kept it from the other houses. Harry licked his lips, growing more anxious. His light will 2000 at his feet seemed to sense its owner's tension, trembling on the floor and rising an inch or two. Mo Yan, can I call you Hugh? Immediately, Harry realized he had made a mistake. Mo Yan's eyes turned as cold as ice. Leaning against the chair, Mo Yan's entire body tensed without him realizing it. His nails dug deep into his palms. After a long moment, he forced out a single curt word through gritted teeth. No. All right, Harry tried to lighten the mood. It's not a big deal anyway. He stopped. Mo Yan's gaze had grown even sharper. For a moment, Harry swore he saw Snape himself. Feeling unjustly wronged, Harry couldn't understand what he had done wrong. Mo Yan remained silent, watching Harry struggle with the golden snitch in his hands, observing the confusion in his eyes. Suddenly, he regretted listening to the advice that had brought him here. The room was warm. His previously damp and icy clothes clung uncomfortably to his body, more unbearable than standing in the cold rain. On top of that, he still had to return the light, Will 2001 and the team robes, to the Slytherin Quidditch locker room. Maybe Edmund was holding a meeting about Dementors breaking into the Quidditch pitch. Him, a greeter not being there, would be terrible. Would Draco attend on his behalf? Draco had just reconciled with him today, yet Moyan still had to consider what to say to the others when he returned to the dorm, having gone days without speaking to his classmates. And Edmund's constant care, even encouraging him to talk to Harry, left him pondering whether he could trust anyone again. A sharp pang shot through Moyan's chest, cutting his thoughts off abruptly, his expression growing even more unreadable. Harry raked his hair into a tangled mess, struggling to dredge up the words he had been rehearsing for days. "Dammering," he said. "Moyan, I know you probably don't want to see me right now. I don't know why. I mean, we're brothers, right? And we used to get along well, so why is it like this now? I'm really glad to have a little brother, and that little brother is you. I know I might be clumsy, your grades are so good, maybe I'm awful, I mean I made you feel like I wasn't a proper brother. The reason you can't accept it, I think, is because..." "Because what?" Harry blinked, lost, realizing he had miserably forgotten his words. His earlier attempts had been just as clumsy. Even he wasn't sure what he had said, though Moyan seemed to understand. Draco, no longer pretending to sleep, stared at him. "Why, died?" Harry stood there, mouth agape, cursing himself for not asking Hermione what to say in a situation like this. After a long pause, he finally managed to recall some of the words he had forgotten, and his tongue and mouth began moving on their own. "Our parents are gone, it's just the two of us. I'm a Gryffindor, like you said, often reckless. Potions and astronomy aren't my strong points, usually it's you helping." Why was he even saying this? "I'll try, Mile." Harry glanced at the ceiling. "Grow up." That's it, Harry thought. He nodded in satisfaction, relieved to have finally found his real words. "Mom and Dad left us some money. Not much, but enough to get us through school. I know you don't need money, but we should have a home where family, Moyan. Brothers, sharing the same blood." Why did that sound like some blasted Malfoy spouting blood purity nonsense? "The Dursleys are awful, but Dudley is kind of funny. He's stupid, and if it were you, you wouldn't get bullied. You're smart anyway. It's much better than being alone in the leaky cauldron." Moyan's eyes narrowed, looking like he might snap. Considering how detestable the Dursleys were, he would much rather stay with Snape than go back there. Harry sensed Moyan's anger was entirely justified and quickly switched his words. "No matter what, Moyan, you're my brother. Even though we've been apart so many years, you're still my brother. I think we should live together from now on like the Weasleys. We should be together. I'll take care of you." Harry almost wished he could bite his own tongue off. He would give anything to relive that last sentence, because in that moment, Moyan suddenly stood, glaring fiercely, teeth clenched so hard they clicked together, his entire body trembling. No matter how much Harry tried to convince himself, he couldn't believe Moyan's reaction was excitement or joy. Then Moyan laughed softly, but his silver eyes held no trace of humor, as hard as the toughest steel. "Oh, take care of me?" Moyan said slowly, lightly, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. "Should I weep tears of gratitude over your noble brotherly love? As if I can't take care of myself? Maybe you think I've spent the last 13 years in some honeyed bubble? Huh? Well..." Moyan leaned on the table, his body tilting slightly forward, enunciating each word. "The great, the honorable, Harry Potter." Harry stared foolishly as cold ridicule and anger flickered across Moyan's handsome face, feeling his insides twist. "If there weren't that foolish mark on the back of my neck, if that damned phoenix hadn't presumptuously revealed my identity, if you didn't know I am Hugh Potter, if I had no blood relation to you at all..." Moyan's gaze swept Harry up and down, piercing as if to slice through his very flesh. "You're still going to stammer out meaningless words like that, endure my sarcasm and ridicule, and wear that disgusting look of pity as if you're some kind of savior trying to rescue me, even..." He smiled again, but there was a feral edge in his eyes. "Even take me under your wing as a favor? Give me a home as charity? And treat your fat pig cousin like some bonus toy? Who do you think I am, Morven? Some Colleen Creevy, like idiot, always ready to lick the savior's shoes?" He snorted coldly and waved his hand. The Thunderbolt 2001 lying on the ground jumped into his grasp with a swoosh. Morven grabbed the broom and strode out without looking back, while Harry's murmured protest followed behind him. But there's no if. Morven hesitated for a moment, caught Banaba's sneaky gaze sweeping over him, snorted coldly, and hurried away. Harry drew in deep, shuddering breaths, holding back the sting in his eyes. He covered his face and bent deeply, as though carrying a weight too heavy to bear. Dark clung to his leg, nuzzling his arm gently as if trying to comfort him. The damp clothes clung to his skin, making him feel suffocated. Once again he had messed everything up. Chapter 101. Slytherin Meeting. I disagree, Morven heard Draco shout loudly as he stepped up to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. This is clearly helping that old madman Dumbledore telling the parents, putting pressure on the Ministry. That's exactly what he wants us to do. He's always been against the Ministry interfering in Hogwarts, especially the Dementors being stationed here. Now we're doing him a huge favor. But the Dementors did enter Hogwarts without permission, and they tried to attack all the students. Remember all the students? Fourth-year greeter Agatha Moon said, her face pale. She was the only girl among the greeters and seemed most affected by the Dementors. Don't forget you were attacked by Dementors in the air too. If Morven hadn't used the Patroness charm in time, you and Potter might have fallen from 50 feet up. I'm not that fragile, Draco muttered unhappily, but the fact made his face pale and his bravado weaken. Ah, Morven, you're back. Wendy, standing by the door, spotted him first and greeted him in her usual lively tone. You look utterly bedraggled, don't you guys? Everyone turned to look at Morven. He felt slightly awkward, realizing he was still soaked and muddy from head to toe. Morven! Draco jumped up from his seat, as if to ask something, but Edmund interrupted him. Go take a bath and change your clothes first, Morven, Edmund said. You can even have a butterbeer then come to the meeting. I think that will help you feel better. All right, Edmund, Morven replied, not hiding his gratitude. He truly needed a moment away from everyone's gaze. They all seemed eager to know the result of his conversation with Harry, but he had no desire to discuss it right now. After a hot shower and a change into dry, warm robes, Morven returned to the common room. He found everyone silent. Wendy was fiddling with a wine glass, still smiling but radiating a hidden tension. Draco looked sulky. Agatha's pale face had flushed pink with anger. Only Edmund remained as composed as ever, showing no discernible emotion. Mo Yan glanced around, then walked over and took the empty seat beside Draco. Mo Yan, what do you think about this? Edmund asked, handing him a full mug of butterbeer. Better not ask me, Mo Yan said lazily, holding the steaming mug to warm his cold hands. I swear you won't like my answer. Oh, Wendy raised an eyebrow. Come on, tell us. Seeing the eager expressions around him, Mo Yan spoke softly. If you ask me, the best thing would be to launch a full-scale sweep against the Dementors and wipe them all out. FFT. Draco, who had been sipping his butterbeer, immediately sprayed it all out. Everyone jumped back, narrowly avoiding the spray, but no one had the energy to scold Draco. Instead, every single person froze, stunned by Mo Yan's earth-shattering suggestion. Mo Yan, what did you just say? Draco rubbed his ears in disbelief. They just got into the school. Maybe it was a one-time loss of control, Agatha said, her lips trembling. And no one was hurt. The Dementors are Azkaban guards. Their status is critical. A boy with brown hair, unknown to Mo Yan, said calmly. Just because of this incident, the Ministry would never decide to exterminate them, even if all the Slytherin noble families pressured them together. So you're just talking hypothetically, Mo Yan shrugged, staring at the boy. You are! Lester Wessel, a first-year and future greeter. The head prefect kindly allowed me to attend this meeting, Lester said with a slight bow. I hope to learn from you in the future. You flatter me. Perhaps I'll be the one learning from you someday, Mo Yan replied casually, though it was clearly just politeness. He knew in his heart that Lester Wessel's family background had to be impressive. A first-year attending a high-level meeting? As far as Mo Yan knew, only Draco had ever been granted such an honor, and that was only after protecting the Sorcerer's Stone alongside Harry. You're too kind, Lester said humbly, showing no arrogance. Mo Yan nodded subtly, his tone softening. Call me Mo Yan. Senior makes me feel old, like time's flown by. You mean mature, Draco rolled his eyes. He was several months older than Mo Yan anyway. Everyone laughed, some forced, but the mood lightened considerably. Once Mo Yan had met Lester, Edmund reiterated. Mo Yan, explain your opinion. Why do you think the Dementors should be exterminated? Instead of answering, Mo Yan asked, Edmund, who can control the Dementors? Edmund frowned. Of course the Ministry. Has the Ministry ever issued an order forbidding Dementors from entering Hogwarts? Mo Yan said with a sneer. Or ordering them to storm Hogwarts and attack all the students? How is that possible? 7th year greeter Nettie Mand raised an eyebrow. It was a loss of control. Then Mo Yan said, taking a sip of his drink, why did they lose control? They were hungry, Wendy said coldly. These creatures feed on people's happiness. Professor Dumbledore doesn't allow them into the school, nor would he feed them. But during a Quidditch match, students are emotionally charged. It's a feast for the Dementors. They couldn't resist. Wendy suddenly stopped speaking, frowning in thought. Exactly. They were hungry, so they lost control. Simple as that, Mo Yan said, spreading his hands. The Ministry's orders can't compete with temptation. Who can guarantee absolute control over the most terrifying creatures in the world? But hundreds of years of history prove Dementors have always been under the Ministry's management, Agatha said, looking around for support. They just get a little excitable sometimes, right? No, Mo Yan said coldly. They're not driven by emotion. They occasionally test boundaries to satisfy their appetites. He set down his goblet and spoke seriously. Dementors may appear nothing but ruthless and cruel, but they're intelligent. They know that without the Ministry's allowance, they wouldn't last long. Dementors are few in number, and they have natural enemies: phoenixes, fire dragons, unicorns, creatures capable of inflicting massive casualties. Countless species lost to history have proven this. Without wizard recognition, the extinction of non-human beings is only a matter of time. Dementors are no exception. Moreover, because of their inherent nature, hardly anyone tolerates their existence. Dementors are clever, he continued. They use guarding Azkaban as a means of survival. They drain people of their happiest memories, leaving only the most painful ones. It's unsettling, yes, but as a punishment for criminals, no one complains. That's how these grotesque creatures became part of the wizarding world and even gained a crucial role. But the food in Azkaban may not satisfy them, Lester Wessel interjected. After all, the number of prisoners is limited. Especially in recent years, the wizarding world has grown more peaceful. Precisely, Jackson Gordon said with a sarcastic edge. Since the retirement of the finest or, Alastor Moody, the days when Azkaban overflowed with captured dark wizards are long gone. Jackson, a fifth-year greeter, had an uncle who was sent to Azkaban by Moody, went insane within weeks, and died in prison 2 years later. So Dementors have essentially been starving in Azkaban, Wendy summarized. Starving, 6th-year greeter Harold Paff corrected. Even with Professor Dumbledore at school, no one paid attention. They wiped out so many of them in the end. So it's clear, Dementors have no resistance to temptation when it comes to food, Agatha said, fear evident in her eyes. If someone could provide them with protection like the Ministry, and even a little more food, Lester licked his lips, even just a few more than the prisoners in Azkaban. They'd switch sides without hesitation, Mo Yan warned. But don't forget, these creatures have no loyalty. They'll always follow whoever offers the greatest advantage. Once competition arises, their appetite becomes insatiable. In other words, Dementors are always at risk of slipping out of Ministry control. They only lack an opportunity and someone bold enough to offer it regardless of the world's survival, Edmund said, tapping the arm of the sofa. The recent Hogwarts incident was just a reaction to their hunger, or a small sign of them acting beyond control. Anyone want to add anything? He scanned the room. Draco opened his mouth but said nothing. Jackson glanced at him, then lowered his gaze to the teacup on the table. Very well, let's vote. Red represents publicizing and pressuring. Blue represents concealing. The depth of the color indicates intensity. Edmund stood, raised his wand, and everyone stood as well, their wands forming a circle with a small gap. A beam of light rose through it, fading from pale blue at the base to deep red at the top, almost purple. Good. Fully publicize and exaggerate a little. Edmund lowered his wand. Pressure the Ministry heavily. If necessary, we can leverage the public opinion we control. But how do we persuade families to pressure the Ministry? Jackson asked. We'd have to report our reasoning exactly as it is. Then that's what we'll do, Edmund said. No concealment. But we don't have the power to force the Ministry to give up the Dementors, Wendy said objectively. That's a bit unrealistic. Lower the goal, Agatha suggested. What if we just drive the Dementors back to Azkaban from the school? Edmund paused, shook his head and said no. The goal is to have the Ministry limit the number of Dementors, restrict their patrols around Hogwarts, and require approval for feeding, with penalties for violations. Let's focus on that for now. Any additions? He looked around, lingering briefly on Draco and Lester before nodding. Then meeting adjourned. Go get some sleep. Finally, he smiled and raised his cup. Good night. Good night. After everyone drank the rest of their beer, Lester's face flushed slightly. They nodded to each other and headed toward their dormitories. Edmund, however, called out to Mo Yan. Can you stay for a moment, Mo Yan? He asked. It'll only take a few minutes. No problem. Mo Yan said goodbye to Draco, who had been about to speak with him, and turned back to sit down. What's up, Edmund? Edmund nodded at him, then turned to the swaying Lester at the back. Need some help, Lester? No, Lester hiccuped apologetically. Sorry, I can't hold my drink very well. It should be me apologizing, Edmund said with a hint of regret. I didn't think about your age and had butterbeer prepared. Let the self make you some hangover soup. I know, thank you. Lester steadied himself against the wall, bowed slightly, and slowly shuffled away. Mo Yan turned back, expecting to see a nearly flattering smile on Edmund's face, though after 3 years he barely trusted that, but instead found a mocking smirk. Mo Yan blinked. He had not anticipated that expression at all. Mo Yan. Once Lester had disappeared behind the corridor, Edmund's smile softened into something warmer and broader. Mo Yan suddenly noticed that both Slytherin prefects seemed rather skilled at changing expressions. He looked at Mo Yan and said, Are you upset that I had today's discussion fully reported to our families? Huh? Mo Yan frowned. Why would I be upset? Isn't that necessary? Edmund's gaze suddenly grew strange, making Mo Yan feel as if he'd said something foolish. He replayed his words in his head, but couldn't figure out what ignorance he'd committed. Edmund stared at him for a long moment, then sighed and shook his head with a laugh. No wonder, you've never known. Known what? Mo Yan asked, a bit irritated. Edmund didn't answer directly. Instead, he glanced toward the darkened dormitory corridor and smiled. It's a long story, but it's late already. Tomorrow, I'll explain everything. After breakfast in the main hall. Okay? Mo Yan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay. Back in the dormitory, Mo Yan found Crab, Goyle, and Blaze already asleep, but Draco was still sitting on his bed waiting. Hi, Mo Yan. Draco's eyes lit up when he saw him push the door open. Hesitant and uneasy, he asked, How did it go with Scarhead Potter? I don't want to talk about that, Draco. Mo Yan pulled out his pajamas and said coldly, Go to bed early. All right, good night. As Mo Yan entered the bathroom, he noticed Draco's lips twitching into a self-satisfied smirk and couldn't help but shake his head in helpless amusement. No wonder, you've never known. Edmund's final words echoed in Mo Yan's mind. After showering, slipping into his pajamas, and crawling under the warm canopy of his 4-poster bed, a fragment of understanding finally formed. Slytherin students entered Hogwarts driven by a deep desire for power and influence. They weren't there merely to learn magic, but to connect with heirs of prominent families, build networks likely to accompany them throughout life, form initial private alliances, and evaluate promising but less affluent students. Mo Yan himself clearly fit the last category. If other students reported his reasoning from tonight directly to their families, it would increase his leverage to be recruited. Edmund likely assumed he would resent this, but Mo Yan had always been deliberately sharp, and letting others see he had a longer-term vision didn't bother him. Mo Yan turned over in bed, feeling his mind swell as if filled with pumpkin juice, yet he felt no fatigue at all. No wonder, you've never known. No wonder what? Had he done something so unreasonable that others found it incomprehensible? Well, not many of the things he'd done were what an ordinary student would do. Morven admitted he had always been somewhat unconventional, but for Edmund himself to find him unusual, that seemed a little over the top. Morven had always thought that even if a fire dragon were courting Lady Norris with heartfelt devotion, Edmund would just cross his arms and smile, and if necessary, he could even explain the plausibility of such cross-species affection to everyone. Edmund was an excellent leader, older brother, and teacher, but more often than not he was a detached, impartial observer. And what was it that everyone had kept from him? No, perhaps it wasn't intentionally hidden. Maybe everyone assumed it was obvious, but he had been too slow to notice, so that when he asked about it, he sounded strange, or Morven puckered his lips, ignorant. Always unaware of what exactly? Morven drifted in a foggy haze of thought, rolled over, and, to the low, steady rumble of Goral's snores, fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 102. A Long Talk with a Real Wizard. Early the next morning, Morven woke with a jolt. It seemed his mind had been aware of his anxiety all night, keeping him on alert, though he still felt groggy upon waking. He spent a few moments recalling his promise to Edmund, and his heart tightened with unease. He got out of bed, dressed in the faint morning light, washed up, and quietly left the dormitory without waking Draco. The great hall held only 3 or 4 students eating breakfast. Morven quickly remembered that today was Sunday. Everyone moved quietly, as if the silence itself were almost tangible. As he entered, the quiet seemed to deepen. Several pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Forcing down a bite of meat pie, he quickly left the hall and made his way to the entrance hall. But as he had expected, Edmund was not yet there, so Morven stepped outside, found a clean railing along a corridor, and sat down, wondering what Edmund would want to say. The sky after the storm was impossibly clear, a blue so vivid it seemed as if diligent house elves had polished it by hand. Not a single cloud marred the sky. A few birds occasionally streaked across, leaving crisp calls in their wake. A winged hippogriff skimmed past the lake and into the forbidden forest, and far up in the high sky, Morven spotted a few gray, black nightmares soaring. The air carried the scent of rain, soaked earth, and even the faint morning light felt cool and fresh. Honestly, a little too cool. Morven shivered. He didn't want to cast a warming charm. This cold felt good, refreshing, and lifted the weight he had been suppressing. He used a cleaning charm to tidy the area around him, propped one leg on the railing, leaned lazily against the column behind him, yawned, and considered dozing a little. But his wish was quickly interrupted. 4 or 5 Ravenclaw girls chattered past him, curiously eyeing him, whispering and giggling, pointing openly without shame. Morven frowned. Ever since the truth about him being Sirius Black's other orphan sibling, the world's eyes had been forced upon him, pitying and sympathetic. Everyone watched him with curiosity, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Even in Slytherin. The so-called exclusive report on the unknown twin of the boy who lived had only amplified this attention. Morven had no doubt that he would become an even more striking focus than Harry, with everyone scrutinizing him, perhaps searching for more sensational stories about his extraordinary fate. Morven despised it. "Hi, Morven." Sudden greeting nearly made him bolt, if he hadn't recognized the slight tremor in the voice as familiar. Morven sighed and turned toward the black-haired girl standing quietly to the side, holding her books. "Hi, Q." Compared to the last time they had met, Qiu Zhang had grown thinner and taller. Her obsidian eyes were clear and bright, her long, silky hair perfectly tied back, and the characteristic Ravenclaw intelligence shone through her radiant presence. Knowledge and innocence, maturity and youth blended flawlessly in her. She had grown more beautiful, utterly captivating. Morven stared for a moment, caught off guard, only snapping out of it when the girl shyly lowered her gaze. "Sorry, Q," Mo Yan said sincerely, "but you must be the most beautiful girl at Hogwarts." No, it's fine," Q mumbled something like, "I'll never get angry." Then she lifted her head, glanced at him, and quickly shifted her gaze to the leaves beside her. "Actually, you don't have to be so formal. We're friends, right?" She looked at him bravely, her eyes burning with a quiet expectation. Mo Yan couldn't say no, so he nodded. Hugh smiled, looking unsure of what to say next. She fiddled with the pages of her book, staring at the floor, her cheeks growing redder by the second. Mo Yan, sitting so close, could feel the warmth radiating off her. I'm now a chaser for Ravenclaw," she stammered after a long pause, finally looking up. "Ah," Mo Yan quickly offered a sincere smile. "Congratulations." "Thanks." They sat in silence for a moment, then suddenly both laughed at the awkwardness of the situation. "At the end of the month, we have a match against Hufflepuff. Their Cedric is really strong, and I only have my Comet 260. I am worried we might lose." The girl tilted her head at him, playful and charming. "Would you come watch? With a friend cheering me on, I might do better." "A friend cheering you on?" Mo Yan murmured, then promised earnestly, "Of course. I'll be there to cheer you on." Hugh smiled again, as if wanting to say thanks, but in the end only nodded shyly and turned to follow the classmates ahead. Mo Yan watched her joyful figure, and suddenly realized how foolish he had been before. His negative impression of Q had come entirely from the original stories. But judging a person's character from a few words in a book, that was truly silly. The facts had already proven that Draco, Goyle, Crabbe, and many other Slytherins were not as foolish or malicious as the stories suggested. Why couldn't he open his eyes and see people anew? Mo Yan pondered this, feeling a surprising clarity. Hey, everyone's gone. If you've had your fill of staring at walls, maybe we can get back to discussing other matters? A playful voice spoke at his side. Mo Yan spun around and saw Edmund grinning at him, a trace of teasing in his eyes. He opened his mouth to explain, but realized words would only make things more awkward. Fortunately, Edmund didn't push the joke further. Come on, he said, patting Mo Yan's shoulder. Let's take a walk by the lake and talk. Mo Yan liked being by the lake. Even doing nothing, just watching the vast, calm water stretch endlessly until the sky met the surface, could calm his mind. Sometimes, having an empty mind was a rare pleasure. When tangled thoughts and plans filled his head, he loved sitting by the lake for hours. November by the lake was colder than anywhere else. The iron-gray water looked deep and unfathomable, revealing nothing of what swam below, only faint ripples hinting at creatures moving lazily beneath. Mo Yan, of course, couldn't tell whether it was a tiny crayfish or a giant squid. The leaves of the willow and locust trees were yellowed, grass wilted and pressed to the ground, while late, blooming flowers shivered in the cold wind, still opening with proud resilience. Even ordinary dandelions seemed to shine against the bleak landscape. You know, I once stumbled upon a Muggle article praising a tiny flower blooming at the end of autumn. I thought Muggles were so fragile, overreacting to something so small, Edmund said, gazing at a goldenrod by their feet, a hint of nostalgia in his smile. Thinking back now, maybe Muggles can be smart too. They often notice things we don't. Of course, perspective changes everything. How you see it shapes your attitude, Mo Yan said, hands in his pockets, strolling alongside Edmund. Slytherins tended to ramble before getting to the point. Mo Yan found it exasperating, but since he couldn't change others, he adapted. So, how do you think the way Muggles and wizards perceive the same off-season flower differs? I've never seen an adult wizard marvel over a tiny flower, Edmund asked pointedly. Differently? Mo Yan didn't bother overanalyzing Edmund's subtext. Since Edmund had formally called him out, he would explain what he meant. No need for Mo Yan to waste brain power guessing. Thinking honestly, he answered literally. Wizards probably rarely spend time pondering such things. At least from what I've seen, they focus on practical matters, not sentimental whims. The Weasley twins just like to play pranks. That's considered unusual enough. But Muggles? Oh, Edmund seemed intrigued by his reasoning. Then why is there such a distinction between wizards and Muggles? Why are wizards more pragmatic? Mo Yan didn't know about others, but compared to spending his entire life buried in magical studies, in his previous life as a Muggle, he had written quite a few reflective essays and even published 2 awkward poems in the school magazine. The first was a result of the double pressure of language classes and exams, the second because he had spent all his food money for the next 2 months at once. Back then, he had done everything he could to make ends meet, but it was true that Muggle Mo Yan had observed life with more subtlety than Wizard Mo Yan ever had, despite being constrained by education and money. After all, how many Muggles, pressed by similar forces, end up more sentimental than Linday, you herself? Yet essays on scenery and emotion sell and are celebrated among Muggles, whereas in the wizarding world, even the eloquent Lockhart had to pepper his writing with duels against werewolves and hags to attract readers. In short, the wizarding world is more cut-throat than the Muggle world. Wizards admire strength and revere the powerful. Mo Yan suddenly realized Hogwarts offered no grammar lessons, nor courses on sentence construction or essay writing. Having been reborn, he hadn't attended a formal Muggle school in England, so he wasn't certain what their curriculum entailed, but surely cultivating literary skills is important anywhere. Hogwarts, the finest magical school, yet offered nothing in this regard. No wonder most student essays he saw were full of awkward phrasing, perhaps trivial, but more importantly, had the school ever considered the situation of students, say orphans or freshmen like him, who might be illiterate upon entry? Furthermore, their textbooks often included other languages, such as Latin. In such cases, students had to consult the library, inevitably misunderstanding meanings or mispronouncing words. This was a major reason for the uneven academic level among students, yet the school never intervened. Perhaps they assumed such difficulties were simply part of learning. No grammar lessons? Mo Yan blurted out, voicing the question he had just been thinking about. Grammar lessons? Edmund looked puzzled. Elementary courses in reading and vocabulary, Mo Yan explained, curious about magical preschool education for wizards under 11. Also instruction on constructing sentences and writing essays. Muggle schools have these courses, at least in China, I think. Muggle education transcends borders, he added, to reassure himself. Teachers assign writing tasks, usually narrative or reflective. That way, even if Muggle children are as pragmatic as wizards, they're forced to feel something. Edmund let out a soft laugh, though there was no real amusement in his eyes. He studied Mo Yan thoughtfully. Mo Yan, you truly are different from most of us. Very different. Chapter 103, A Long Talk of Anger. Mo Yan stared at Edmund, waiting for him to continue, but Edmund shifted the topic. Do you remember your first day in Slytherin? Mo Yan frowned slightly, irritated at having the conversation's rhythm entirely dictated by someone else. Yet, since Edmund had been accommodating him since enrollment, he grudgingly decided to go along this time. Of course, Mo Yan replied flatly. How could he forget? That was the day he had his first conflict with Draco and listened to Edmund recount the traditions of Slytherin. Sitting at the Slytherin table, he had thought everyone around him was either foolish or clownish until Edmund's words shook that assumption. Time proved just how foolish and narrow-minded he had been back then. Believe it or not, even then I thought that if anyone were to lead Slytherin by the time I left Hogwarts, it would have to be you, Edmund said with a smile. Me? Mo Yan looked at Edmund in surprise. What about Draco? Draco? Edmund scoffed. I don't like speaking ill of others behind their backs, but I have to say Draco, he paused, seeming to choose his words carefully, then continued, was raised by his father to be a peacock. Proud, shallow, self-centered, vain, Edmund said coldly. He offends those he cannot rival when he's incompetent, makes enemies recklessly, and has no sense of responsibility when facing challenges. I heard that in first year he challenged Harry Potter to a duel, but didn't show up. Instead Filch reported it, didn't he? I thought that was just Slytherin doing whatever it takes to win. Mo Yan frowned, displeased at Edmund's harsh words. After more than 2 years together, he still saw Draco as spoiled and occasionally immature. Then, would you act like Draco? Edmund countered. Mo Yan hesitated, then shook his head. His pride wouldn't allow him to shirk responsibility, but he also recognized the importance of self-preservation. Even if he couldn't always practice it, he could see the value after all. Didn't history make clear who prevailed, Liu Bang or Xiang Yu? That's right, Edmund said, not reading his thoughts but following Mo Yan's denial. Slytherins pursue victory, yes, but never forget we are nobles. Pride and courage are the bones of a noble. Even with a sword at your neck, there is no right to retreat. Avoiding a duel? Edmund snorted with disdain. If Draco were an adult, letting that slip could ruin everything. Even as a child's prank, if the Malfoys had other heirs, his inheritance could be stripped. Mo Yan froze. He hadn't realized that Draco's childish revenge could carry such serious consequences. Did Draco know in first year? Maybe, but his parents spoiled him so thoroughly, he probably didn't take it seriously. Of course, Draco is much better now, Edmund softened his tone. But still too, he paused, then uttered a word Mo Yan never expected. Naive. Naive? Edmund, are you serious? Mo Yan interrupted, incredulous. From Draco's usual sharp insults toward Gryffindors, how could such a cute word even apply? Naive indeed. Edmund gave him a wry look. For a Slytherin, Draco truly is naive, sheltered by his father and his family. Mo Yan, tell me, what should a noble be like? Before Mo Yan could answer, Edmund continued. Patient, dignified, proud, calm, wise, acting only after careful planning, and also deceitful, cunning, scheming, and, well, ruthless. Our duty is to protect the family's reputation and influence, pursue greater interests, not bully insignificant little creatures. But how many of those traits does Draco have? Just look at his actions over the past 2 years, reckless, brazen, almost unrestrained. A third-year student who, in many eyes, nearly embodies Slytherin itself. Is that normal? He never realizes how often he's used as a pawn. Mo Yan sighed. He hadn't noticed until now, but thinking about it, Edmund was right. But, Mo Yan hesitated, I could say I'm brazen too, right? In fact, many times he had been bolder than Draco. At least Draco still held some regard for professors, he didn't. Really? Edmund's eyes gleamed playfully. I hear that in first year you nearly wounded the Dark Lord. I'm about to graduate, yet I've never seen a spell taught at school that could harm the soul. You're no more patient than Draco, but when have you revealed abilities beyond your classes? Mo Yan. And Professor Quirrell almost broke his neck watching the Quidditch match. That was you, wasn't it? Edmund asked confidently. If there's no proof, I could sue you for slander, Mo Yan said defiantly, chin raised. Slander? Muggle law doesn't work on wizards, Edmund teased. Morven pursed his lips and muttered, How did you know? Not just me, Edmund said with a smile. Now, if that incident comes up, I'm afraid everyone would immediately pin it on you. What? Morven's eyes widened. He was sure he hadn't left any clues. How could everyone possibly know? What evidence? He asked. Edmund shook his head, helpless. You're smart, really, but why are you so slow sometimes? I'm starting to think I may have judged you too quickly, Morven. Evidence? Who needs evidence for this? Think about the motive and the method besides you. Who in Hogwarts would even do something like that? Even if the professor suspected Professor Quirrell, at most they'd just watch him. How many students would dare to send all the professors flying dozens of feet into the air? Morven had no words. In fact, a lot of people suspected it was you back then, but as you said there was no proof, so it was suppressed. Edmund raised an eyebrow. You probably don't realize it yet, but it was from that moment that we started paying attention to you. We? Yes, we, Edmund nodded. Among those you know there's me, Wendy, Mark, and Sparrow from Ravenclaw. Beyond that maybe 3 or 4 others. Ellen? Morven didn't expect to hear that name from Edmund. That's right, Edmund sighed. No wonder she's called the smartest Sparrow. She doesn't spend every day with you like we do, yet from just a few subtle clues, she figured out the truth, and in just a few words managed to become your friend. You should know, there are still quite a few in Slytherin scheming just to get close to you. Morven blinked, beginning to feel confused. As he slowly grasped Edmund's meaning, a sudden sensation of being deceived washed over him, as if everyone around him had been approaching him with hidden agendas all along, even though he couldn't think of any reason why they would. Morven's mouth fell open in disbelief, and a hot surge of anger threatened to erupt from within. All this time, the smiles, the words, everything he had trusted, everything he thought he could confide in, everyone he believed could stand by him had been liars wearing masks. He stepped back 2 paces, glared at Edmund, desperate to find some harsh, cutting words to express his fury and his resolve to sever ties, breathing heavily, unable to speak. Edmund took a couple of steps closer. Hearing no response, he turned and saw Morven's eyes blazing, lips trembling slightly, and helplessly covered his forehead. Sparrow was right, Edmund said softly. If we laid everything out in front of you, all your goodwill toward us would vanish overnight. Don't you dare bring her up, Morven shouted furiously. So many things he had always taken for granted now seemed full of doubt. How could the quietly observant, almost invisible Ellen Sparrow, who Morven hadn't even noticed existed for 2 years, have so decisively and even rudely refused a professor in defense against the dark arts class? Every clever Ravenclaw could have found countless ways to assert themselves, yet Ellen chose the least subtle one. Later, when Morven was in the eye of the storm, why did this low-profile Ravenclaw proactively sit next to him? Moreover, even in the relatively open-minded Ravenclaw, separation and reunion of souls was essentially forbidden material. How could Ellen so brazenly bring it to class and read it in plain sight? Morven could almost reconstruct her thought process. When overt methods failed, she approached Helena, the Ravenclaw house ghost. Morven's good rapport with the school ghosts was well known. The ghost naturally told her that Morven was trying to help another fading ghost, so Ellen brought a related book to class. If it happened to be about ghosts, her intention would be obvious. Morven also understood why she had to sit next to him. The ideal seat would have been a few spaces to the side, but he rarely noticed things slightly out of reach. Yet Ellen hadn't anticipated that the book would strike precisely at his most vulnerable point, and so he, like a fool, bit the bait without suspicion. Morven looked out at the sky, its color fading in the distance, and suddenly felt the deep autumn chill settle into his bones. Elan! How could it be Elan? He had always thought of Elan as the kind of friend who spoke little but understood much. Ever since she had mercilessly humbled that idiot Lockhart in defense against the dark arts, Mo Yan had admired her. Of course, in his mind, admiration was something to be kept private. There was no need to tell her, and certainly no need to seek her out just because of a fondness. After they became acquainted, Mo Yan found her exactly as he had imagined. Intelligent, calm, serene, occasionally a little rebellious, and naturally noble. Their interactions were sparse, mostly just nods in the Ravenclaw library or passing each other in class, but Mo Yan had always believed they could become kindred spirits. And yet, all of it, it turned out, had been a carefully constructed illusion. He had been nothing more than a fool, led by the nose. And Edmund, Wendy. Hatred and disappointment tore at Mo Yan's reason, leaving him barely able to think. It was as if he were suffocating. His breath came in shallow, desperate gasps. His teeth were clenched so tight they ached, and his chest felt as though a massive stone were lodged inside, pressing down unbearably. Before you lose your temper, Mo Yan, why don't you try looking at it from another angle? As you said yourself, a different perspective changes your mindset. Edmund's voice rumbled faintly from far away, taking a long time to reach Mo Yan's ears. Slowly, he turned his eyes toward Edmund, someone he had once respected and even trusted, his body trembling slightly. Edmund sighed and placed a hand on his shoulder. Listen to me, Mo Yan. Mo Yan's gaze was cold and unmoving. You must be feeling right now that we approached you with ulterior motives, that everything we've done has been a facade, right? Isn't it? Mo Yan sneered, his voice icy. Or are you going to tell me you had no choice, that there were extenuating circumstances? Edmund sighed again. Mo Yan, who doesn't have a purpose when meeting others? You approached Potter for your reasons. Draco approached you for his. Weren't there motives at the beginning? If reputation, appearance, personality, and temperament can all justify forming relationships, then what's wrong with us approaching you for your talent? You're shifting the argument. Mo Yan's voice was hoarse. He braced himself, ready to strike Edmund if he continued using such comparisons to insult his feelings. Of course, family motives exist too, but I don't see that as a sin. We've always been honest about that. You've understood this all along, haven't you? Mo Yan glared at him in silence. Understanding was one thing, but when it actually happened to him, when it was orchestrated by those closest to him, he felt nauseated. The thought that so many had been secretly observing him from the start, while he remained oblivious, made his stomach churn. And even if our initial motives were different, if you think we were just pretending to be pleasant toward you, then you are underestimating us, and underestimating yourself, Edmund said firmly, gripping Mo Yan's shoulders and meeting his eyes. Sometimes, yes, you can be slow to notice and indifferent, but haven't you felt that our long-term interactions have been sincere? Mo Yan clenched his fists, fighting back the urge to roar, his gaze fixed on Edmund like a blade. Then you tell me, he said, each word deliberate, measured and cutting, why I have received this kind of attention. Chapter 104, Wizards and Muggles. Like I said, Muggles are very clever. Edmund released him and spoke heavily. Everything we see in the Ministry of Magic, from political systems to architectural styles, from clothing codes to modes of transport, actually borrows heavily from the Muggle world. Even most everyday items are Muggle products that have been magically modified. Mo Yan almost nodded. He himself often bought non-magical watches, glasses, or other small objects before enchanting them with spells or runes. But now was not the time to show agreement. He deliberately kept the angle between his head and neck rigid, maintaining a composed facade. We often distinguish between the Muggle world and the Wizarding world, as if wizards and Muggles live in entirely separate realms. Few realize just how deeply intertwined these two worlds truly are, Edmund said, pausing. In fact, the Wizarding world depends on the Muggle world to exist. Of course, Mo Yan muttered silently. He had never seen a wizard grow crops or weave cloth. Aside from rare magical materials or expensive dragon hides, most of their everyday necessities came from Muggles. You already noticed this? Edmund said, observing Mo Yan's unchanged expression, and let out a self-deprecating smile. When he first heard this from his elders, he couldn't trust a word of it. His beliefs and sense of dignity had seemed to crumble in an instant. Mo Yan hesitated, then nodded. Edmund's gentle, patient tone gradually eased the tension in him. Since that's the case, I'll make it brief, Edmund sighed. Wizards don't just rely on Muggles, they actually fear them. Most wizards don't realize it. Under careful manipulation by those in power, they believe themselves far superior to Muggles. Laws like the Statute of Secrecy are said to protect those weak, lower beings, but in truth, they protect wizards. Many ancient wizarding families have strict prohibitions against being discovered by Muggles. A few believe that if Muggles were to become widely aware of the magical world, catastrophe would be inevitable. Mo Yan made a dull sound of disbelief. He hadn't imagined that even disdainful wizards could see Muggles as so formidable. It's hard to believe, isn't it? I thought so too, Edmund said, mistaking Mo Yan's reaction for amazement at his statement. On my 11th birthday, my grandfather showed me the family's secret archives. Historically, there were 3 occasions when Muggles massacred wizards and magical creatures, their blood soaking England's soil. Now, the official histories mention these events only briefly. Some assignments even bear titles like, "The burning of witches in the 14th century was completely meaningless." On one hand, this is because the authorities favor good relations with Muggles. On the other, it's to prevent stoking wizards' hatred and provoking rash acts that could shatter the centuries of fragile peace and bring disaster to the magical world. Mo Yan stared at Edmund, almost drawn in by this truth, when he suddenly remembered his own question, and angry, realized yet again that the conversation had been steered away from his focus. He snapped, "But what does any of this have to do with me?" "Calm down, Mo Yan," Edmund said. "I told you, these things take time to explain. You need patience." "I'm listening," Mo Yan ground out, "but you keep rambling." "This isn't rambling," Edmund shook his head. "I'm providing context." "Fine, continue." Mo Yan exhaled sharply and kept walking forward. The ancient wizarding families and other knowledgeable figures in the magical world have always sought ways to truly protect it. They can be divided roughly into three groups: the doves, the hawks, and the magpies, Edmund explained as he walked beside Mo Yan. "I think I get the first two. Doves favor peace like Dumbledore. Hawks favor war like Voldemort," Mo Yan said, ignoring Edmund's slight hesitation at the name. "But what about magpies? A middle faction?" "Not exactly," Edmund replied. "Magpies advocate maintaining the status quo for now. They send promising young wizards into the Muggle world to learn, while spreading Muggle knowledge and skills within the magical community. One day, when the magical world is truly dominant over Muggles, they can act with force, at least ensuring wizards can operate openly, rather than hiding like moles." Mo Yan felt his heart race. He glanced at Edmund, then at the calm surface of the lake, muttering, I thought if there were a vote, the Hawks would dominate." "That was true until 20 years ago," Edmund said. "The Hawk's influence lasted for centuries. People initially championed Grindelwald, but his power grew too fast and too large. Soon, he was uncontrollable, slaughtering opposing wizards mercilessly, until Dumbledore stepped in and defeated the Dark Wizard. But the Hawk faction never gave up. They chose Voldemort, an orphan with the fatal flaw of being part blood, thinking he would be easier to control, and pushed him into power, right?" Mo Yan continued softly, his eyes gradually reddening. "But they were disappointed again. Voldemort's lust for power was just as strong as Grindelwald's, even more ruthless, and far more manipulative. Without Muggles, he still plunged the wizarding world into darkness, and in the end, it still took Dumbledore and the boy who lived to restore peace, didn't it?" Edmund remained silent for a long moment before quietly replying yes. Mo Yan closed his eyes. If it weren't for the Hawk faction's repeated attempts, Voldemort would never have risen to power. If it weren't for the tacit approval or support of ancient wizarding families, and those in power, Voldemort wouldn't have become a name no one dared speak in just a decade or two. If the second Dark Lord had never appeared, if Dumbledore hadn't met Sybil Trelawney, if the prophecy hadn't existed, if Snape hadn't overheard it and passed it on, if Sirius hadn't arrogantly swapped children, if Wormtail hadn't betrayed him, if he hadn't been reborn as a Hugh Potter who never should have existed. Tracing back all the suffering, where does the source truly lie? For a long time neither of them spoke. The sun had climbed high by noon, warming the air. A gentle breeze blew off the lake, occasionally revealing glimpses of the giant squid and grindelows surfacing for air. Students who had slept in were now awake, some heading to the Great Hall for lunch, some playing in the plaza, some reading far off by the lake, and others practicing Quidditch on the field. The two of them walking slowly by the lake drew many curious glances, though no one could imagine the heaviness of their conversation. "And then?" Mo Yan croaked after a long pause. "The Magpie faction gained the upper hand, right? Why not the Dove faction?" "The Dove faction was always tiny," Edmund sighed. "They only held influence in the Ministry because of Dumbledore's personal prestige. Regardless of the Ministry's initial motives for painting a peaceful picture, this upbringing left most wizards with disdain for Muggles, including myself. Even recognizing Muggle threats, few would bow to them, so most considered the Dove faction too weak." "Then, why me?" "Not just you, Mo Yan." Edmund gazed at the distant rolling hills, his tone heavy. "The wizarding world, mainly the Sparrow family, has made many efforts. Over the past century, more than 20 young wizards were sent to Muggle schools, and hundreds of half-blood or Muggle-born wizards were absorbed. Some progress was made, but it was far from enough. Just look at transportation. We managed to purchase a train and secure Hogwarts' consent to trial the first line from London, yet Muggles had already produced faster, more convenient automobiles. Before we could even understand cars, they invented airplanes. When the Malfoys were negotiating for a private plane, they had already reached the moon. Compared to wands, flue powder, portkeys, or apparition, cars, trains, and planes seemed trivial, but Muggle landings on the moon shattered wizarding pride completely. Muggles develop at lightning speed. Mo Yan, tell me, how can we not fall behind? Before Mo Yan could answer, Edmund continued. The truth is, wizards are already far behind. Forget their high-tech inventions, even most everyday Muggle items are mysteries to us. The destructive power of Muggles on the environment endangers magical creatures and potion ingredients and reduces both the number and talent of young wizards. If this continues, the wizarding world will decline naturally, even without Muggle attacks. The two attempts to support the Dark Lord in the past century were essentially desperate measures by the wizarding world. But they still failed, didn't they? Mo Yan said mockingly. Yes, Edmund replied calmly. So later, people lowered their ambitions. Instead of trying to surpass Muggles, we now aim only to keep pace. But the wizarding world has been isolated too long. Many wizards can't even dress like ordinary Muggles, and similar efforts meet strong resistance and apathy. Meanwhile, young wizards sent to Muggle schools found Muggle knowledge confusing, with subjects growing increasingly complex. Even ordinary Muggles grasp only basic skills. Unlike wand making, Muggle goods often require hundreds of people to produce, directly or indirectly. Even if spells control some technicians, production is impossible. Later, wizards tried to learn Muggle techniques, but half-bloods and Muggle-borns, entering the wizarding world at 11, already understood Muggle life well. Pure bloods, limited by magic, can't grasp many Muggle principles. Morven nodded in understanding. The biggest difference between him and other wizards was probably that he had already deeply studied the Muggle knowledge system, yet he fully understood it was a completely different world. Magical knowledge posed no barrier to him. Even so, when learning magic, he couldn't help but unconsciously compare its principles to physics and chemistry, much like how his English sometimes still carried traces of Chinglish. When all the reforms were struggling to take off, Edmund said, looking at Morven with a faint, calm smile, we discovered you. Morven stared at him, suddenly recalling how he had long been observed and even targeted for others' use. Anger flared, but curiosity quickly took precedence. What do you mean? He asked. At first, of course, it was that time Professor Quirrell flew, Edmund said. Even though you destroyed all the finished products, you left behind some parts. Wendy and I collected everything we could find and studied it for over 2 weeks, before we realized that you had used nothing more than a chair, a spring, a rubber band, and some simple shrinking and amplification charms to almost assassinate all the professors at once, a feat even Voldemort's forces at their peak couldn't have accomplished. At the time, we just thought your way of thinking was unusual, able to perfectly combine Muggle tools with magic. Your potential was limitless. Later, at the end of the school year, Gryffindor's and Slytherin's long tables were ruined. Needless to say, the culprits were you and the Weasley twins. Aside from one old magical technique of note, the Weasleys' products were nothing special. But one of yours could make part of a person's body take on a fixed shape, right? Yes, but that shouldn't be a big deal, right? Morven frowned. Not a big deal? Edmund scoffed. Morven, that so-called not a big deal of yours was a problem that hadn't been solved in Ravenclaw for over 100 years. The Sparrow family had been researching it for more than 20 years. What? Morven's mouth dropped open. Sure, there are several potions and spells that can achieve transformations, right? Not the same, Edmund said. If you've ever used anything similar, you'll see those can only transform the whole body, add something onto the body, or create a visual illusion. Your product, however, achieved true partial transformation down to the bone structure and appearance, completely. Previously, such effects had only been seen in failed experiments, and the altered parts were mostly hard to reverse. Don't deny it. A Ravenclaw even ate extra food from Gryffindor's table to study it, and to conduct a more thorough analysis. She took stabilizers herself, maintaining the transformation for 3 full days. I heard Ravenclaw even formed a research group during that time. Who was the Ravenclaw used as a test subject? Morven asked, distracted by the irrelevant question. The crazy girl, Luna Lovegood, Edmund said. After a pause, seeing Morven wasn't responding, Edmund continued, but what truly showed us that your combination of Muggle knowledge and magic was flawless were those purchased novelty products. Morven looked at him in confusion. Most of the products labeled W and M were clearly Weasley creations, based on prior rule-breaking designs. What did they have to do with him? Of course, those W&M products, though beyond fifth-tier level, were still fairly ordinary, Edmund explained, seeing his confusion. But initially, there was a small batch labeled M. We ordered every one we could find. What were they? Morven asked curiously. Edmund glanced at him. Rainbow stones, racing cars, sea sharks, puzzles, and alarm clocks. Morven clicked his tongue. Just the names reminded him these were things he had made last year after leaving Slytherin and collaborating with the Weasleys. It had been so long he almost forgot. He remembered also making a set of battle dolls, which apparently Edmund and the others never managed to get, thankfully. As he pondered this, Edmund continued, there was supposedly another set of dolls I never saw, but Ellen Sparrow reportedly spent all her pocket money for the next 2 years to buy them, brought them back to the Sparrow household that day, and 3 days later, the 7 great families held a brainstorming meeting. The 7 great families? Morven asked. The oldest Panrol, the smartest Sparrow, the wealthiest Malfoy, the fiercest Pharaohs, the most connected Wessel, the most politically influential Foster, and the most mysterious Ogden. Mo-Yan opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again, but no words came out. He knew better than anyone what those combat dolls implied. Giving a doll personality and thought might be ordinary, but the memory chips in their heads and microprocessors that analyzed combat environments, allies and enemies, and battle conditions were rare even in the Muggle world. The 2 dolls had taken him nearly 3 months to create, and the finished product exceeded his expectations. They adjusted tactics according to weather, terrain, and enemy positioning. They could insult, surrender, even betray. Fighting against a human was almost indistinguishable from reality. To enable them to cast true miniature magic, Mo-Yan had even used the magical extraction techniques developed by the Potter ancestors, embedding thousands of tiny dragon tooth fragments into their bodies. Eventually, it was their over-the-top shouting during a fight that finally angered Mo-Yan enough to hand them over to the Weasley twins. Mo-Yan suddenly realized something he had previously overlooked. He had only known that the raw materials for the Weasley joke shop came from exchanges with water lamps and mermaids, but had never questioned where all the water lamps themselves had come from. Edmund continued, Wendy comes from the Panrol family, Elon from the Sparrow family, Draco from the Malfoys. Filch was born a Pharaoh's, but he's a dud, and was expelled from his family when he became an adult. Lester is from the Wessels. Foster and Ogden currently have no family members attending Hogwarts, but you'll meet them eventually. Mo-Yan, I can almost foresee it. You will become another Dumbledore, no, even better than Dumbledore, because with the support of the 7 greatest wizarding families you will change the wizarding world. Mo-Yan looked at Edmund, whose eyes glimmered with passion, and pursed his lips, unable to feel the same emotion. Support, or just manipulation? And you, Edmund? What exactly do you want from me? Mo-Yan stared at Edmund for a long moment before asking Edmund, Why are you telling me all this? Why, you ask? Edmund smiled faintly. There are many reasons. Do you want me to go through them one by one? Mo-Yan hesitated, then nodded. First, of course, it's for Purwool. Edmund tapped the pin on his chest bearing the Purwool family crest, a mark most Slytherins possessed one of, and continued. The Purwools were once prosperous 500 years ago, but now the family has declined. Mo-Yan, even though I can command Draco and Lester as head student while in the house, once I graduate I am only the heir to the Purwools. I must tread carefully even around Crabbe and Goyle, because behind them stands the Malfoys. Every Purwool strives to restore the family, but merely maintaining a decent standard of living is difficult. Now there's an opportunity, yes, you Mo-Yan. Clearly, the 7 great families won't lift a finger for a second-tier family like the Purwools. If I want a share of the pie, your consent is the only chance I have. Second, it's because of your background. Before, your biggest problem in Slytherin was that your lineage was unknown, but now that it's known, things have become even more difficult. Mo-Yan snorted. Because of Voldemort? Edmund twitched ever so slightly, but maintained the smile on his face, though it was a bit stiff. No, Mo-Yan. The Dark Lord is Slytherin's Dark Lord, but Slytherin is not the Dark Lord's Slytherin. Mo-Yan raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking up at Edmund. Then why has Slytherin always been at odds with Harry? Edmund fell silent, gazing at 2 girls talking closely in the distance, while Mo-Yan stared him down. After a long moment, Edmund gave a wry smile. All I can say is, it's all fate. What? Mo-Yan could hardly believe Edmund would give such an absurd reason. Fate? What a joke. Edmund avoided Mo Yan's gaze, his cheeks slightly flushed. Believe it or not, on the first day of school 2.5 years ago, I waited at platform 9 3/4 for nearly 2 hours, just to meet the boy who lived the moment he stepped onto Hogwarts grounds. But who could have predicted that, before even entering the platform, he would run into the Weasleys? And I certainly didn't expect that the famous Harry Potter would look so small and clueless. Edmund sighed, frustrated. You know what happened next. Draco rashly offended Harry Potter. The boy who lived ended up in Gryffindor, inseparable from the Weasleys. With Weasley versus Malfoy, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, all potential friendships dissolved under the weight of dual conflicts. That's when I learned the truth. No matter how prepared you are, nothing can stand against fate. Mo Yan tilted his head in surprise, finding it hard to imagine Edmund ever behaving like a young Percy Weasley. Originally, Slytherin bore Harry Potter no ill will. On the contrary, many were grateful to him. After all, Voldemort's actions harmed even pureblood families, and he had the reputation of being a savior. Friendship with him would elevate anyone's status. Yet, ironically, such friendship was also optional. By then everyone assumed the Dark Lord was dead, so the savior was just a title. Thus, when Harry Potter refused Slytherin's outstretched hand, both sides naturally opposed each other. We had no desire to be enemies, but we couldn't let our dignity be trampled. I see. Then why did my background become a problem? Mo Yan asked, confused. You know why the 7 great families convened meetings regarding your inventions without ever disturbing you directly, only contacting family members attending Hogwarts, Edmund countered. Mo Yan thought for a moment. Because of Dumbledore? Exactly. Dumbledore. Edmund nodded. With unmatched power and prestige, having defeated the Dark Lord twice, with countless followers and admirers, his protection of Hogwarts means no outside hand can interfere. Any rash intrusion into Hogwarts would be disastrous. That sounds good, Mo Yan said, feigning enthusiasm. How could that harm me? On the surface, it seems harmless. Under Dumbledore's protection, you could grow up quietly and normally. He already paid attention to you. Now he would give even more guidance and support, Edmund said gravely. That's what worries me. Mo Yan, if you truly became Dumbledore's tool, your future would be limited to being his sword, never standing on your own. But you are supposed to be the one holding the sword. Do you understand what I mean? Mo Yan said nothing. He lifted his eyes and blew the stray hairs from his forehead twice before suddenly speaking. If it's just because of this, you didn't need to tell me so much. First, our relationship has always been good. You know, I wouldn't refuse if you had asked then. Edmund smiled and nodded. Second, you know I have little affection for Dumbledore. Any subtle provocation from you wouldn't make me side with him. Edmund smiled again and nodded. So why did you tell me all this? Mo Yan frowned at Edmund. Wouldn't it be easier to use someone who knows nothing? Did it never occur to you that after I learn all this, our friendship might become a thing of the past? Perhaps, Edmund admitted, but that brings me to my third reason. He looked at Mo Yan with a sincere and warm smile. Third, since you enrolled, I have always considered you my younger brother, Edmund said earnestly. So I wanted you to know what you might face, to understand your own value, and to use these relatively peaceful years at school to think about your future. Some things are beyond our control, but it's never bad to prepare early. Sorry, Mo Yan muttered softly, barely louder than a mosquito's wings, ashamed at how earlier he had reacted like a hedgehog. Suspecting Edmund and others were pretending in front of him, his face flushing with embarrassment. It's nothing. If the roles were reversed, I would have felt the same, angry and suspicious. Mo Yan awkwardly scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. There's something, Edmund said suddenly, and rather than letting you hear rumors from elsewhere, I'd rather tell you myself, though I hope you won't get too worked up. What is it? Mo Yan asked, rolling his eyes at Edmund's concern. In fact, because of the connection between Alan Sparrow and Wendy, only their 2 families initially paid attention to you. The reason the 7 great families noticed, Edmund tapped his own nose, was actually because of me. Mo Yan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharpening. How so? Edmund rubbed the bridge of his nose. Sparrow borrowed a lot of money to buy everything he wanted. When I noticed, I immediately sent an owl to place orders myself, putting all my money into it. Though I was still a step behind Sparrow, I managed to buy 11 items. They were just toys, but their significance was obvious to anyone with insight. I guessed Sparrow would report to his family immediately, so I wrote an introduction about you and included the items I bought, sending them to the other families. That's why. Thank you, Mo Yan interrupted. Huh? Edmund looked at him, smiling. You understand? Mo Yan sighed helplessly. Come on, Edmund. My brain's a bit fried today, but I'm not an idiot. I know you did this for me. Undoubtedly, compared to the wealth and influence of the great wizarding families, Mo Yan's own power was negligible. The more tangled the waters, the more complex the participants, the more freedom and leverage he could have. Edmund grinned. Not only that, Mo Yan, I did it for myself, too. Only if you're in the leading position can I benefit from it, right? Mo Yan let out a soft laugh. It seemed they had said everything that needed saying. They sat by the lake in silence. Mo Yan's mind was a mess, frustrated, tense, and inexplicably excited. His head throbbed. He felt the need to find a quiet place to process the impact of Edmund's words, but for now, it seemed more important just to pull some distance from his racing thoughts to catch his breath. Edmund kept flexing and comparing their fingers, signaling he had more to say, though Mo Yan couldn't guess what could make him hesitate so much. Hadn't he already forgiven their use of, and surveillance over him, at least in thought for now? Edmund, what exactly do you want to say? Mo Yan finally asked, unable to contain himself. Edmund drew a deep breath. Mo Yan, do you know what your biggest flaw is? My biggest flaw? Mo Yan paused, puzzled. Why was Edmund bringing this up? Then he realized. If he were ever to face the 7 or more old foxes on Dumbledore's level, he would have to be as seamless as an egg, leaving no weakness for the flies. And if Edmund was saying this, then there had to be a fatal flaw. The worst part, he hadn't even noticed it himself. Mo Yan frowned, thinking, what could it be? Arrogant, too reckless, but he didn't see anything wrong with that. If he had to swallow his pride or play low, he might as well be dead. Careless, he considered himself cautious enough. Any past oversights were simply because all his attention had been focused on Voldemort. Physicality, while a common issue among wizards, it didn't apply to him. He only looked slightly lean. Impulsive? Perhaps. As Professor Elway had said, Mo Yan reluctantly admitted this and decided he could start practicing self-cultivation in big letters. Social skills? Friends had to be chosen wisely. He wasn't about to buddy up with reckless kids who couldn't even do double-digit arithmetic. Magical power? Not on Dumbledore's level yet, but Mo Yan believed it was only a matter of time. Given enough time, he would grow stronger. Besides, in a real-life, for-death battle, he wouldn't have to rely solely on magic. Or... A sudden heaviness sank into Mo Yan's chest. Harry! What is it, Edmund? Morvan exhaled deeply and asked, already feeling as if he knew the answer.